Elaida do. Aviendha Rhuidean absently fingered the long seven-striped stole about her shoulders, the stole of the Amyrlin seat, as she sat behind her wide writing table. Many would have accounted her beautiful at first glance, but a second look made it clear that the severity of her ageless Aes Sedai face was not a momentary matter. Today there was something more, a light of anger in her dark eyes. If anyone had noticed, she barely listened to the women arrayed on stools before her. Their dresses were every colour from white to the darkest red, in silk or wool, as each woman's taste dictated, yet all but one wore their formal shawls, embroidered white flame of Tar Valon centred on their backs, coloured fringe proclaiming their ajas, as though this were a meeting of the Hall of the Tower. They discussed reports and rumours of events in the world, trying to sift fact from fancy, trying to decide the Tower's course of action, but they seldom even glanced at the woman behind the table, the woman they had sworn to obey. Elaida could not keep her full attention on them. They did not know what was really important, or rather they knew and feared to speak of it. There is apparently something happening in Shienar. That was Natael, slight and often seemingly lost in a dream, the only brown sister present. Green and Yellow also had only one sister apiece, and none of the three Ajas was pleased about that. There were no Blues. Now Natael's big blue eyes looked thoughtfully inward. An unnoticed ink smudge stained her cheek, and her dark grey wool dress was rumpled. There are rumours of skirmishes. Not with Trollocs, and not Aiel, though raids through the Neve passes appear to have increased, between Shienarans. Unusual for the borderlands, they seldom fight each other. If they intend to have a civil war, they have chosen the proper time for it, Alviarin said coolly. Tall and slim and all in white silk, she was the one without a shawl. The stole of the keeper around her shoulders was white also, to show she had been raised from the white Arja. Not red, Elaida's former Arja, as tradition held. Whites were always cool. The Trollocs might as well have vanished. The entire blight seems quiet enough for 2 farmers and a novice to guard. Teslin's bony fingers shuffled papers on her lap, though she did not look at them. One of 4 red sisters there more than any other Arja. She ran Elaida, a close second for severity, though no one had ever thought her beautiful. Better perhaps if it did know. Be so quiet, Teslin said, her Iliana accent strong. I did receive a message this morning that the Marshal General of Saldea does have an army on the move. No toward the Blight, but in the opposite direction, south and east. He would no ever have done that if the Blight did no seem to be asleep. Then word of Mazrim Taim is seeping out. Alviarin could have been discussing the weather or the price of carpets instead of a potential disaster. Much effort had gone into capturing Taim, and as much into hiding his escape. No good to the Tower if the world learned they could not hold on to a false dragon once he was taken. And it seems the Queen Tenobia, or Davram Basher, or both, thinks we cannot be trusted to deal with him again. Dead quiet fell at the mention of Taim. The man could channel. He had been on his way to Tar Valon to be gentled, cut off from the one power forever when he was broken free. Yet that was not what curbed tongues. Once the existence of a man able to channel the one power had been the deepest anathema. Hunting such men down was the main reason of existence for the Red, and every Arja helped as it could. But now most of the women beyond the table shifted on their stools, refusing to meet each other's eyes. Because speaking of Taim brought them too close to another subject, they did not want to speak aloud. Even Elaida felt bile rise in her stomach. Apparently, Alviarin experienced no such reluctance. One corner of her mouth quirked momentarily in what might have been smile or grimace. I will redouble our efforts to retake Taim, and I suggest that a sister be dispatched to counsel Tenobia, someone used to overcoming the sort of stubborn resistance that young woman will put up. Others rushed to help fill the silence. Leane shifted her green-fringed shawl on slender shoulders and smiled, though it seemed a bit forced. Yes, she needs an Aes Sedai at her shoulder, someone able to handle Bashere. He has excessive influence with Tenobia. He must move his army back where it can be used if the Blight wakes up. Too much bosom showed in the gap of her shawl, and her pale green silk was too snug, too clinging. And she smiled too much for Elaida's liking, especially at men. Greens always did. "The last thing we need now is another army on the march," Shemeren the Yellow Sister said quickly. A slightly plump woman, she had somehow never really managed the outward calm of Aes Sedai. There was often a strain of anxiety around her eyes, and more so of late. "And someone to Shienar," added Javindra, another red. Despite smooth cheeks, her angular face was hard enough to hammer nails. Her voice was harsh. "I don't like trouble of this sort in the borderlands. The last thing we need is Shienar weakening itself to the point where a Trolloc army could break through. Perhaps." Alviarin nodded, considering. "But there are agents in Shienar Red, I am sure, and perhaps others." The four Red Sisters nodded tightly, reluctantly. No one else did. Who can warn us if these small clashes become anything to worry us? It was an open secret that every Ajar, except the White, devoted to logic and philosophy as it was, had watchers and listeners scattered through the nations to varying degrees, though the Yellow Network was believed to be. A pitiful thing. There was nothing of sickness or healing they could learn from those who could not channel. Some individual sisters had their own eyes and ears, though perhaps even more closely guarded than agents of the Ajars. The Blues had had the most extensive, both Ajar and personal. "As for Tenobia and Davram Basha," Alviarin went on, "are we agreed that they must be dealt with by sisters?" She hardly waited for heads to nod. "Good, it is done. Memara will do nicely. She will take no nonsense from Tenobia while never letting her see the leash. Now, does anyone have fresh word out of Arad Doman or Tarabon? If we do not do something there soon, we may find that Pedron Nile and the White Cloaks have sway from Bandar Eban to the Shadow Coast. Evaneline, you have something?" Arad Doman and Tarabon were racked by civil wars, and worse. There was no order anywhere. Elaida was surprised they would bring it up. "Only a rumour," the Grey Sister replied. Her silk dress, matching the fringe on her shawl, was finely cut and scooped low at the neck. Often, Elaida thought the woman should have been green, so concerned was she with her looks and clothes. Almost everyone in those poor lands is a refugee, including those who might send news. The Panarch Amathera has apparently vanished, and it seems an Aes Sedai may have been involved. Elaida's hand tightened on her stow. Nothing touched her face, but her eyes smouldered. The matter of the Saldean army was done. At least Memara was red. That was a surprise. But they had not even asked her opinion. It was done. The startling possibility that an Aes Sedai was involved in the disappearance of the Panarch, if this was not another of the 1,000 improbable tales that drifted from the western coast, could not take Elaida's mind from. That there were Aes Sedai scattered from the Aerith Ocean to the spine of the world, and the Blues at least might do anything. Less than 2 months since they had all knelt to swear fealty to her as the embodiment of the White Tower, and now the decision was made without so much as a glance in her direction. The Amyrlin study sat only a few levels up in the White Tower, yet this room was the heart of the tower as surely as the tower itself. The colour of bleached bone was the heart of the great island city of Tar Valon, cradled in the river Erenin, and Tar Valon was, or should be, the heart of the world. The room spoke of the power wielded by the long line of women who had occupied it, floor of polished redstone from the mountains of mist, tall fireplace of golden Kandori marble, walls panelled in pale, oddly striped wood, marvellously carved with unknown birds and beasts more than 1,000 years ago. Stone-like glittering pearls framed the tall, arched windows that let onto the balcony overlooking the Amyrlin's private garden, the only stone like it known, salvaged from a nameless city swallowed by the sea of storms. During the breaking of the world, a room of power, a reflection of Amyrlins who had made thrones dance to their calling for nearly 3,000 years, and they did not even ask her opinion. It happened too often, this slighting. Worse, most bitter of all, perhaps, they usurped her authority without even thinking of it. They knew how she had come to the stole, knew their aid had put it on her shoulders. She herself had been too much aware of that, but they presumed too far. It would soon be time to do something about that, but not quite yet. She had put her own stamp on the room, as much as possible, with a writing table ornately carved in triple-linked rings, and a heavy chair that raised an inlaid ivory flame of Tar Valon above her dark hair like a large, snowy teardrop, 3 boxes of Ultraran lacquerwork were arranged on the table, precisely equidistant from each other. One held the finest of her collection of carved miniatures. A white vase on a simple plinth against one wall held red roses that filled the room with sweet fragrance. There had been no rain since she was raised, but fine blossoms were always available with the power. She had always liked flowers. They could be so easily pruned and trained to produce beauty. 2 paintings hung where, seated, she could see them merely by lifting her head. The others avoided looking at them. Among all the Aes Sedai who came to Elaida's study, only Alviarin ever so much as glanced at them. "Is there any news of Elaine?" Andaya asked diffidently. A thin, bird-like little woman, outwardly timid despite Aes Sedai features, the second grey, looked an unlikely mediator, but was in fact one of the beast. There were still faint traces of Tarabon in her voice. Or Galad. If Morgase discovers that we have lost her stepson, she may begin to ask more questions concerning the whereabouts of her daughter, yes? And if she learns we have lost the daughter heir, Andor may become as close to us as Amadisia. A few women shook their heads. There was no news, and Javindra said, "A Red Sister is in place in the Royal Palace, newly raised, so she can easily pass for other than Aes Sedai." She meant that the woman had not yet taken on the agelessness that came with long use of the power. Someone trying to guess the age of any woman in the study would have fumbled over a range of 20 years, and in some cases would be off by twice that. She is well trained, though, quite strong, and a good observer. Morgase is absorbed in putting forward her claim to the Kerhanen throne. Several women shifted on their stools, and as if realizing she had stepped close to dangerous ground, Javindra hurried on. And her new lover, Lord Gabriel, seems to be keeping her occupied otherwise. Her thin mouth narrowed even further. She is completely besotted with the man. He keeps her concentrated on Kerhian, Alviarin said. The situation there is nearly as bad as in Tarabon and Arad Doman, with every house contending for the Sun Throne and famine everywhere. Morgase will re-establish order, but it will take time for her to have the throne secure. Until that is done, she will have little energy left to worry about other matters, even the daughter heir. And I set a clerk the task of sending occasional letters. The woman does a good imitation of Elaine's hand. Morgase will keep until we can secure proper control of her again. At least we still have her son in hand. Jolene smiled. "Goin do hardly be in hand," Teslin said sharply. "Those younglings of his do skirmish with whitecloaks on both sides of the river. He does act on his own as much as at our direction." "He will be brought under control," Alviarin said. Elaida was beginning to find that constant, cool composure hateful. "Speaking of the whitecloaks," Danelle put in, "it appears that Pedron Nile is conducting secret negotiations, trying to convince Altara and Morandi to cede land to Ilion, and thus keep the Council of Nine from invading one or both." Safely back from the precipice, the women on the other side of the table nattered on, deciding whether the Lord Captain Commander's negotiations might gain too much influence for the Children of the Light. Perhaps they should be disrupted so the Tower could step in and replace him. Elaida's mouth twisted. The Tower had often in its history been cautious of necessity. Too many feared them, too many distrusted them. But it had never feared anything or anyone. Now it feared. She raised her eyes to the paintings. One consisted of 3 wooden panels depicting Bonwyn, the last Red to have been raised to the Amyrlin seat 1,000 years before, and the reason no Red had worn the stole since, until Elaida, Bonwyn, tall and proud, ordering Aes Sedai in their manipulations of Artur Hawkwing, Bonwyn defiant on the white walls of Tar Valon under siege by Hawkwing's forces, and Bonwyn kneeling and humbled before the hall of the Tower as they stripped her of stole and staff for nearly destroying the Tower. Many wondered why Elaida had had the triptych retrieved from the storerooms where it had lain covered in dust. If none spoke openly, she had still heard the whispers. They did not understand that constant reminder of the price of failure was necessary. The second painting was in the new fashion, on stretched canvas, a copy of a street artist's sketch from the distant West art. That one caused even more unease among the Aes Sedai who saw it. Two men fought among clouds, seemingly in the sky, wielding lightning for weapons. One had a face of fire, the other was tall and young, with reddish hair. It was the youth who caused the fear, who made even Elaida's teeth clench. She was not sure if it was in anger, or to keep them from chattering, but fear could and must be controlled. Control was all. "We are done then," Alviarin said, rising smoothly from her stool. The others copied her, adjusting skirts and shawls in preparation for leaving. "In 3 days I will expect. Have I given you leave to go, daughters?" Those were the first words Elaida had spoken since telling them to be seated. They looked at her in surprise. Surprise! Some moved back toward the stools, but not with any haste, and not a word of apology. She had let this go on much too long. "Since you are standing, you will remain so until I am done." A moment of confusion caught those half-seated, and she continued, as they straightened again, uncertainly. "I have heard no mention of the search for that woman and her companions." No need to name that woman, Elaida's predecessor. They knew who she meant, and Elaida found it harder every day even to think the former Amyrlin's name. All of her current problems, all, could be laid at that woman's feet. "It is difficult," Alviarin said evenly, "since we have bolstered the rumors that she was executed." The woman had ice for blood. Elaida met her eyes firmly until she added a belated "mother," but it too was placid, even casual. Elaida swung her gaze to the others, made her voice steel. "Jolene, you have charge of that search and of the investigation of her escape. In both cases I hear of nothing but difficulties. Perhaps a daily penance will help you increase your diligence, daughter. Write out what you think suitable and submit it to me. Should I find it less than suitable, I will triple it." Jolene's ever-present smile faded in satisfactory fashion. She opened her mouth, then closed it again under Elaida's steady stare. Finally she curtsied deeply. "As you command, mother." The words were tight, the meekness forced, but it would do, for now. And what of trying to bring back those who fled? If anything, Elaida's tone was even harder. The return of the Aes Sedai, who had run away when that woman was deposed, meant the return of blues to the tower. She was not sure she could ever trust any blue, but then she was not sure she could ever bring herself to trust any who had fled instead of hailing her ascension. Yet the tower must be whole again. Javindra was overseeing that task. Again, there are difficulties. Her features remained as severe as ever, but she licked her lips quickly at the storm that swept silently across Elaida's face. "Mother!" Elaida shook her head. "I will not hear of difficulties, daughter. Tomorrow you will place before me a list of everything you have done, including all measures taken to see the world does not learn of any dissension in the tower." That was deadly important. There was a new Amyrlin, but the world must see the tower as united and strong as ever. "If you do not have enough time for the work I give you, perhaps you should give up your place as sitter for the Red in the hall. I must consider it." "That will not be necessary, mother," the hard-faced woman said hurriedly. "You will have the report you require tomorrow. I am sure many will start returning soon." Elaida was not so certain. However much she wanted it, the tower must be strong, it must, but her point was made. Troubled thoughtfulness marked every eye but Alviarin's. If Elaida was ready to come down on one of her own former Ajah, and even harder, on a green who had been with her from the first day, perhaps they had made a mistake in treating her as a ceremonial effigy. Perhaps they had put her on the Amyrlin seat, but now she was the Amyrlin. A few more examples in the coming days should drive it home. If necessary, she would have every woman here doing penance till they begged mercy. "There are Tyren soldiers in Caerhien, as well as Andoran," she went on, ignoring averted eyes. "Tyren soldiers sent by the man who took the Stone of Tyr." Shemarin clasped her plump hands tight, and Teslin flinched. Only Alviarin remained unruffled as a frozen pond. Elaida flung out her hand and pointed to the painting of two men fighting with lightning. "Look at it! Look! Or I will have every last one of you on hands and knees scrubbing floors. If you have not the backbone even to look at a painting, what courage can you have for what is to come? Cowards are no use to the tower." Slowly they raised their eyes, shuffling feet like nervous girls instead of Aes Sedai. Only Alviarin merely looked, and only she appeared untouched. Shemmarin wrung her hands, and tears actually welled in her eyes. Something would have to be done about Shemmarin, Rand al'Thor, a man who can channel. The words left Elaida's mouth like a whip. They made her own stomach knot up till she feared she might vomit. Somehow she kept her face smooth and pressed on, pushed the words out, stones from a sling. A man fated to go mad and wreak horror with the power before he dies. But more than that. Arad Doman and Tarabon and everything between is a ruin of rebellion because of him. If the war and famine in Caerhien cannot be tied to him of a certainty, he surely precipitates a greater war there, between Tyr and Andor, when the Tower needs peace. In Gul'dan, some mad Shienaran preaches of him to crowds too great for Alliandra's army to contain. The greatest danger the Tower has ever faced, the greatest threat the world has ever faced, and you cannot make yourselves speak of him. You cannot gaze at his image. Silence answered her. All save Alviarin looked as though their tongues were frozen. Most stared at the young man in the painting, birds hypnotized by a snake. Rand al'Thor. The name tasted bitter on Elaida's lips. Once she had had that young man, so innocent in appearance, within arm's reach, and she had not seen what he was. Her predecessor had known, for the light alone knew how long, and had left him to run wild. That woman had told her a great deal before escaping, had said things, when put hard to the question, that Elaida would not let herself believe. If the Forsaken were truly free, all might be lost. But somehow she had managed to refuse some answers, and then escaped before she could be put to the question again. That woman and Moiraine, that woman and the Blue, had known all along. Elaida intended to have them both back in the Tower. They would tell every last scrap of what they knew. They would plead on their knees for death before she was done. She forced herself to go on, though the words curdled in her mouth. Rand al'Thor is the Dragon Reborn, daughters. Shemmarin's knees gave way, and she sat down hard on the floor. Some of the others appeared to have weak knees as well. Elaida's eyes flogged them with scorn. There can be no doubt of it. He is the one spoken of in the prophecies. The Dark One is breaking free of his prison. The last battle is coming, and the Dragon Reborn must be there to face him, or the world is doomed to fire and destruction so long as the wheel of time turns. And he runs free, daughters. We do not know where he is. We know a dozen places he is not. He is no longer in Tyr. He is not here in the Tower, safely shielded, as he should be. He brings the whirlwind down on the world, and we must stop it if there is to be any hope of surviving Tarmogoyf. We must have him in hand to see he fights in the last battle. Or do any of you believe he will go willingly to his prophesied death to save the world? A man who must be going mad already. We must have him in control. Mother, Alviarin began with that irritating lack of emotion, but Elaida stopped her with a glare. Putting our hands on Rand al'Thor is more important by far than skirmishes in Shienar, or whether the Blight is quiet, more important than finding Elaine or Galad, more important even than Mazrim Taim. You will find him. You will. When next I see you, each of you will be ready to tell me in detail what you have done to make it so. Now you may leave me, daughters. A ripple of unsteady curtsies, breathy murmurs of, "As you command, mother," and they came close to running, Leane helping Shemmarin wobble to her feet. The yellow sister would do nicely for the next example. Some would be necessary to make sure none of them slid back, and she was too weak to be allowed in this council. Of course, this council would not be allowed to continue much longer in any case. The hall would hear her words and leap. All save Alviarin went. For a long moment after the door had closed behind the others, the two women met each other's eyes. Alviarin had been the first, the very first, to hear and agree with the charges against Elaida's predecessor. And Alviarin knew full well why she wore the Keeper's stole instead of someone from the Red. The Red Archer had favoured Elaida unanimously, but the White had not done so, and without wholehearted support from the White, many others might not have come round, in which case Elaida would have been in a cell instead of sitting on the Amyrlin seat. That is, if the remains of her head were not decorating a spike for the ravens to play with. Alviarin would not be so easily intimidated as the others, if she could be intimidated at all. There was a disturbing feel of equal to equal in Alviarin's unwavering gaze. A tap at the door sounded loud in the quiet. "Come!" Elaida snapped. One of the accepted, a pale, slender girl, stepped hesitantly into the room and immediately dropped a curtsy so low her white skirt with its 7 bands of colour at the hem made a wide pool around her on the floor. From the wideness of her blue eyes and the way she kept them on the floor, she had caught the mood of the women leaving. Where Aes Sedai left shaking, an accepted went at great peril. Mother, Master Fain is here." "He said you doubly would see him at this hour." The girl swayed in her crouch, on the point of falling over from stark fear. "Then send him in, girl, instead of keeping him waiting," Elaida growled, but she would have had the girl's hide if she had not kept the man outside. The anger she held back from Alviarin, she would not let herself think that she did not dare show it. That anger welled up. "And if you cannot learn to speak properly, perhaps the kitchens are a better place for you than the Amyrlin's anteroom. Well, are you going to do as you were told? Move, girl. And tell the mistress of novices you need to be taught to obey with alacrity." The girl squeaked something that might have been a correct response and darted out. With an effort, Elaida got hold of herself. It did not concern her whether Silviana, the new mistress of novices, beat the girl to incoherence or let her off with a lecture. She barely saw novices or accepted unless they intruded on her and cared less. It was Alviarin she wanted humbled and on her knees, but Fain now. She tapped one finger against her lips. A bony little man with a big nose, who had appeared at the tower only days earlier, in dirty, once fine clothes too big for him, arrogant and cringing by turns, seeking audience with the Amyrlin. Except for those who served the tower, men came there only under duress or in great need, and none asked to speak to the Amyrlin. A fool, in some ways, or conceivably a half-wit, he claimed to be from Lugard in Morandi, but spoke in various accents, sometimes slipping from one to another in mid-sentence. Yet it seemed he might be useful. Alviarin was still looking at her, so icily complacent, just a hint in her eyes of the questions she must have about Fain. Elaida's face hardened. Almost she reached for Cedar, the female half of the true source, to teach the woman her place with the power. But that was not the way. Alviarin might even resist, and fighting like a farm girl in a stable-yard was no method for the Amyrlin to make her authority plain. Yet Alviarin would learn to yield to her as surely as the others would. The first step would be leaving Alviarin in the dark concerning Master Fain, or whatever his real name was. Padan Fain put the frantic young accepted out of his mind as he stepped into the Amyrlin's study. She was a toothsome bit, and he liked them fluttering like birds in the hand, but there were more important matters too. Concentrate on now. Dry-washing his hands, he ducked his head suitably low, suitably humbly, but the two awaiting him seemed unaware of his presence at first, locked eye to eye as they were. It was all he could do not to stretch out a hand to caress the tension between them. Tension and division wove everywhere through the White Tower, all to the good. Tension could be tweaked, division exploited as need be. He had been surprised to find Elaida on the Amyrlin's seat. Better than what he had expected, though. In many ways she was not so tough, he had heard, as the woman who had worn the stole before her. Harder, yes, and more cruel, but more brittle, too, more difficult to bend, likely, but easier to break, if either became necessary. Still, one Aes Sedai, one Amyrlin even, was much like another to him. Fools. Dangerous fools, true, but useful dupes at times. Finally they realized he was there. The Amyrlin frowning slightly at being taken by surprise, the keeper of the chronicles unchanging. "You may go now, daughter," Elaida said firmly, a slight but definite emphasis on now. Oh yes, the tensions, the cracks in power, cracks where seeds could be planted. Fain caught himself on the point of giggling. Alviarin hesitated before giving the briefest of curtsies. As she swept out of the room, her eyes brushed across him, expressionless yet disconcerting. Unconsciously he huddled, hunching his shoulders protectively, his upper lip fluttered in a half-snarl at her slim back. On occasion he had the feeling, just for an instant, that she knew too much about him, but he could not have said why. Her cool face, cool eyes, they never changed. At those times he wanted to make them change. Fear, agony, pleading. He nearly laughed at the thought. No point, of course. She could know nothing. Patience, and he could be done with her and her never-changing eyes. The tower held things worth a little patience in its strong rooms. The horn of Valoray was there, the fabled horn made to call dead heroes back from the grave for the last battle. Even most of the Aes Sedai were ignorant of that, but he knew how to sniff out things. The dagger was there. He felt its pull where he stood. He could have pointed to it. It was his, a part of him, stolen and mired away here by these Aes Sedai. Having the dagger would make up for so much lost. He was not sure how, but he was sure it would. For Aridhol Low St, too dangerous to return to Aridhol, perchance to be trapped there again. He shivered, so long trapped, not again. Of course no one called it Aridhol any longer, but Shadar Logoth, where the shadow waits. An apt name. So much had changed, even himself. Padan, Fain, Mordith, or Daith. Sometimes he was uncertain which name was really his, who he really was. One thing was sure. He was not what anyone thought. Those who believed they knew him were badly mistaken. He was transfigured now, a force unto himself and beyond any other power. They would all learn, eventually. Suddenly he realized with a start that the Amyrlin had said something. Casting about in his mind, he found it. "Yes, mother, the coat suits me very well." He ran a hand down the black velvet to show how fine he found it, as if garments mattered. "'Tis a very good coat. I am thanking you kindly, mother." He was prepared to suffer more of her, trying to make him feel at ease, ready to kneel and kiss her ring, but this time she went straight to the heart. "Tell me more of what you know of Randyll Thor, Master Fain." Fain's eyes went to the painting of the two men, and as he gazed at it, his back straightened. All Thor's portrait tugged at him almost as much as the man would, sent rage and hate roiling along his veins. Because of that young man he had suffered pain beyond remembering, pain he did not let himself remember, and suffered far worse than pain. He had been broken and remade because of all Thor. Of course that remaking had given him the means of revenge, but that was beside the point. Beside his desire for all Thor's destruction, everything else dimmed from sight. When he turned back to the Amyrlin, he did not realize his manner was as commanding as hers, meeting her stare for stare. Randyll Thor is devious and sly, uncaring of anyone or anything but his own power. Fool woman. He's never a one to do what you expect, but if she could put all Thor in his hands, he's difficult to lead, very difficult, but I believe it can be done. First you must tie a string to one of the few he trusts. If she gave him all Thor, he might leave her alive when he finally went, even if she was Aes Sedai. Lounging in a gilded chair in his shirt-sleeves, one booted leg over the padded arm, Rahvin smiled as the woman standing before the fireplace repeated what he had told her. There was a slight glaze in her large brown eyes, a young, pretty woman even in the plain grey woolen she had adopted for disguise, but that was not what interested him about her. No breath of air stirred through the room's tall windows. Sweat rolled down the woman's face as she spoke, and beaded on the narrow face of the other man present. For all of that man's fine red silk coat with its golden embroidery, he stood as stiffly as a servant, which he was, in a way, if of his own free will, unlike the woman. Of course he was deaf and blind for the moment. Rahvin handled the flows of spirit he had woven around the pair delicately. There was no need to damage valuable servants. He did not sweat, of course. He did not let the summer's lingering heat touch him. He was a tall man, large, dark and handsome, despite the white streaking his temples. Compulsion had presented no difficulties with this woman. A scowl twisted his face. It did with some. A few, a very few, had a strength of self so firm that their minds searched, even if unaware, for crevices through which to slide away. It was his bad luck that he still had some small need for one such. She could be handled, but she kept trying to find escape without knowing she was trapped. Eventually, that one would no longer be needed, of course. He would have to decide whether to send her on her way or be rid of her more permanently. Dangers lay either way. Nothing that could threaten him, of course, but he was a careful man, meticulous. Small dangers had a way of growing if ignored, and he always chose his risks with a measure of prudence, to kill her or keep her. The cessation of the woman's speech pulled him from his reverie. "When you leave here," he told her, "you will remember nothing of this visit. You will remember only taking your usual morning walk." She nodded, eager to please him, and he tied off the strands of spirit lightly, so they would evaporate from her mind shortly after she reached the street. Repeated use of compulsion made obedience easier even when it was not in use, but while it was, there was always a danger it might be detected. That done, he released Elegar's mind as well, Lord Elegar, a minor noble but faithful to his vows. He licked his thin lips nervously and glanced at the woman, then went immediately to one knee before Rahvin. Friends of the dark friends they were called now, had begun learning just how strictly they would be kept to their vows, now that Rahvin and the others were freed. "Take her to the street by back ways," Rahvin said, "and leave her there. She is not to be seen." "It will be as you say, Great Master," Elegar said, bowing where he knelt. Rising, he backed from Rahvin's presence, bowing and pulling the woman along by one arm. She went docilely, of course, her eyes still fogged. Elegar would ask her no questions. He knew enough to be well aware that there were things he did not want to know. "One of your play pretties?" a woman's voice said behind him as the carved door closed. "Have you taken to dressing them like that?" Snatching at Saidin, he filled himself with the power, the taint on the male half of the true source, rolling off the protection of his bonds and oaths, the ties to what he knew as a greater power than the light, or even the Creator. In the middle of the chamber a gateway stood above the red and gold carpet, an opening to somewhere else. He had a brief view of a chamber lined with snowy silken hangings before it vanished, leaving a woman, clad in white and belted in woven silver. The slight tingle in his skin, like a faint chill, was all that told him she had channeled. Tall and slender, she was as beautiful as he was handsome, her dark eyes bottomless pools, her hair decorated with silver stars and crescents, falling in perfect black waves to her shoulders. Most men would have felt their mouths go dry with desire. "What do you mean to come sneaking up on me, Lanfear?" he demanded roughly. He did not let go of the power, but rather prepared several nasty surprises in case he had need. "If you want to speak with me, send an emissary, and I will decide when and where, and if." Lanfear smiled that sweet, treacherous smile. "You were always a pig, Rahvin, but seldom a fool. That woman is Aes Sedai. What if they miss her? Do you also send out heralds to announce where you are?" "Channel?" he sneered. "She is not strong enough to be allowed outdoors without a keeper. They call untutored children Aes Sedai, when half of what they know is self-taught tricks, and the other half barely scratches the surface. Would you still be so complacent if those untutored children put a circle of 13 around you?" The cool mockery in her voice stabbed him, but he did not let it show. "I take my precautions, Lanfear. Rather than one of my play pretties, as you call them, she is the Tower's spy here. Now she reports exactly what I want her to, and she is eager to do so. Those who serve the Chosen in the Tower told me right where to find her. The day would come soon when the world gave up the name Forsaken and knelt to the Chosen. It had been promised so very long ago. Why have you come, Lanfear? Surely not in aid of defenseless women." She merely shrugged. "You can play with your toys as much as you wish, so far as I am concerned. You offer little in the way of hospitality, Rahvin, so you will forgive me if—" Tumpen. A silver pitcher rose from a small table by Rahvin's bed and tilted to pour dark wine into a gold-chased goblet. As the pitcher settled, the goblet floated to Lanfear's hand. He felt nothing beyond a slight tingle, of course, saw no flows being woven. He had never liked that. That she would be able to see as little of his weaving was only a slight redressing of the balance. "Why?" he demanded again. She sipped calmly before speaking. "Since you avoid the rest of us, a few of the Chosen will be coming here. I came first, so you would know it is not an attack. Others? Some plan of yours. What need have I of someone else's designs?" Suddenly he laughed, a deep, rich sound. "So it is no attack, is it? You were never one for attacking openly, were you? Not as bad as Morgase, perhaps, but you did always favor the flanks and the rear. I will trust you this time, enough to hear you out, as long as you are under my eye. Who trusted Lanfear behind him deserved the knife he might well find in his back. Not that she was so very trustworthy even when watched. Her temper was uncertain at best, and who else is supposed to be part of this? He had clearer warning this time. It was mail work, as another gateway opened, showing marble arches opening onto wide stone balconies, and gulls wheeling and crying in a cloudless blue sky. Finally a man appeared and stepped through, the way closing behind him. Sammael was compact, solid, and larger seeming than he truly was, his stride quick and active, his manner abrupt. Blue-eyed and golden-haired, with a neat, square-trimmed beard, he would perhaps have been above the ordinary in looks, except for a slanting scar, as if a red-hot poker had been dragged across his face from hairline to jaw. He could have had it removed as soon as it was made, all those long years ago, but he had elected not to, linked to set in as tightly as Rahvin. This close Rahvin could feel it, dimly. Sammael eyed him warily. I expected serving maids and dancing girls, Rahvin. Have you finally wearied of your sport after all these years? Lanfear laughed softly into her wine. Did someone mention sport? Rahvin had not even noticed the opening of a third gateway, showing a large room full of pools and fruited columns, nearly nude acrobats and attendants wearing less. Oddly, a lean old man in a wrinkled coat sat disconsolately among the performers. Two servants in filmy bits of nothing much, a well-muscled man bearing a wrought gold tray, and a beautiful, voluptuous woman anxiously pouring wine from a cut crystal flagon into a matching goblet on the tray, followed. The true arrival before the opening winked out. In any other company but Lanfear's, Graendal would have been accounted a stunningly beautiful woman, lush and ripe. Her gown was green silk cut low. A ruby the size of a hen's egg nestled between her breasts, and a coronet encrusted with more rested on her long, sun-coloured hair. Beside Lanfear, she was merely plumply pretty. If the inevitable comparison bothered her, her amused smile gave no sign of it. Golden bracelets clattered as she waved a heavily bearinged hand generally behind her. The female servant quickly slipped the goblet into her grasp, with a fawning smile mirrored by the man. Graendal took no notice. So, she said gaily, nearly half the surviving chosen in one place, and no one trying to kill anyone. Who would have expected it before the great Lord of the Dark returns? Ishamael did manage to keep us from one another's throats for a time, but this— Do you always speak so freely in front of your servants? Sammael said with a grimace. Graendal blinked, glanced back at the pair as if she had forgotten them. They won't speak out of turn. They worship me, don't you? The two fell to their knees, practically babbling their fervent love of her. It was real. They actually did love her, now. After a moment she frowned slightly, and the servants froze, mouths open in mid-word. They do go on. Still, they won't bother you now, will they? Rahvin shook his head, wondering who they were or had been. Physical beauty was not enough for Graendal's servants. They had to have power or position as well. A former lord for a footman, a lady to draw her bath, that was Graendal's taste. Indulging herself was one thing, but she was wasteful. This pair might have been of use, properly manipulated, but the level of compulsion Graendal employed surely left them good for little more than decoration. The woman had no true finesse. Should I expect more, Lanfear? He growled. Have you convinced Demandred to stop thinking he is all but the great lord's heir? I doubt he is arrogant enough for that, Lanfear replied smoothly. He can see where it took Ishamael. And that is the point, a point Graendal raised. Once we were 13, immortal. Now 4 are dead, and 1 has betrayed us. We 4 are all who meet here today, and enough. Are you certain Rhuidean went over? Sammael demanded. He never had the courage to take a chance before. Where did he find the heart to join a lost cause? Lanfear's brief smile was amused. He had the courage for an ambush he thought would set him above the rest of us, and when his choice became death or a doomed cause, it took little courage for him to choose. And little time, I'll wager. The scar made Sammael's sneer even more biting. "If you were close enough to him to know all of this, why did you leave him alive? You could have killed him before he knew you were there." "I'm not as quick to kill as you. It is final, with no going back, and there are usually other, more profitable ways. Besides, to put it in terms you would understand, I did not want to launch a frontal assault against superior forces." "Is he really so strong?" Rahvin asked quietly. "This Rand-all Thor. Could he have overwhelmed you face to face? Not that he himself could not, if it came to it, or Sammael, though Graendal would likely link with Lanfear if either of the men tried. For that matter, both women were probably filled to bursting with the power right that moment, ready to strike at the slightest suspicion of either man, or of each other. But this farm boy, an untrained shepherd, untrained unless Asmodean was trying. "He is Luz Therin Telamon Reborn," Lanfear said just as softly, and Luz Therin was as strong as any. Sammael absently rubbed the scar across his face. It had been Luz Therin who gave it to him. 3,000 years ago and more, well before the breaking of the world, before the great lord was imprisoned, before so much, but Sammael never forgot. "Well," Graendal put in, "have we come around at last to what we are here to discuss?" Rahvin gave a displeased start. The two servants were frozen still, or again rather. Sammael muttered in his beard. "If this Rand-all Thor really is Luz Therin Telamon Reborn," Graendal went on, settling herself on the man's back where he crouched on all fours, "I am surprised you haven't tried to snuggle him into your bed, Lanfear. Or would it be so easy? I seem to remember Luz Therin led you by the nose, not the other way around, squelched your little tantru sent you running to fetch his wine, in a manner of speaking." She set her own wine on the tray, held out rigidly by the sightlessly kneeling woman. "You were so obsessed with him you'd have stretched out at his feet if he said, 'Rug.'" Lanfear's dark eyes glittered for a moment before she regained control of herself. "He may be Luz Therin Reborn, but he is not Luz Therin himself." "How do you know?" Graendal asked, smiling as if it were all a joke. "It may well be that, as many believe, all are born and reborn as the wheel turns, but nothing like this has ever happened that I have read. A specific man reborn according to prophecy. Who knows what he is?" Lanfear gave a disparaging smirk. "I have observed him closely. He is no more than the shepherd he seems, still more naive than not. Scorn faded to seriousness, but now he has Asmodean, weak ally as he is. And even before Asmodean, 4 of the Chosen have died confronting him. Let him whittle away the dead wood," Sammael said gruffly. He wove flows of air to drag a chair across the carpet, and sprawled with his boots crossed at the ankle and one arm over the low, carved back. Anyone who believed he was at ease was a fool. Sammael had always liked to dupe his enemies into thinking they could take him by surprise. More for the rest of us on the day of return. Or do you think he might win Taim Gaidan, Lanfear? Even if he stiffens Asmodean's backbone, he has no 100 companions this time. With Asmodean or alone, the great lord will extinguish him like a broken starlight. The look Lanfear gave him bristled with contempt. "How many of us will be alive when the great lord is freed at last? 4 gone already? Will he come after you next, Sammael? You might like that. You could finally get rid of that scar if you defeated him. But I forget, how many times did you face him in the War of Power? Did you ever win? I cannot seem to remember." Without pause, she rounded on Graendal. "Or it might be you. He is reluctant to hurt women for some reason, but you won't even be able to make Asmodean's choice. You cannot teach him any more than a stone could, unless he decides to keep you as a pet. That would be a change for you, would it not? Instead of deciding which of your pretties pleases you best, you could learn to please." Graendal's face contorted, and Rahvin prepared to shield himself against whatever the two women might hurl at one another, prepared to travel at even a whiff of balefire. Then he sensed Sammael gathering the power, sensed a difference in it. Sammael would call it seizing a tactical advantage, and bent to grab the other man's arm. Sammael shook him off angrily, but the moment had passed. The two women were looking at them now, not each other. Neither could know what had almost happened, but clearly something had passed between Rahvin and Sammael, and suspicion lit their eyes. "I want to hear what Lanfear has to say. He did not look at Sammael, but meant it for him. There must be more to this than a foolish attempt to frighten us. Sammael jerked his head in what might have been a nod or merely disgruntlement. It would have to do. Oh, there is, though a little fright could not hurt. Lanfear's dark eyes still held distrust, but her voice was as clear as still water. Ishamael tried to control him and failed, tried to kill him in the end and failed, but Ishamael tried bullying and fear, and bullying does not work with Rand Thor. Ishamael was more than half mad, Sammael muttered, and less than half human. Is that what we are? Graendal arched an eyebrow. Merely human. Surely we are something more. This is human. She stroked a finger down the cheek of the woman kneeling beside her. A new word will have to be created to describe us. Whatever we are, Lanfear said, we can succeed where Ishamael failed. She was leaning slightly forward as if to force the words on them. Lanfear seldom showed tension. Why now? Why only we four? Rahvin asked. The other, why, would have to wait. Why more? Was Lanfear's reply. If we can present the Dragon Reborn kneeling to the Great Lord on the day of return, why share the honor and the rewards further than need be? And perhaps he can even be used to, how did you put it, Sammael, whittle away the dead wood? It was the sort of answer Rahvin could understand. Not that he trusted her, of course, or any of the others, but he understood ambition. The Chosen had plotted among themselves for position up to the day Lews Therin had imprisoned them in sealing up the Great Lord's prison, and they had begun again the day they were freed. He just had to be sure Lanfear's plot did not disrupt his own plans. Speak on, he told her. First, someone else is trying to control him, perhaps to kill. I suspect Morgadian or Demandred. Morgadian has always tried to work from the shadows, and Demandred always did hate Lews Therin. Sammael smiled, or perhaps grimaced, but his hatred was a pale thing beside Demandred's, though for better cause. "How do you know it is not one of us here?" Graendal asked glibly. Lanfear's smile showed as many teeth as the other woman's, and as little warmth. "Because you three choose to carve out niches for yourselves and secure your power, while the rest slash at each other, and other reasons. I told you I keep a close watch on Rand Thor." It was true what she said of them. Rahvin himself preferred diplomacy and manipulation to open conflict, though he would not shy from it if needed. Sammael's way had always been armies and conquest. He would not go near Lews Therin, even reborn as a shepherd, until he was sure of victory. Graendal, too, followed conquest, though her methods did not involve soldiers. For all her concern with her toys, she took one solid step at a time. Openly, to be sure, as the Chosen reckon such things, but never stretching too far at any step. "You know I can keep an eye on him unseen," Lanfear continued, "but the rest of you must stay clear or run the risk of detection. We must draw him back." Graendal leaned forward, interested, and Sammael began to nod as she went on. Rahvin reserved judgment. It might well work. And if not, he saw several ways to shape events to his advantage. This might work out very well indeed. Fanning the sparks, the wheel of time turns, and ages come and pass, leaving memories that become legend. Legend fades to myth, and even myth is long forgotten when the age that gave it birth comes again. In one age, called the Third Age by some, an age yet to come, an age long past, a wind rose in the great forest called Braham Wood. The wind was not the beginning. There are neither beginnings nor endings to the turning of the wheel of time. But it was a beginning. South and west it blew, dry, beneath a sun of molten gold. There had been no rain for long weeks in the land below, and the late summer heat grew day by day. Brown leaves come early, dotted some trees, and naked stones baked where small streams had run. In an open place where grass had vanished and only thin, withered brush held the soil with its roots, the wind began uncovering long, buried stones. They were weathered and worn, and no human eye would have recognized them for the remains of a city remembered in story, yet otherwise forgotten. Scattered villages appeared before the wind crossed the border of Andor, and fields where worried farmers trudged arid furrows. The forest had long since thinned to thickets by the time the wind swept dust down the lone street of a village called Corey Springs. The springs were beginning to run low this summer. A few dogs lay panting in the swelter, and 2 shirtless boys ran, beating a stuffed bladder along the ground with sticks. Nothing else stirred, save the wind and the dust and the creaking sign above the door of the inn, red brick and thatch, roofed like every other building along the street. At 2 stories, it was the tallest and largest structure in Core Springs, a neat and orderly little town. The saddled horses, hitched in front of the inn, barely twitched their tails. The inn's carved sign proclaimed, "The Good Queen's Justice." Blinking against the dust, Min kept an eye pressed to the crack in the shed's rough wall. She could just make out one shoulder of the guard on the shed door, but her attention was all for the inn further on. She wished the name were less ominously apt. Their judge, the local lord, had apparently arrived some time ago, but she had missed seeing him. No doubt he was hearing the farmer's charges. Udmer Nem, along with his brothers and cousins and all their wives, had seemed in favour of an immediate hanging before one of the lord's retainers happened by. She wondered what the penalty was here for burning up a man's barn, and his milk cows with it. By accident, of course, but she did not think that would count for much when it all began with trespass. Logain had gotten away in the confusion, abandoning them. He would burn him, and she did not know whether to be happy about that or not. It was he who had knocked Nem down when they were discovered just before dawn, sending the man's lantern flying into the straw. The blame was his, if anyone's. Only sometimes he had trouble watching what he said. Perhaps as well he was gone. Twisting to lean back against the wall, she wiped sweat from her brow, though it only sprang out again. The inside of the shed was stifling, but her 2 companions did not appear to notice. Siuan lay stretched out on her back in a dark woolen riding dress, much like Min's, staring at the shed roof, idly tapping her chin with a straw. Coppery-skinned Leane, willowy and as tall as most men, sat cross-legged in her pale shift, working on her dress with needle and thread. They'd been allowed to keep their saddlebags, after they were searched for swords or axes or anything else that might help them escape. "What's the penalty for burning down a barn in Andor?" Min asked. "If we are lucky," Siuan replied without moving, "a strapping in the village square. Not so lucky, and it will be a flogging." "Light," Min breezed. "How can you call that luck?" Siuan rolled onto her side and propped herself up on an elbow. She was a sturdy woman, short of beautiful, though beyond handsome, and looked no more than a few years older than Min, but those sharp blue eyes had a commanding presence that did not belong on a young woman awaiting trial in a backcountry shed. Sometimes Siuan was as bad as Logain about forgetting herself, maybe worse. "When a strapping is done," she said in a brook, "no nonsense, do not be foolish tone. It is done, and we can be on our way. It wastes less of our time than any other penalty I can think of. Considerably less than hanging, say, though I don't think it will come to that, from what I remember of Andoran law." Wheezing laughter shook Min for a moment. It was that, or cry. "Time? The way we are going, we've nothing but time. I swear we have been through every village between here and Tar Valon and found nothing, not a glimmer, not a whisper. I don't think there is any gathering. And we are on foot now. From what I overheard, Logain took the horses with him, afoot, and locked in a shed, awaiting the light knows what." "Watch names," Siuan whispered sharply, shooting a meaning glance at the rough door with the guard on the other side. "A flapping tongue can put you in the net instead of the fish." Min grimaced, partly because she was growing tired of Siuan's Tyren fisherman's sayings, and partly because the other woman was right. So far, they had outrun awkward news. Deadly was a better word than awkward, but some news had a way of leaping 100 miles in a day. Siuan had been travelling as Mara, Leane as Amaina, and Logain had taken the name Dalin after Siuan convinced him Guaer was a fool's choice. Min still did not think anyone would recognize her own name, but Siuan insisted on calling her Serenla. Even Logain did not know their true names. The real trouble was that Siuan was not going to give up. Weeks of utter failure, and now this, yet any mention of heading for Tyr, which was sensible, set off a tempest that quailed even Logain. The longer they had searched without finding what Siuan sought, the more temper she had developed. Not that she couldn't crack rocks with him before. Min was wise enough to keep that particular thought to herself. Leane finally finished with her dress and tugged it on over her head, doubling her arms behind her to do up the buttons. Min could not see why she had gone to the trouble. She herself hated needlework of any sort. The neckline was a little lower now, showing a bit of Leane's bosom, and it fit in a snugger way there, and perhaps around the hips. But what was the point here? No one was going to ask her to dance in this roasting shed. Digging into Min's saddlebags, Leane pulled out the wooden box of paints and powders and whatnots that Laras had forced on Min before they set out. Min had kept meaning to throw it away, but somehow she had never gotten around to it. There was a small mirror inside the hinged lid of the box, and in moments Leane was at work on her face with small rabbit fur brushes. She had never shown any particular interest in the things before. Now she appeared vexed that there was only a blackwood hairbrush and a small ivory comb to use on her hair. She even muttered about the lack of a way to heat the curling iron. Her dark hair had grown since they began Siuan's search, but it still came well short of her shoulders. After watching a bit, Min asked, "What are you up to, Leamena?" She avoided looking at Siuan. She could guard her tongue. It was just being cooped up and baked alive, that on top of the coming trial. A hanging or a public strapping. What a choice. Have you decided to take up flirting? It was meant for a joke. Leane was all business and efficiency, something to lighten the moment, but the other woman surprised her. "Yes," Leane said briskly, peering wide-eyed into the mirror while she carefully did something to her eyelashes. "And if I flirt with the right man, perhaps we will not need to worry about strappings or anything else. At the least, I might get as light as sentences." Hand half raised to wipe her face again, Min gasped. It was like an owl announcing it meant to become a hummingbird. But Siuan merely sat up facing Leane with a level, "What brought this on?" Had Siuan directed that gaze at her, Min suspected she would have confessed to things she had forgotten. When Siuan concentrated on you like that, you found yourself curtsying and leaping to do as you were told before you realized it. Even Loghain did most of the time, except for the curtsy. Leane calmly stroked a tiny brush along her cheekbones and examined the result in the small mirror. She did glance at Siuan, but whatever she saw, she answered in the same crisp tones she always used. "My mother was a merchant, you know, in furs and timber mainly. I once saw her fog a Saldean lord's mind till he consigned his entire year's timber harvest to her for half the amount he wanted, and I doubt he realized what had happened until he was nearly back home. If then. He sent her a moonstone bracelet later. Tomani women don't deserve the whole reputation they have. Stiff-necked prigs going by hearsay built most of it, but we have earned some. My mother and my aunts taught me along with my sisters and cousins, of course." Looking down at herself, she shook her head, then returned to her ministrations with a sigh. "But I fear I was as tall as I am today on my 14th naming day. All knees and elbows, like a coat that grew too fast. And not long after I could walk across a room without tripping twice, I learned," she drew a deep breath, "learned my life would take me another way than being a merchant. And now that is gone, too. About time I put to use what I was taught all those years ago. Under the circumstances, I can't think of a better time or place." Siuan studied her shrewdly a moment more. "That isn't the reason, not the whole reason. Out with it." Hurling a small brush into the box, Leane blazed up in a fury. "The whole reason? I do not know the whole reason. I only know I need something in my life to replace. What is gone? You yourself told me that is the only hope of surviving. Revenge falls short, for me. I know your cause is necessary, and perhaps even right, but the light helped me. That is not enough either. I can't make myself be as involved as you. Maybe I came too late to it. I will stay with you, but it isn't enough." Anger faded as she began resealing pots and vials and replacing them, though she used more force than was strictly necessary. There was the merest hint of rose scent about her. "I know flirting isn't something to fill up the emptiness, but it is enough to fill an idle moment. Maybe being who I was born to be will suffice. I just do not know. This isn't a new idea. I always wanted to be like my mother and my aunts, daydreamed of it sometimes after I was grown." Leane's face became pensive, and the last things went into the box more gently. "I think perhaps I've always felt I was masquerading as someone else, building up a mask until it became second nature." There was serious work to be done, more serious than merchanting, and by the time I realized there was another way I could have gone even so, I had the mask on too firmly to take off. Well, that is done with now, and the mask is coming off. I even considered beginning with Logain a week ago, for practice. But I'm out of practice, and I think he is the kind of man who might hear more promises than you meant to offer, and expect to have them fulfilled. A small smile suddenly appeared on her lips. My mother always said if that happened, you had miscalculated badly. If there was no back way out, you had to either abandon dignity and run, or pay the price and consider it a lesson. The smile took on a roguish casty. My Aunt Rosara said you paid the price and enjoyed it. Min could only shake her head. It was as if Leane had become a different woman, talking that way about... Even hearing it, she could hardly believe. Come to that, Leane actually looked different. For all of the work with brushes, there was not a hint of paint or powder on her face that Min could see, yet her lips seemed fuller, her cheekbones higher, her eyes larger. She was a more than pretty woman at any time, but now her beauty was magnified fivefold. Siuan was not quite finished, though. "And if this country lord is one like Logain," she said softly, "what will you do then?" Leane drew herself up, stiff-backed on her knees, and swallowed hard before answering, but her voice was perfectly level. "Given the alternatives, what choice would you make?" Neither blinked, and the silence stretched. Before Siuan could answer, if she meant to, Min would have given a pretty to hear it. The chain and lock rattled on the other side of the door. The other two women got slowly to their feet, gathering their saddlebags in calm preparation, but Min leaped up, wishing she had her belt-knife. Fool thing to wish for, she thought, just get me in worse trouble. I'm no bloody hero in a story, even if I jumped the guard. The door opened, and a man with a long leather jerkin over his shirt filled the doorway. Not a fellow to be attacked by a young woman, even with a knife. Maybe not even with an axe. Wide was the word for him, and thick. The few hairs remaining on his head were more white than not, but he looked hard as an old oak stump. "Time for you girls to stand before the Lord," he said gruffly. "Will you walk, or must we haul you like grain sacks? You go either way, but I'd as soon not have to carry you in this heat." Peeking past him, Min saw two more men waiting, grey-haired but just as hard, if not quite so big. "We will walk," Siuan told him dryly. "Good. Come then, step along. Lord Gareth won't like being kept waiting." Promise to walk or no, each man took one of them firmly by the arm as they started up the dusty dirt street. The balding man's hand encircled Min's arm like a manacle. So much for running for it, she thought bitterly. She considered kicking his booted ankle to see if that would loosen his grip, but he looked so solid she suspected all it would earn her was a sore toe, and being dragged the rest of the way. Leane appeared lost in thought. She half made small gestures with her free hand, and her lips moved silently as though reviewing what she meant to say, but she kept shaking her head and starting over again. Introspection wrapped Siuan too, but she wore an openly worried frown, even chewing her underlip. Siuan never showed that much unease. All in all, the pair of them did nothing for Min's confidence. The beam-ceilinged common room of the good Queen's Justice did less. Lank-haired Admanem, a yellowed bruise around his swollen eye, stood to one side with half a dozen equally stout brothers and cousins and their wives, all in their best coats or aprons. The farmers eyed the three prisoners with a mixture of anger and satisfaction that made Min's stomach sink. If anything, the farm wives' glares were worse, pure hate. The rest of the walls were lined 6 deep with villagers, all garbed for the work they had interrupted for this. The blacksmith still wore his leather apron, and a number of women had sleeves rolled up, arms dusted with flour. The room buzzed with their murmuring among themselves, the elders as much as the few children, and their eyes latched onto the 3 women as avidly as the Nems did. Min thought this must be as much excitement as Corey Springs had ever witnessed. She had seen a crowd with this mood once, at an execution. The tables had been removed, except for one placed in front of the long brick fireplace. A bluff-faced, stocky man, his hair thick with grey, sat facing them in a well-cut coat of dark green silk, hands folded in front of him on the tabletop. A slim woman who showed as much age stood beside the table in a fine grey wool dress embroidered with white flowers around the neck. The local lord, Min supposed, and his lady, country nobility, little better informed of the world than their tenants and crofters. The guards situated them in front of the lord's table and melted into the watchers. The woman in grey stepped forward, and the murmurs died. "All here attend and give ear," the woman announced, "for justice will be meted today by Lord Gareth Bryne. Prisoners, you are called before the judgment of Lord Bryne. Not the Lord's lady, then, an official of some sort, Gareth Bryne." The last Min remembered, he was Captain General of the Queen's Guards in Caemlyn. If it was the same man. She glanced at Siuan, but Siuan had her eyes locked on the wide floorboards in front of her feet. Whoever he was, this Bryne looked weary. "You are charged," the woman in grey went on, "with trespass by night, arson and destruction of a building and its contents, the killing of valuable livestock, assault on the person of Adma Nem, and the theft of a purse, said to contain gold and silver. It is understood that the assault and theft were the work of your companion, who escaped, but you three are equally culpable under the law." She paused to let it sink in, and Min exchanged rueful glances with Leane. Loghain would have to add theft to the stew. He was probably halfway to Muirindi by now, if not more distant yet. After a moment the woman began again. "Your accusers are here to face you." She gestured to the cluster of Neems. "Adma Neem, you will give your testimony." The stout man eased forward in a blend of self-importance and self-consciousness, tugging at his coat where the wooden buttons strained over his middle, running his hands through thinning hair that kept dropping into his face. "Like I said, Lord Gareth, it was like this." He gave a fairly straightforward account of discovering them in the hayloft and ordering them out, though he made Loghain near a foot taller and turned the man's single blow into a fight where Nem gave as good as he got. The lantern fell, the hay went up, and the rest of the family came spilling out of the farmhouse into the pre-dawn. The prisoners were seized and the barn burned to the ground, and then the loss of the purse from the house was discovered. He did slight the part where Lord Bryne's retainer rode by, as some of the family were bringing out ropes and eyeing tree limbs. When he started on the fight again, this time he seemed to be winning. Bryne cut him off. "That will be enough, Master Nem. You may step back." Instead, a round-faced one of the Nem women, of an age to be Adma's wife, joined him. Round-faced but not soft, round like a frying pan or a river rock, and flushed with something more than anger. "You whip these hussies good, Lord Gareth, here. Whip them good, and ride them to Jornhill on a rail." "No one called on you to speak, Megan," the slim woman in grey said sharply. "This is a trial, not a petition meeting. You and Adma step back, now." They obeyed. Adma with a shade more alacrity than Megan. The grey-clad woman turned to Min and her companions. "If you wish to offer testimony in defence or mitigation, you may now give it." There was no sympathy in her voice, nor anything else for that matter. Min expected Siuan to speak. She always took the lead, did the talking, but Siuan never stirred or raised her eyes. Instead, it was Leane who moved toward the table, her eyes on the man behind it. She stood as straight as ever, but her usual walk, a graceful stride, but a stride, had become a sort of glide, with just a hint of willowy sway to it. Somehow her hips and bosom seemed more obvious. Not that she flaunted anything, the way she moved just made you aware. "My lord, we are 3 helpless women, refugees from the storms that sweep the world." Her usually brisk tones were gone, changed to a velvety soft caress. There was a light in her dark eyes, a sort of smouldering challenge. "Penniless and lost, we took shelter in Master Nem's barn. It was wrong, I know, but we were afraid of the night." A small gesture, hands half raised, the insides of her wrists to Bryne, made her seem for a moment utterly helpless. Only for that moment, though. The man Daelin was a stranger to us, really, a man who offered us his protection. In these days, women alone must have a protector, my lord, yet I fear we made a poor choice. A widening of the eyes, an entreating look, said he could make a better for them. "It was indeed he who attacked Master Nem, my lord. We would have fled, or worked to repay our night's lodging." Stepping around the side of the table, she knelt gracefully beside Bryne's chair, and gently rested the fingers of one hand on his wrist as she gazed up into his eyes. A tremble touched her voice, but her slight smile was enough to set any man's heart racing. It suggested, My lord, we are guilty of some small crime, yet not so much as we are charged with. We throw ourselves on your mercy. I beg you, my lord, have pity on us and protect us." For a long moment, Brian stared back into her eyes. Then, clearing his throat roughly, he scraped back his chair, rose, and walked around the opposite end of the table from her. There was a stir among the villagers and farmers, men clearing their throats as their lord had done, women muttering under their breath. Brian stopped in front of Min. "What is your name, girl?" "Min, my lord." She caught a muffled grunt from Siuan and hastily added, "Serenla Min. Everyone calls me Serenla, my lord." "Your mother must have had a premonition," he murmured with a smile. He was not the first to react to the name in a like way. "Do you have any statement to make, Serenla?" "Only that I am very sorry, my lord, and it really wasn't our fault. Daelin did it all. I ask for mercy, my lord." That did not seem much alongside Leane's plea. Anything at all would seem insignificant beside Leane's performance. But it was the best she could find. Her mouth was as dry as the street outside. What if he did decide to hang them? Nodding, he moved over to Siuan, who was still studying the floor. Cupping a hand under her chin, he raised her eyes to his. "And what is your name, girl?" With a jerk of her head, Siuan pulled her chin free and took a step back. "Mara, my lord," she whispered. "Mara Tomanes." Min groaned softly. Siuan was plainly frightened, yet at the same time she stared at the man defiantly. Min more than half expected her to demand. Brian let them walk away on the instant. He asked her if she wished to make a statement, and she denied it in another unsteady whisper, but all the while looking at him as though she were the one in charge. She might be controlling her tongue, but certainly not her eyes. After a time, Brian turned away. "Take your place with your friends, girl," he told Leane as he returned to his chair. She joined them with a look of open frustration, and what in anyone else Min would have called a touch of petulance. "I have reached my decision," Brian said to the room at large. "The crimes are serious, and nothing I have heard alters the facts. If 3 men sneak into another's house to steal his candlesticks, and one of them attacks the owner, all 3 are equally guilty. There must be recompense. Master Nem, I will give you the cost of rebuilding your barn, plus the price of 6 milk cows." The stout farmer's eyes brightened until Brian added, "Caroline will disburse the coin to you when she is content as to costs and prices. Some of your cows were going dry, I hear." The slim woman in grey nodded in satisfaction. "For the bump on your head, I award you 1 silver mark. Don't complain," he said firmly as Nem opened his mouth. "Megan has given you worse for drinking too much." A ripple of laughter among the onlookers greeted that, not diminished at all by Nem's half-abashed glares, and perhaps spurred by the tight-lipped look Megan gave her husband. "I will also replace the amount of the stolen purse, once Caroline has satisfied herself as to how much was in it." Neem and his wife appeared equally disgruntled, but they held their tongues. It was plain he had given them what he would. Min began to feel hope. Leaning his elbows on the table, Brian turned his attention to her and the other 2. His slow words tied her stomach into a knot. "You 3 will work for me, at the normal wages for whatever tasks you are given, until the coin I paid out is repaid to me. Do not think I am being lenient. If you swear an oath that satisfies me, you don't have to be guarded. You can work in my manor. If not, it means the fields, where you can be under someone's eyes every minute. Wages are lower in the fields, but it is your decision." Frantically, she racked her brain for the weakest oath that might satisfy. She did not like breaking her word in any circumstances, but she meant to be gone as soon as a chance presented, and she did not want too heavy an oath-breaking on her conscience. Leane seemed to be searching too, but Siuan barely hesitated before kneeling and folding her hands over her heart. Her eyes seemed fastened to Brian's, and the challenge had not faded one bit. "By the light and my hope of salvation and rebirth, I swear to serve you in whatever way you require for as long as you require, or may the Creator's face turn from me forever and darkness consume my soul." She delivered the words in a breathy whisper, but they created a dead silence. There was no oath stronger, unless it was the one a woman took on being made Aes Sedai, and the oath rod bound her to that as surely as to a part of her flesh. Leane stared at Siuan. Then she was on her knees too. "By the light and my hope of salvation and rebirth." Ah, Min floundered desperately, searching for some way out. Swearing a lesser oath than they did meant the fields for certain, and someone watching her every instant, but this oath. By what she had been taught, breaking it would be not much less than murder, maybe no less. Only there was no way out. The oath, or who knew how many years labouring in a field all day and probably locked up at night. Sinking down beside the other two women, she muttered the words, but inside she was howling. "Siuan, you utter fool! What have you gotten me into now? I can't stay here. I have to go to Rand. Oh, light, help me." "Well," Brian breathed when the last word was spoken, "I did not expect that. But it does suffice. Carolyn, would you take Master Nem somewhere and find out what he thinks his losses amount to? And clear everyone else but these three out of here too, and make arrangements to transport them to the manor. Under the circumstances, I don't think guards will be necessary." The slim woman gave him a harassed look, but in short order she had everyone moving out in a milling throng. Admiral Nem and his male kin stuck close to her, his face especially painted with avarice. The Nem women looked scarcely less greedy, but they still spared a few hard glowers for Min and the other two, who remained kneeling as the room emptied out. For herself, Min did not believe her legs could hold her up. The same phrases repeated over and over in her mind. "Oh, Siuan, why? I can't stay here. I can't." "We have had a few refugees through here," Brian said when the last of the villagers had gone. He leaned back in his chair, studying them. "But never as odd a threesome as you, a Domani, a Tairen." Siuan nodded curtly. She and Leane stood up, the slender, coppery-skinned woman delicately brushing her knees, Siuan simply standing. Min managed to join them on wobbly legs. "And you, Serenla." Once more he gave the ghost of a smile at the name. "Somewhere in the west of Andor, unless I mistake your accent." "Bear Lawn," she muttered, then bit her tongue too late. Someone might know Min was from Bear Lawn. "I've heard of nothing in the west to make refugees," he said in a questioning tone. When she remained silent, he did not press it. "After you have worked off your debt, you will be welcome to remain in my service. Life can be hard for those who've lost their homes, and even a maid's cot is better than sleeping under a bush." "Thank you, my lord," Leane said caressingly, making a curtsy so graceful that even in her rough riding dress it looked part of a dance. Min's echo was leaden, and she did not trust her knees for a curtsy. Siuan simply stood there staring at him and said nothing at all. "A pity your companion took your horses. 4 horses would reduce your debt by some." "He was a stranger and a rogue," Leane told him in a voice suitable for something far more intimate. "I, for one, am more than happy to exchange his protection for yours, my lord." Brian eyed her appreciatively, Min thought, but all he said was, "At least you will be safely away from the Nems at the manor." There was no reply for that. Min supposed scrubbing floors in Brian's manor would not be much different from scrubbing floors in the Nem farmhouse. "How do I get out of this? Light, how?" The silence went on, except for Brian drumming his fingers on the table. Min would have thought he was at a loss for what to say next, but she did not think this man was ever off balance. More likely he was irritated that only Leane appeared to be showing any gratitude. She supposed their sentence could have been much worse, from his point of view. Perhaps Leane's heated glances and stroking tones had worked after a fashion, but Min found herself wishing the woman had remained the way she was. Being hung up by the wrists in the village square would be better than this. Finally Carolyn returned, muttering to herself. She sounded prickly, reporting to Brian. "It will take days to get straight answers from those Nems, Lord Gareth. Adma would have 5 new barns and 50 cows if I let him. At least I believe there really was a purse, but as to how much was in it." She shook her head and sighed. "I will find out eventually. Joni is ready to take these girls to the manor, if you are done with them." "Take them away, Carolyn," Brian said, rising. "When you've sent them off, join me at the brickyard." He sounded weary again. "Thad Heron says he needs more water if he's to keep making bricks, and the light alone knows where I will find it for him." He strode out of the common room as if he had forgotten all about the 3 women who had just sworn to serve him. Joni turned out to be the wide, balding man who had come for them in the shed, waiting now in front of the inn beside a high-wheeled cart, enclosed by a round canvas cover with a lean brown horse in the shafts. A few of the villagers stood about to watch their departure, but most seemed to have gone back to their homes and out of the heat. Gareth Bryne was already far down the dirt street. "Joni will see you safely to the manor," Caroline said. "Do as you are told, and you will not find the life hard." For a moment she considered them, dark eyes nearly as sharp as Siuan's. Then she nodded to herself, as if satisfied, and hurried off after Bryne. Joni held the curtains open for them at the back of the cart, but let them clamber up unaided and find places to sit on the cart bed. There was not so much as a handful of straw for padding, and the heavy covering trapped the heat. He said not a word. The cart rocked as he climbed up on the driver's seat, hidden by the canvas. Min heard him cluck to the horse, and the cart lurched off, wheels creaking slightly, bumping over occasional potholes. There was just enough of a crack in the covering at the back for Min to watch the village dwindle behind them and vanish, replaced alternately by long thickets and rail-fenced fields. She felt too stunned to speak. Siuan's grand cause was to end scrubbing pots and floors. She should never have helped the woman, never stayed with her. She should have ridden for Tyr at the first opportunity. "Well," Leane said suddenly, "that worked out not badly at all." She was back to her usual brisk voice again, but there was a flush of excitement in it, and a high colour in her cheeks. "It could have been better, but practice will take care of that." Her low laugh was almost a giggle. "I never realized how much fun it would be, when I actually felt his pulse racing." For a moment she held out her hand, the way she had placed it on Bryne's wrist. "I don't think I ever felt so alive, so aware. Aunt Rosaria used to say men were better sport than hawks, but I never really understood until today." Holding herself against the sway of the cart, Min goggled at her. "You have gone mad," she said finally. "How many years have we sworn away? 2, 5. I suppose you hope Gareth Bryne will spend them dandling you on his knee. Well, I hope he turns you over it. Every day." The startled look on Leane's face did nothing for Min's temper. Did she expect Min to take it as calmly as she appeared to? But it was not Leane that Min was really angry with. She twisted around to glare at Siuan. "And you, when you decide to give up, you don't do it small. You just surrender like a lamb at slaughter. Why did you choose that oath? Light? Why?" "Because," Siuan replied, "it was the one oath I could be sure would keep him from setting people to watch us night and day, manor house or not." Lying half stretched out on the rough planks of the cart, she made it sound the most obvious thing in the world. And Leane appeared to agree with her. "You mean to break it?" Min said after a moment. It came out in a shocked whisper, but even so she glanced worriedly at the canvas curtains that hid Joni. She did not think he could have heard. "I mean to do what I must," Siuan said firmly, but just as softly. "In 2 or 3 days, when I can be sure they really aren't watching us especially, we will leave. I fear we must take horses, since ours are gone. Bryne must have good stables. I will regret that." And Leane just sat there like a cat with cream on her whiskers. She must have realized from the first that was why she had not hesitated in swearing. "You will regret stealing horses," Min said hoarsely. "You plan to break an oath anyone but a dark friend would keep, and you regret stealing horses? I can't believe either of you. I don't know either of you." "Do you really mean to stay and scrub pots?" Leane asked, her voice just as low as theirs, "when Rand is out there with your heart in his pocket?" Min glowered silently. She wished they had never learned she was in love with Randall Thor. Sometimes she wished she had never learned it. A man who barely knew she was alive, a man like that. What he was no longer seemed as important as the fact that he had never looked at her twice. But it was all of a piece, really. She wanted to say she would keep her oath, forget about Rand for however long it took her to work off her debt. Only, she could not open her mouth. Burn him. If I'd never met him, I wouldn't be in this pickle. When the silence between them had gone on far too long for Min's liking, broken only by the rhythmic creak of the wheels and the soft thud of the horse's hooves, Siuan spoke. "I mean to do as I swore to do. When I have finished what I must do first. I did not swear to serve him immediately. I was careful not to even imply it, strictly speaking. A fine point, I know, and one Gareth Bryne might not appreciate, but true all the same. Min sagged in amazement, letting herself lurch with the cart's slow motion. "You intend to run away, then come back in a few years and hand yourselves over to brine? The man will sell your hides to a tannery, our hides." Not until she said that did she realize she had accepted Siuan's solution. "Run away, then come back and DCS. I can't. I love Rand, and he wouldn't notice if Gareth Brine made me work in his kitchens the rest of my life. Not a man to cross, I agree," Siuan sighed. "I met him once before. I was terrified he might recognize my voice today. Faces may change, but voices don't." She touched her own face wonderingly, as she sometimes did, apparently unaware of doing so. "Faces do change," she murmured. Then her tone firmed. "I've paid heavy prices already for what I had to do, and I will pay this one, eventually. If you must drown or ride a lionfish, you ride and hope for the beast. That is all there is to it, Serena." "Being a servant is far from the future I would choose," Leane said, "but it is in the future, and who knows what may happen before. I can remember too well when I thought I had no future." A small smile appeared on her lips, her eyes half-closed dreamily, and her voice became velvet. "Besides, I don't think he will sell our hides at all. Give me a few years of practice and then a few minutes with Lord Gareth Brine, and he will greet us with open arms and put us up in his best rooms. He'll deck us with silks and offer his carriage to carry us wherever. We want to go." Min left her wrapped in her fantasy. Sometimes she thought the other two both lived in dream worlds. Something else occurred to her. A small thing, but it was beginning to irritate. "Ah, Mara, tell me something. I've noticed some people smile when you call me by name. Serenla. Brine did, and he said something about my mother having a premonition. Why?" "In the old tongue," Siuan replied. "It means stubborn daughter. You did have a stubborn streak when we first met, a mile wide and a mile deep. Siuan said that. Siuan, the most stubborn woman in the whole world." Her smile was as wide as her face. "Of course you do seem to be coming along. At the next village you might use Chilinda. That means wheat girl. Or maybe—" Suddenly the cart gave a harder lurch than any before, then picked up speed as if the horse were reaching for a gallop. Bumping around like grain on a chaffing sieve, the three women stared at one another in surprise. Then Siuan levered herself up and pulled aside the canvas hiding the driver's seat. Joni was gone. Throwing herself across the wooden seat, Siuan grabbed the reins and reared back, hauling the horse to a halt. Min threw open the back curtains, searching. The road ran through a thicket here, nearly a small forest of oak and elm, pine and leatherleaf. The dust of their short dash was still settling, some of it on Joni, where he lay sprawled by the side of the hard-packed dirt road, 60 or so paces back. Instinctively, Min leaped down and ran back to kneel beside the big man. He was still breathing, but his eyes were closed, and a bloody gash on the side of his head was coming up in a purple lump. Leane pushed her aside and felt Joni's head with sure fingers. "He will live," she said crisply. "Nothing seems broken, but he will have a headache for days after he wakes." Sitting back on her heels, she folded her hands, and her voice saddened. "There is nothing I can do for him in any case. Burn me. I promised myself I would not cry over it again." "The question," Min swallowed and started again. "The question is, do we load him in the back of the cart and take him on to the manor, or do we go? Light, I'm no better than Siuan." "We could carry him as far as the next farm," Leane said slowly. Siuan came up to them, leading the cart horse as if afraid the placid animal might bite. One glance at the man on the ground, and she frowned. "He never had that falling off the cart. I don't see root or rock here to cause it." She started studying the wood around them, and a man rode out of the trees on a tall black stallion, leading 3 mares, one shaggy and 2 hands shorter than the others. He was a tall man in a blue silk coat, with a sword at his side, his hair curling to broad shoulders, darkly handsome despite a hardening, as though misfortune had marked him deeply. And he was the last man Min expected to see. "Is this your work?" Siuan demanded of him. Loghain smiled as he reined in beside the cart, though there was little amusement in it. "A sling is a useful thing, Mara. You are lucky I am here. I didn't expect you to leave the village for some hours yet, and barely able to walk then." The local lord was indulgent, it seems. Abruptly his face went even darker, and his voice was rough stone. "Did you think I would leave you to your fate? Maybe I should have. You made promises to me, Mara. I want the revenge you promised. I followed you halfway to the Sea of Storms on this search, though you won't tell me what for. I've asked no questions as to how you plan to give me what you promised. But I will tell you this now. Your time is growing short. End your search soon, and deliver your promises, or I will leave you to find your own way. You'll quickly find most villages offer small sympathy to penniless strangers. 3 pretty women alone, the sight of this, he touched the sword at his hip, has kept you safe more times than you can know. Find what you are seeking soon, Mara. He had not been so arrogant at the beginning of their journey. Then he had been humbly thankful for their help, as humbly as a man like Loghain could manage anyway. It seemed that time and a lack of results had withered his gratitude. Siuan did not flinch away from his stare. I hope too, she said firmly, but if you want to go, then leave our horses and go. If you will row, get out of the boat and swim by yourself. See how far you get with your revenge alone. Loghain's big hands tightened on his reins until Min heard his knuckles crack. He shivered with emotions in strong check. I will stay a while longer, Mara, he said finally, a little while longer. For an instant, to Min's eyes, a halo flared around his head, a radiant crown of gold and blue. Siuan and Leane saw nothing, of course, though they knew what she could do. Sometimes she saw things about people, viewings, she called them, images or auras. Sometimes she knew what they meant. That woman would marry. That man would die. Small matters or grand events, joyous or bleak, there was never any rhyme or reason to who or where or when. Aes Sedai and warders always had auras. Most people never did. It was not always pleasant knowing. She had seen Loghain's halo before, and she knew what it meant. Glory to come. But for him, perhaps above all men, surely that made no sense at all. His horse and his sword and his coat had come from playing at dice, though Min was not certain how fair the games had been. He had nothing else, and no prospects except Siuan's promises, and how could Siuan ever keep them? His very name was likely a death sentence. It just made no sense. Loghain's humour returned as suddenly as it had gone. Pulling a fat, roughly woven purse from his belt, he jangled it at them. I've come by a few coins. We won't have to sleep in another barn for a while. We heard of it, Siuan said dryly. I suppose I should have expected no better from you. Think of it as a contribution to your search. She stretched out her hand, but he tied the purse back to his belt with a faintly mocking grin. I would not want to taint your hand with stolen coin, Mara. Besides, this way perhaps I can be sure you won't run off and leave me. Siuan looked as if she could have bitten a nail in two, but she said nothing. Standing in his stirrups, Loghain peered down the road toward Corre Springs. I see a flock of sheep coming this way, and a pair of boys. Time for us to ride. They'll carry word of this as fast as they can run. Settling back down, he glanced at Joni, still lying there unconscious. And they'll fetch help for that fellow. I don't think I hit him hard enough to hurt him badly. Min shook her head. The man continually surprised her. She would not have thought he would spare a second thought for a man whose head he had just cracked. Siuan and Leane wasted no time scrambling into their high-cantled saddles. Leane onto the grey mare she called Moonflower. Siuan onto Baela, the short, shaggy mare. It was more of a scramble for Siuan. She was no horsewoman. After weeks in the saddle, she still treated sedate Baela like a fiery-eyed warhorse. Leane handled Moonflower with effortless ease. Min knew she was somewhere in between. She climbed onto Wildrose, her bay, with considerably more grace than Siuan, considerably less than Leane. Do you think he will come after us? Min asked as they started south, away from Core Springs at a trot. She meant the question for Siuan, but it was Loghain who answered. The local lord? I doubt he thinks you important enough. Of course he may send a man, and he'll certainly spread your descriptions. We will ride as far as we can manage before stopping, and again tomorrow. It seemed he was taking charge. We aren't important enough, Siuan said, bouncing awkwardly in her saddle. She might have been wary of Baela, but the look she directed at Loghain's back said his challenge to her authority would not last long. For herself, Min hoped Brian considered them unimportant. He probably did, as long as he never learned their real names. Loghain quickened the stallion's pace, and she heeled Wildrose to keep up, putting her thoughts ahead, not behind. Tucking his leather gauntlets behind his sword-belt, Gareth Bryne picked up the curl-brimmed velvet hat from his writing table. The hat was the latest fashion from Caemlyn. Carolyn had seen to that. He had no care for fashion, but she thought he should dress suitably for his position, and it was the silks and velvets she laid out for him in the mornings. As he set the high-crowned hat on his head, he caught sight of his shadowy reflection in one of the study windows. Fitting that it was so wavery and thin. Squint as much as he would, his grey hat and grey silk coat, embroidered with silver scrolls down the sleeves and collar, looked nothing like the helmet and armour he was used to. That was over and done. And this. This was something to fill empty hours. That was all. "Are you certain you want to do this, Lord Gareth?" He turned from the window to where Carolyn stood beside her own writing table, across the room from his. Hers was piled with the estate account books. She had run his estates all the years he had been gone, and without doubt she still made a better job of it than he did. "If you had set them to work for Admer Nem, as the law required," she went on, "this would be none of your affair at all. But I did not," he told her, "and would not if I had it to do again. You know as well as I do, Nem and his male kin would be trying to corner those girls day and night. And Megan and the rest of the women would make their lives the pit of doom, that is, if all 3 girls didn't accidentally fall down a well and drown. Even Megan would not use a well," Carolyn said dryly, "not with the weather we've been having. Still, I take your point, Lord Gareth, but they have had most of a day and a night to run in any direction. You will locate them as soon by sending out word of them, if they can be found. Thad can find them." Thad was over 70, but he could still track yesterday's wind across stone by moonlight, and he had been more than happy to turn the brickyard over to his son. "If you say so, Lord Gareth." She and Thad did not get on. "Well, when you bring them back, I can certainly use them in the house." Something in her voice, casual as it was, pricked his attention, a touch of satisfaction. Practically from the day he arrived home, Carolyn had introduced a succession of pretty maids and farm girls into the manor house, all willing and eager to help the lord forget his miseries. "They are oath-breakers, Carolyn. I fear it's the fields for them." A brief, exasperated tightening of her lips confirmed his suspicions, but she kept her tone indifferent. "The other 2 perhaps, Lord Gareth, but the Domani girl's grace would be wasted in the fields, and would suit serving at table very well. A remarkably pretty young woman. Still, it will be as you wish, of course." So that was the one Carolyn had picked out. A remarkably pretty young woman indeed, though oddly different from the Domani women he had met. A touch hesitant here, a touch too fast there. Almost as if she were just now trying out her arts for the first time. That was impossible, of course. Domani women trained their daughters to twine men around their fingers almost from the cradle. Not that she had been ineffective, he admitted, if Carolyn had sprung her on him among the farm girls. All remarkably pretty. So why was it not her face that kept filling his mind? Why did he find himself thinking of a pair of blue eyes, challenging him as though wishing she had a sword, afraid, and refusing to yield to fear? Mara Tamanis. He had been sure she was one to keep her word, even without oaths. "I will bring her back," he muttered to himself. "I will know why she broke oath." "As you say, my lord," Carolyn said. "I thought she might do for your bedchamber maid. Seela is getting a bit old to be running up and down the stairs to fetch for you at night." Bryne blinked at her. "What? Oh, the Domani girl." He shook his head at Carolyn's foolishness. But was he being any less foolish? He was the lord here. He should remain here to take care of his people. Yet Carolyn had taken better care than he knew how. All the years he was gone, he knew camps and soldiers and campaigns, and maybe a bit of how to maneuver in court intrigues. She was right. He should take off his sword and this fool hat and have Carolyn write out their descriptions, and instead, he said, keep a close eye on Admer Nem and his kin. They'll try to cheat you as much as they can. "As you say, my lord." The words were perfectly respectful. The tone told him to go teach his grandfather to shear sheep. Chuckling to himself, he went outside. The manor house was really little more than a tremendously overgrown farmhouse. 2 rambling stories of brick and stone under a slate roof, added to again and again by generations of Brynes. House Brian had owned this land, or it had owned them, since Andor was wrought from the wreckage of Artur Hawkwing's empire 1,000 years before, and for all that time it had sent its sons off to fight Andor's wars. He would fight no more wars, but it was too late for House Brian. There had been too many wars, too many battles. He was the last of the blood. No wife, no son, no daughter. The line ended with him. All things had to end. The wheel of time turned. 20 men waited beside saddled horses on the stone-paved yard in front of the manor house, men even greyer than he, mostly, if they had hair. Experienced soldiers all, former squadmen, squadron leaders and bannermen who had served with him at one time or another in his career. Joni Chagrin, who had been senior bannerman of the guards, was right at the front with a bandage around his temples, though Brian knew for a fact his daughters had set their children to keep him in his bed. He was one of the few who had any family, here or anywhere else. Most had chosen to come serve Gareth Brine again, rather than drink away their pensions over reminiscences no one but another old soldier wanted to hear. All wore swords belted over their coats, and a few carried long, steel-tipped lances that had hung for years on a wall until this morning. Every saddle had a fat blanket roll behind, and bulging saddlebags, plus a pot or kettle and full water bags, just as if they were riding out on campaign instead of a week's jaunt to chase down 3 women who set fire to a barn. Here was a chance to relive old days, or pretend to. He wondered if that was what was rousting him out. He was certainly too old to go riding off after a set of pretty eyes on a woman young enough to be his daughter, maybe his granddaughter. I am not that big a fool, he told himself firmly. Caroline could manage things better with him not getting in the way. A lanky bay gelding came galloping up the oak lane that led down to the road, and the rider threw himself out of the saddle before the animal came to a full stop. The man half stumbled but still managed to put fist to. Heart in a proper salute. Barim Hale, who served under him as a senior squadman years ago, was hard and wiry, with a leather egg for a head and white eyebrows that seemed to be trying to make up for the lack of other hair. "You've been recalled to Caemlyn, my Captain General," he panted. "No," Brian said, too sharply. "What do you mean, riding in here as though you had Caerhinin cavalry on your tail?" Some of the other horses were frisking, catching the bay's mood. "Never rode that hard unless we was chasing them, my lord." Barim's grin faded when the man saw he was not laughing. "Well, my lord, I seen the horses, and I reckoned—" The man took another look at his face and cut off that line. "Well, actually, I got some news, too. I've been over to New Braham to see my sister, and I heard plenty." New Braham was older than Andor. Old. Braham had been destroyed in the Trolloc Wars 1,000 years before Artur Hawkwing, and it was a good place for news. A middling-sized border town, well to the east of his estates, on the road from Caemlyn to Tar Valon. Even with Morgase's current attitude, the merchants would keep that road busy. "Well, out with it, man." "If there's news, what is it?" Just trying to figure where to start, my lord." Barim straightened unconsciously, as though making a report. "Most important, I reckon, they say, Tyr has fallen. Aielman took the stone itself, and the sword that cannot be touched has flat been touched. Somebody drew it, they say." "And Aielman drew it," Brian said incredulously. "And Aiel would die before he touched a sword. He had seen it happen in the Aiel War, though it was said Callandor was not really a sword at all, whatever that meant." "They didn't say, my lord. I heard names, Wren somebody or other most often, but they was talking it like fact, not rumour, like everybody knew." Brian's forehead creased in a frown. Worse than troubling, if true. If Callandor had been drawn, then the dragon was reborn. According to the prophecies, that meant the last battle was coming, the Dark One breaking free. The Dragon Reborn would save the world, so the prophecies said, and destroy it. This was news enough by itself to have set Halley galloping, if he had thought twice. But the leathery fellow was not finished. "Word come down from Tar Valon is near as big, my lord. They say there's a new Amyrlin seat. Elaida, my lord," who was the Queen's adviser. Blinking suddenly, Halley hurried on. Morgase was forbidden ground, and every man on the estate knew it, though Brian had never said so. "They say the old Amyrlin, Siuan Sanche, was stilled and executed, and Logan died too, that false dragon they caught and gentled last year. They talked it like it was true, my lord." Some of them claimed they was in Tar Valon when it all happened. Loghain was no great news, even if he had started a war in Ghealdan by claiming to be the Dragon Reborn. There had been several false dragons the last few years. He could channel, though, that was a fact, until the Aes Sedai gentled him. Well, he was not the first man to be caught and gentled, cut off from the power so he could never channel again. They said men like that, whether false dragons or just poor fools the Red Ajar took against, never lived long. It was said they gave up wanting to live. Siuan Sanch, though, that was news. He had met her once, nearly 3 years ago, a woman who demanded obedience and gave no reasons, tough as an old boot, with a tongue like a file and a temper like that of a bear with a sore tooth. He would have expected her to tear any upstart claimant limb from limb with her bare hands. Stilling was the same as gentling for a man, but more rare by far, especially for an Amyrlin seat. Only 2 Amyrlins in 3,000 years had suffered that fate, so far as the Tower admitted. Though it was possible they could have hidden 24 more, the Tower was very good at hiding what they wanted. Hidden. But an execution on top of stilling seemed unnecessary. It was said women survived stilling no better than men did gentling. It all stank of trouble. Everyone knew the Tower had secret alliances, strings tied to thrones and powerful lords and ladies. With a new Amyrlin raised in this fashion, some would surely try to test whether the Aes Sedai still watched as closely. And once this fellow in Tyr quelled any opposition, not that there was likely to be much if he really did have the stone, he would move against Ilian or Caerhien. The question was, how quickly could he move? Would forces be gathered against him, or for him? He had to be the true Dragon Reborn, but the houses would go both ways, and the people too. And if petty squabbles broke out because the Tower, old fool, he muttered. Seeing Barim give a start, he added, "Not you, another old fool." None of this was his affair any longer, except to decide which way House Bryne went when the time came. Not that anyone would care, except to know whether or not to attack him. Bryne had never been a powerful house, or large. My lord?" Barim glanced at the men waiting with their horses. "Do you think you might need me, my lord?" Without even asking where or why. He was not the only one bored with country life. "Catch up to us when you have your gear together. We'll be heading south on the Four Kings Road to start." Barim saluted and dashed away, dragging his horse behind him. Climbing into his saddle, Bryne swung his arm forward without a word, and the men fell into a column of 2s behind him as they headed down the oak lane. He meant to have answers. If he had to take this Mara by the scruff of the neck and shake her, he would have answers. The High Lady Eltimer relaxed as the gates of the Royal Palace of Andor swung open and her carriage rolled in. She had not been certain they would open. It had surely taken long enough to get a note taken in, and longer still to have a reply. Her maid, a thin girl acquired here in Caemlyn, goggled and all but bounced on the seat across from her at the excitement of actually entering the palace. Snapping open her lace fan, Eltimer tried to cool herself. It was still well short of midday. The heat would grow worse yet. To think she had always thought of Andor as cool. Hastily she reviewed what she meant to say one last time. She was a pretty woman. She knew exactly how pretty, with large brown eyes that made some mistakenly think her innocent, even harmless. She knew she was neither, but it suited her very well to have others believe her so, especially here today. This carriage had taken almost the last of the gold she had managed to carry away when she fled Tyr. If she was to re-establish herself, she needed powerful friends, and there was none more powerful in Andor than the woman she had come to see. The carriage halted near a fountain in a column-ringed courtyard, and a servant in red and white livery rushed to open the door. Eltimer barely glanced at the courtyard or the serving man. Her mind was all on the meeting ahead. Black hair spilled to the middle of her back from beneath a close-fitting cap of seed pearls, and more pearls lined the tiny pleats of her high-necked gown of watery green silk. She had met Morgase once, briefly, 5 years ago during a state visit, a woman who radiated power, as reserved and stately as one should expect of a queen, and also proper in the Andoran way, which meant prim. The rumours in the city that she had a lover, a man not much liked, it seemed, did not fit that very well, of course. But from what Altima remembered, the formality of the gown and the high neck should please Morgase. As soon as Altima's slippers were firmly on the paving stones, the maid, Cara, leaped down and began fussing over the fall of the pleats. Until Altima snapped her fan shut and slapped the girl's wrist with it, a courtyard was no place for that. Cara, such a foolish name, flinched back, clutching her wrist with a wounded look and the beginnings of tears. Altima compressed her lips in irritation. The girl did not even know how to take mild reproof. She had been fooling herself. The girl would not do. She was too obviously untrained. But a lady had to have a maid, especially if she was to differentiate herself from the mass of refugees in Andor. She had seen men and women labouring in the sun, even begging in the streets, while wearing the remnants of Caerhienin nobles' garb. She thought she had recognized one or two. Perhaps she should take one of them in service, who could know the duties of a lady's maid better than a lady, and if they were reduced to working with their hands, they should leap at the chance. It might be amusing to have a former friend for a maid. Too late for today, though. And an untrained maid, a local girl, said a little too clearly that Altima was at the edge of her resources, only one step removed from those beggars herself. She put on a look of concerned gentleness. "Did I hurt you, Cara?" she said sweetly. "Remain here in the carriage and soothe your wrist. I am certain someone will bring you cool water to drink." The mindless gratitude on the girl's face was stupefying. The liveried men, well trained, stood looking at nothing at all. Still, word of Altima's kindness would spread if she knew anything about servants. A tall young man appeared before her in the white-collared red coat and burnished breastplate of the Queen's Guard, bowing with a hand to his sword he lit. "I am Guardsman, Lieutenant Talonvor, High Lady. If you will come with me, I will escort you to Queen Morgase." He offered an arm, which she took, but otherwise she was scarcely aware of him. She had no interest in soldiers unless generals and lords. As he attended her down broad corridors seemingly full of scurrying men and women in livery, they took care not to impede her way, of course. She subtly examined the fine wall hangings, the ivory inlaid chests and high chests, the bowls and vases of chased gold or silver or thin seafolk porcelain. The Royal Palace did not display as much wealth as the Stone of Tyr, but Andor was still a wealthy land, perhaps even as wealthy as Tyr. An older lord would do nicely, malleable for a woman still young, perhaps a touch feeble and infirm. With vast estates, that would be a beginning, while she found out exactly where the strings of power lay in Andor. A few words exchanged with Morgase some years ago were not much of an introduction, but she had that which a powerful queen must want and need: information. Finally, Talonvor ushered her into a large sitting room with a high ceiling painted in birds and clouds and open sky, where ornately carved and gilded chairs stood before a polished white marble fireplace. A part of Altima's mind noted with amusement that the wide red and gold carpet was Tyrene work. The young man went to one knee. "My queen," he said in a suddenly rough voice, "as you have commanded, I bring you the High Lady Altima of Tyr." Morgase waved him away. "You are welcome, Altima. It is good to see you again. Sit, and we will talk." Altima managed a curtsy and murmured thanks before taking a chair. Envy curdled inside her. She had remembered Morgase as a beautiful woman, but the golden-haired reality told her how pale that memory had grown. Morgase was a rose in full bloom, ready to overshadow every other flower. Altima did not blame the young soldier for stumbling on his way out. She was just glad he was gone, so she would not have to be aware of him looking at the two of them, comparing. Yet there were changes, too, vast changes. Morgase, by the grace of the light, Queen of Andor, defender of the realm, protector of the people, high seat of House Trakand, so very reserved and stately and proper, wore a gown of shimmering white silk that showed. Enough bosom to shock a tavern maid in the mall. It clung to hip and thigh close enough to suit a Tarabona jade. The rumours were clearly true. Morgase had a lover, and for her to have altered so much, it was equally clear that she tried to please this Gabriel, not make him please her. Morgase still radiated power and a presence that filled the room, but that dress transformed both to something less. Altima was doubly glad she had worn a high neck. A woman that deep in a man's thrall could lash out in a jealous rage on the smallest provocation, or none at all. If she met Gabriel, she would present him as near indifference as civility would allow. Even being suspected of thinking of poaching Morgase's lover could get her a hangman's noose instead of a rich husband on his last legs. She herself would have done the same. A woman in red and white livery brought wine, an excellent Mirandian, and poured it into crystal goblets deeply engraved with the rearing Lion of Andor. As Morgase took a goblet, Altima noticed her ring, a golden serpent eating its own tail. The great serpent ring was worn by some women who had trained in the White Tower, as Morgase had, without becoming Aes Sedai, as well as by Aes Sedai themselves. It was a 1,000-year tradition for the queens of Andor to be tower-trained. But rumours were on every lip of a break between Morgase and Tar Valon, and the anti-Aes Sedai sentiment in the streets could have been quashed quickly had Morgase wanted to. Why was she still wearing the ring? Altima would be careful of her words until she knew the answer. The liveried woman withdrew to the far end of the room, out of earshot, but close enough to see when the wine needed replenishing. Taking a sip, Morgase said, "It is long since we met. Is your husband well? Is he in Caemlyn with you?" Hastily, Altima shuffled her plans. She had not thought Morgase knew she had a husband, but she had always been able to think on the run. Tadosian was well when I last saw him. The light said he died soon, as well to get on with it. He was of some question about serving this Randall Thor, and that is a dangerous chasm to straddle. Why, lords have been hung as if they were common criminals. Randall Thor, Morgase mused softly. I met him once. He did not look like one who would name himself the Dragon Reborn, a frightened shepherd boy trying not to show it, yet thinking back he seemed to be looking for some escape. Her blue eyes looked inward. Elaida warned me of him. She seemed unaware of having spoken those last words. Elaida was your adviser then, Altima said cautiously. She knew it was so, and it made the rumours of a break all the more difficult to believe. She had to know if it was true. You have replaced her, now that she is Amyrlin? Morgase's eyes snapped back into focus. I have not. The next instant her voice softened again. My daughter, Elaine, is training in the tower. She has already been raised to the Accepted. Altima fluttered her fan, hoping sweat was not breaking out on her forehead. If Morgase did not know her own feelings toward the tower, there was no way to speak safely. Her plans teetered on the edge of a precipice. Then Morgase rescued them, and her. You say your husband was of two minds about Randall Thor. And you? She nearly sighed with relief. Morgase might be behaving like an untutored farm girl over this Gabriel, but she still had her sense when it came to power and possible dangers to her realm. I observed him closely, of course, in the stone. That should plant the seed, if it needed planting. He can channel, and a man who can channel is always to be feared. Yet he is the Dragon Reborn. There is no doubt. The stone fell, and Calendor was in his hand when it did. The prophecies. I fear I must leave decisions of what to do about the Dragon Reborn to those who are wiser than I. I only know that I am afraid to remain where he rules. Even a High Lady of Tyr cannot match the courage of the Queen of Andor. The golden-haired woman gave her a shrewd look that made her afraid she had overdone the flattery. Some did not like it too open. But Morgase merely leaned back in her chair and sipped her wine. Tell me about him, this man who is supposed to save us and destroy us doing it. Success, or at least the beginnings of it. He is a dangerous man beyond any question of the power. A lion seems lazy, half asleep until suddenly he charges. Then he is all speed and power. Randall Thor seems innocent, not lazy, and naive, not asleep. But when he charges, he has no proper respect for person or position at all. I did not exaggerate when I said he is hanged lords. He is a breeder of anarchy. In Tyr, under his new laws, even a high lord or lady can be called before a magistrate, to be fined or worse, on the charges of the meanest peasant or fisherman. He, comma. She kept strictly to the truth as she saw it. She could tell the truth as quickly as a lie, when it was necessary. Morgase sipped her wine and listened. Altima might have thought her lounging indolently, except that her eyes showed she was taking in every word and storing it. You must understand, Altima finished, that I have only touched the surface. Rand Thor and what he has done in Tyr are subjects for ours." "You will have them," Morgase said, and in her mind Ultima smiled. Success. "Is it true," the Queen went on, "that he brought Aiel with him to the stone?" "Oh yes. Great savages with their faces hidden half the time, and even the women ready to kill as soon as look. They followed him like dogs, terrorizing everyone, and took whatever they wanted from the stone." "I had thought it must be the wildest rumor," Morgase reflected. "There have been rumors this past year, but they have not come out of the waste in 20 years, not since the Aiel War. The world certainly does not need this Randall Thor bringing the Aiel down on us again." Her look sharpened again. "You said followed." "They have gone," Ultima nodded, "just before I left here, and he went with them." "With them!" Morgase exclaimed. "I feared he was in Caerhien right this." "You have a guest, Morgase. I should have been told, so I could greet her." A big man strode into the room, tall, his gold-embroidered red silk coat fitting massive shoulders and a deep chest. Ultima did not need to see the radiant look on Morgase's face to name him as Lord Gabriel. The assurance with which he had interrupted the Queen did that. He lifted a finger, and the serving woman curtsied and left quickly. He did not ask Morgase's permission to dismiss her servants from her presence either. He was darkly handsome, incredibly so, with wings of white at his temples. Composing her face to commonplace, Ultima put on a marginally welcoming smile, suitable for an elderly uncle with neither power, wealth, nor influence. He might be gorgeous, but even if he did not belong to Morgase, he was not a man she would try manipulating unless she absolutely had to. There was perhaps even more of an air of power about him than about Morgase. Gabriel stopped by Morgase and put his hand on her bare shoulder in a very familiar way. She clearly came close to resting her cheek on the back of his hand, but his eyes were on Ultima. She was used to men looking at her, but these eyes made her shift uneasily. They were far too penetrating, saw far too much. "You come from Tyr." The sound of his deep voice sent a tingle through her. Her skin, even her bones, felt as though she had been dipped in icy water, but oddly, her momentary anxiety melted. It was Morgase who answered. Ultima could not seem to find her tongue with him watching her. "This is the High Lady Ultima, Gabriel. She has been telling me all about the Dragon Reborn. She was in the Stone of Tyr when it fell. Gabriel, there really were Aiel." The pressure of his hand cut her off. Irritation flashed across her face, but then it was gone, replaced by a smile beaming up at him. His eyes, still on Ultima, sent that shiver through her again, and this time she gasped aloud. "So much talking must have fatigued you, Morgase," he said without shifting his gaze. "You do too much. Go to your bedchamber and sleep. Go now. I will wake you when you have rested enough." Morgase stood immediately, still smiling at him devotedly. Her eyes seemed slightly glazed. "Yes, I am tired. I will take a nap now, Gabriel." She glided from the room with never a glance at Ultima, but Ultima's attention was all on Gabriel. Her heart beat faster, her breath quickened. He was surely the handsomest man she had ever seen, the grandest, the strongest, the most powerful. Superlatives rolled through her mind like a flood. Gabriel paid no more attention to Morgase's leaving than she did. Taking the chair the Queen had vacated, he leaned back with his boots stretched out in front of him. "Tell me why you came to Caemlyn, Ultima." Again the chill ran through her. "The absolute truth, but keep it brief. You can give me details later if I want them." She did not hesitate. "I tried to poison my husband and had to flee before Tadoshan, and that trull Estander could kill me instead, or worse. Randall Thor meant to let them do it, as an example." Telling made her cringe. Not because it was a truth she had kept hidden so much as because she found she wanted to please him more than anything else in the world, and she feared that he might send her away. But he wanted the truth. "I chose Caemlyn because I could not bear Ilion, and though Andor is little better, Caerhien is in near ruins. In Caemlyn I can find a wealthy husband, or one who thinks he is my protector if need be, and use his power too." He stopped her with a wave of his hand, chuckling, "A vicious little cat, though pretty. Perhaps pretty enough to keep with your teeth and claws drawn." Suddenly his face became more intent. "Tell me what you know of Randall, Thor, and especially his friends, if he has any, his companions, his allies." She told him, talking until her mouth and throat went dry, and her voice cracked and rasped. She never raised her goblet until he told her to drink. Then she gulped the wine down and spoke on. She could please him. She could please him better than Morgase could think of. The maids working in Morgase's bedchamber dropped hasty curtsies, surprised to see her there in the middle of the morning. Waving them out of the room, she climbed onto her bed, still in her dress. For a time she lay staring at the gilded carvings of the bedposts. No lions of Andor here, but roses. For the rose crown of Andor, but roses suited her better than lions. Stop being stubborn, she chided herself, then wondered why. She had told Gabriel she was tired, and... or had he told her? Impossible. She was the Queen of Andor, and no man told her to do anything. Gareth. Now, why had she thought of Gareth Bryne? He had certainly never told her to do anything. The Captain General of the Queen's Guards obeyed the Queen, not the other way around. But he had been stubborn, entirely capable of digging in his heels, until she came around to his way. Why am I thinking of him? I wish he were here. That was ridiculous. She had sent him away for opposing her, about what no longer seemed quite clear, but that was not important. He had opposed her. She could remember the feeling she had had for him only dimly, as though he had been gone for years. Surely it had not been so long. Stop being stubborn. Her eyes closed, and she fell immediately into sleep, a sleep troubled by restless dreams of running from something she could not see. High in the city of Rhuidean, Randall Thor looked out from a tall window. Whatever glass might have once been in it was long since gone. The shadows below slanted sharply eased. A bard harp played softly in the room behind him. Sweat evaporated from his face almost as soon as it appeared. His red silk coat, damp between the shoulders, hung open in a fruitless bid for air, and his shirt was unlaced half down his chest. Night in the Aiel waste would bring freezing cold, but during daylight even a breeze was never cool. With his hands above his head on the smooth stone window frame, his coat sleeves fell down to reveal the front part of the figure wrapped around each forearm, a golden-maned, serpentine creature with eyes like the sun. Scaled in scarlet and gold, each foot tipped with 5 golden claws. Part of his skin they were, not tattoos. They glittered like precious metals, and polished gems seemed almost alive in the late afternoon sunlight. Those marked him, to the people on this side of the mountain range, variously called the Dragon Wall or the Spine of the World, as he who comes with the dawn. And like the herons branded into his palms, they marked him for those beyond the Dragon Wall too, according to the prophecies, as the Dragon Reborn. In both cases prophesied to unite, save, and destroy. They were names he would have avoided if he could, but that time was long past if it had ever existed, and he no longer thought of it. Or if he did on rare occasion, it was with the faint regret of a man recalling a foolish dream of his boyhood, as if he were not close enough to boyhood to remember every minute. Instead, he tried to think only of what he had to do. Fate and duty held him on the path like a rider's reins, but he had often been called stubborn. The end of the road must be reached, but if it could be attained by a different way, maybe it need not be the end. Small chance. No chance, almost certainly. The prophecies demanded his blood. Rhuidean stretched below him, seared by a sun still pitiless as it sank toward craggy mountains, bleak, with barely a sign of vegetation. This rugged, broken land, where men had killed or died over a pool of water they could step across, was the last place on earth anyone would think to find a great city. Its long-ago builders had never finished their work. Impossibly tall buildings dotted the city, stepped and slab-sided palaces that sometimes ended after 8 or even 10 stories, not with a roof, but with the ragged masonry of another half-built floor. The towers soared higher yet, but stopped in jagged abruptness as often as not. Now a good quarter of the great structures, with their massive columns and immense windows of coloured glass, lay strewn as rubble across wide avenues with broad strips of bare dirt down their centres, dirt that had never held the trees they were planned for. The marvellous fountains stood dry as they had for hundreds upon hundreds of years. All that futile labour, the builders finally dying with their work undone, yet at times Rand thought that maybe the city had only been begun so he could find it. Too proud, he thought. A man would have to be half mad, at least, to be so proud. He could not help chuckling dryly. There had been Aes Sedai with the men and women who had come here so long ago, and they had known the Kara-Ethan cycle, the prophecies of the dragon. Or perhaps they had written the prophecies, too proud by tenfold. Directly below him lay a vast plaza, half covered in stretching shadow, littered with a jumble of statues and crystal chairs, oddities and peculiar shapes of metal or glass or stone, things he could put no name to, scattered about in tangled heaps as if deposited by a storm. Even the shadows were cool, only by comparison. Rough-clothed men, not Aiel, sweated to load wagons with items chosen by a short, slender woman in pristine blue silk, straight-backed and gliding from place to place, as though the heat did not press down on her as hard as on the others. Still, she wore a damp white cloth tied around her temples. She just did not let herself show the effects of the sun. Rand would have wagered she did not even perspire. The workmen's leader was a dark, bulky man named Hadnan Kadere, a supposed merchant, dressed all in cream-coloured silk that was sweat-sodden today. He mopped his face continually with a large handkerchief, shouting curses at the men, his wagon drivers and guards. But he leaped as quickly as they to haul at whatever the slim woman pointed out, big or small. Aes Sedai had no need of size to impose their will, but Rand thought Moiraine would have done as well if she had never been near the White Tower. Two of the men were trying to move what appeared to be an oddly twisted redstone doorframe. The corners did not meet properly, and the eye did not want to follow the straight pieces. It stayed upright, turning freely but refusing to tip over however they manhandled it. Then one slipped and fell through the doorway up to his waist. Rand tensed. For a moment, the fellow seemed not to exist above the waist. His legs kicked wildly in panic. Until Leane, a tall man in drab shades of green, strode over and hauled him out again by his belt. Leane was Moiraine's warder, bonded to her in some way Rand did not understand, and a hard man who moved like the Aiel, like a hunting wolf. The sword at his hip did not seem part of him. It was part of him. He dropped the workman on the paving stones on the seat of his breeches and left him there. The fellow's terrified cries rose thinly to Rand, and his companion looked ready to run. Several of Kadere's men, who had been close enough to see, were looking at one another and at the mountains around the city, plainly assessing their chances. Moiraine appeared among them so quickly, it seemed, by the power, moving smoothly from man to man. Her manner made Rand almost hear the cool, imperious instructions coming from her lips, so full of certainty that they would be obeyed, that not obeying would seem foolish. In short order she overrode resistance, stamped firmly on objections, chivied them everyone back to work. The pair with the doorframe were soon dragging and shoving as hard as ever, if with frequent looks at Moiraine when they thought she would not see. In her own way, she was even harder than Leane. As far as Rand knew, all of those things down there were Angriel or Sa-Angriel or Ter-Angriel, made before the breaking of the world, to magnify the one power or use it in various ways. Made with the power, certainly, though not even Aes Sedai knew how to construct such things now. He more than suspected the use of the twisted doorframe, a doorway to another world, but for the rest he had no idea. No one did. That was why Moiraine worked so hard to have as many as she could carted to the tower for study. It was possible that even the tower did not contain as many objects of the power as lay about this square, though supposedly the tower held the largest collection in the world. Even there the tower only knew the uses of some. What was in the wagons or tossed about on the pavement did not interest Rand. He had already taken what he needed from down there. Had already taken more than he wanted in some ways. In the centre of the plaza, near the burned remains of a great tree 100 feet high, stood a small forest of tall glass columns, each nearly as tall as the tree, and so slender it seemed the first storm wind must bring. Them all crashing down, even with an edge of shadow touching them, the columns caught and refracted the sunlight in glitters and sparkles. For countless years Aielman had entered that array and returned marked as Rand was, but on only one arm, marked as clan chiefs. They came out, marked, or did not come out. Aiel women had come to this city as well, on the path toward becoming wise ones. No one else, not, and live. A man may go to Rhuidean once, a woman twice, more means death. That was what the wise ones had said, and it had been truth then. Now anyone could enter Rhuidean. Hundreds of Aiel walked the streets, and increasing numbers actually dwelled in the buildings. Each day, more of the dirt strips down the streets showed beans or squash or zemi, arduously watered from clay pots hauled from the huge new lake that filled the south end of the valley, the only such body of water in the entire land. Thousands made their camps in the surrounding mountains, even on Chandar itself, where before they had come only with ceremony to send a single man or woman at a time into Rhuidean. Wherever he went, Rand brought change and destruction. This time he hoped against hope that the change was for the good. It might yet be so. The burned tree mocked him. Aviendha Sora, the legendary Tree of Life, the stories never said where it was, and it had been a surprise to find it here. Moiraine said it still lived, that it would put out shoots again, but so far he saw only blackened bark and bare branches. With a sigh, he turned from the window into a big room, though not the biggest in Rhuidean, with tall windows on two sides, its domed ceiling worked in a fanciful mosaic of winged people and animals. Most of the furniture left in the city had long since rotted away even in the dryness, and much of the little that remained was riddled with beetles and worms. But on the far side of the room stood one high-backed chair, solid, and its gilding largely intact, but mismatched with its table, a wide thing with legs and edges thickly carved in flowers. Someone had polished the wood with beeswax till it shone dully, despite its age. The Aiel had found them for him, though they shook their heads at such things. There were few trees in the waste that could have produced wood straight and long enough to make that chair, and none to make the table. That was all the furniture, as he thought of it. A fine silk Ileana carpet in blue and gold, booty in some long-ago battle, covered the middle of the dark red floor tiles. Cushions lay scattered about in bright silks and tasselled. Those were what Aiel used instead of chairs when they did not merely sit on their heels, as comfortable as he would be in a padded chair. 6 men reclined against cushions on the carpet, 6 clan chiefs representing the clans that had so far come to follow Rand, or rather to follow he who comes with the dawn, not always eagerly. He thought Ruach, a broad-shouldered, blue-eyed man with heavy streaks of grey in his dark red hair, might have some friendship for him, but not the rest. Only 6 of the 12. Ignoring the chair, Rand sat down cross-legged, facing the Aiel. Outside of Rhuidean, the only chairs in the waste were chief's chairs, used only by the chief, and only for 3 reasons: to be acclaimed as clan chief, to accept the submission of an enemy with honour, or to pass judgment. Taking the chair with these men now would imply that he meant to do one of those. They wore the Cadenzor, coats and breeches in shades of brown and grey that would fade into the ground, and soft boots that laced to the knee. Even here, meeting with the man they had proclaimed the Kara Khan, the chief of chiefs, each had a heavy-bladed knife at his belt, and the grey-brown shufa draped like a wide scarf around his neck, if any man covered. His face with the black veil that was part of the shufa he would be ready to kill. It was not beyond possibility. These men had fought one another in a never-ending cycle of clan raids and battles and feuds. They watched him, waited for him, but an Aiel's waiting always spoke of a readiness to move, suddenly and violently. Bile, the tallest man Rand had ever seen, and Geran, blade slender and whip-quick, lay as far from one another as they could manage, and still be on the carpet. There was blood feud between Bael's Goshen and Jehan Shahad, suppressed for he who comes with the dawn but not forgotten, and perhaps the peace of Rhuidean still held, despite all that had happened. Still, the tranquil sounds of the harp made a sharp contrast with the hard refusal of Bael and Geran to look at one another. 6 sets of eyes, blue or green or grey, in sun-dark faces, Aiel could make hawks look tame. "What must I do to bring the rain to me?" he said. "You were sure they would come, Ruach." The chief of the Tardad looked at him calmly. His face could have been carved stone for all its expression. "Wait. Only that. Teheric will bring them. Eventually." White-haired Han, lying next to Ruach, twisted his mouth as if about to spit. His leathery face wore a sour look, as usual. Deheric has seen too many men and maidens sit staring for days, then throw down their spears. "Throw them down!" "And run away," Bael added quietly. "I have seen them myself, among the Goshen, even from my own sept, running. And you, Han, among the Tomanel, we all have. I do not think they know where they are running to, only what they are running from." "Cowardly snakes," Geron barked. Grey streaked his light brown hair. There were no young men among Aiel clan chiefs. Stinkadders wriggling away from their own shadows. A slight shift of his blue eyes toward the far side of the carpet made it clear he meant it for a description of the Goshian, not just those who had thrown down their spears. Bael made as if to rise, his face hardening further if that was possible, but the man next to him put a quieting hand on his arm. Bruin of the Nakai was big enough and strong enough for 2 blacksmiths, but he had a placid nature that seemed odd for an Aiel. "All of us have seen men and maidens run." He sounded almost lazy, and his grey eyes looked so, yet Rand knew otherwise. Even Ruach considered Bruin a deadly fighter and a devious tactician. Luckily, not even Ruach was stronger for Rand than Bruin. But he had come to follow he who comes with the dawn. He did not know Rand or Thor. As you have, Geron, you know how hard it was to face what they face. If you cannot name coward those who died because they could not face it, can you name coward those who run for the same reason? "They should never have learned," Han muttered, kneading his red-tasseled blue cushion like an enemy's throat. "It was for those who could enter Rhuidean and live." He spoke the words to no one in particular, but they had to be for Rand's ears. It was Rand who would reveal to everyone what a man learned amid the glass columns in the plaza, revealed enough that the chiefs and wise ones could not turn aside when asked the rest. If there was an Aiel in the waste, who did not know the truth now, he had not spoken to anyone in a month. Far from the glorious heritage of battle most believed in, the Aiel had begun as helpless refugees from the breaking of the world. Everyone who survived had been refugees then, of course, but the Aiel had never seen themselves as helpless. Worse, they had been followers of the Way of the Leaf, refusing to do violence even in defense of their lives. Aiel meant dedicated in the old tongue, and it had been to peace that they were dedicated. Those who called themselves Aiel today were the descendants of those who had broken a pledge of untold generations. Only one remnant of that belief remained. An Aiel would die before taking up a sword. They had always believed it a part of their pride, of their separateness from those who lived outside the waste. He had heard Aiel say that they had committed some sin to be placed in the desolate waste. Now they knew what it was. The men and women who had built Rhuidean and died here, those called the Gen Aiel, the clan that was not, on the few occasions they were spoken of, had been the ones who kept faith with the Aes Sedai of the time before. The breaking. It was hard to face the knowledge that what you had always believed was a lie. It had to be told, Rand said. They had a right to know. A man shouldn't have to live a lie. Their own prophecy said, I would break them. And I couldn't have done differently. The past was past and done. He should be worrying about the future. Some of these men dislike me, and some hate me for not being born among them, but they follow. I need them all. What of the Miagama? Erim, lying between Ruach and Han, shook his head. His once bright red hair was half white, but his green eyes were as strong as any younger man's. His big hands, wide and long and hard, said his arms were as strong too. Timolan does not let his feet know which way he will jump until after he has leaped. When Timolan was young as a chief, Geran said, he tried to unite the clans and failed. It will not sit well with him that at last one has come to succeed where he failed. He will come, Ruach said. Timolan never believed himself, he who comes with the dawn, and Janwin will bring the Shiande. But they will wait. They must settle matters in their own minds firsty. They must settle, he who comes with the dawn being a wetlander, Han barked. I mean no offence, Karakan. There was no obsequiousness in his voice. A chief was not a king, and neither was the chief of chiefs. At best he was first among equals. The Darine and the Kodara will come eventually as well, I think, Bruin said calmly. And quickly, lest silence should grow to a reason for dancing the spears. First among equals at BSD, they have lost more than any other clan to the bleakness. That was what the Aiel had taken to calling the long period of staring before someone tried to run away from being Aiel. For the moment, Mandalane and Indirian are concerned with holding their clans together, and both will want to see the dragons on your arms for themselves, but they will come. That left only one clan to be discussed, the one none of the chiefs wanted to mention. What news of Couladin and the Shaido? Rand asked. Silence answered him, broken only by the softly serene sounds of the harp in the background, each man waiting for another to speak, all coming as close as Aiel could to showing discomfort. Geran frowned at his thumbnail, and Bruin toyed with one of the silvery tassels on his green cushion. Even Ruach studied the carpet. Graceful, white-robed men and women moved into the hush, pouring worked silver goblets of wine to set beside each man, bringing small silver plates with olives rare in the waist and white ewe's milk cheese and the pale, wrinkled nuts the Aiel called pekara. The Aiel faces looking out of those pale cowls had downcast eyes and an unfamiliar meekness on their features. Whether captured in battle or on a raid, the Gaishine was sworn to serve obediently for 1 year and a day, touching no weapon, doing no violence, at the end returning to their own clan and sept as if nothing had happened, a strange echo of the Way of the Leaf. Giotto, honour and obligation required it, and breaking Giotto was nearly the worst thing an Aiel could do. Perhaps the worst. It was possible that some of these men and women were serving their own clan chief, but neither would acknowledge it by the blink of an eye so long as the period of Gaishine held, not even for a son or daughter. It struck Rand suddenly that this was the real reason that some Aiel took what he had revealed so hard. To those, it must seem that their ancestors had sworn Gaishine, not only for themselves, but for all succeeding generations. And those generations, all, down to the present day, had broken Jital by taking up the spear. Had the men in front of him ever worried along those lines? Jital was very serious business to an Aiel. The Gaishine departed on soft-slippered feet, barely making a sound. None of the clan chiefs touched their wine or the food. Is there any hope that Couladin will meet with me? Rand knew there was not. He had stopped sending requests for a meeting once he learned Couladin was having the messengers skinned alive. But it was a way to start the others talking. Han snorted. The only word we have had from him is that he means to flay you when next he sees you. Does that sound as if he will talk? Can I break the Shaido away from him? They follow him, Ruach said. He is not a chief at all, but they believe he is. Couladin had never entered those glass columns. He might even still believe, as he claimed, that everything Rand had said was a lie. He says that he is the Kara Khan, and they believe that as well. The Shaido maidens who came for their society, and that because Far Dareis Mai carried your honour, none else will. We send scouts to watch them, Bruin said, and the Shaido kill them when they can. Couladin builds the makings of 6 feuds. But so far he shows no signs of attacking us here. I have heard that he claims we have defiled Rhuidean, and that attacking us here would only deepen the desecration. Erim grunted and shifted on his cushion. He means there are enough spears here to kill every Shaido twice over and to spare. He popped a piece of white cheese into his mouth, growling around it. The Shaido were ever cowards and thieves. Honourless dogs, Bael and Geran said together, then stared at one another as though each thought the other had tricked him into something. Honourless or not, Bruin said quietly, Couladin's numbers are growing. Calm as he sounded, he still took a deep drink from his goblet before going on. You all know what I am speaking of. Some of those who run after the bleakness do not throw away their spears. Instead they join with their societies among the Shaido. No Tomanel has ever broken clan, Han barked. Bruin looked past Ruach and Erim at the Tomanel chief and said deliberately, It has happened in every clan. Without waiting for another challenge to his word, he settled back on his cushion. It cannot be called breaking clan. They join their societies, like the Shaido maidens who have come to their roof here. There were a few mutters, but no one disputed him this time. The rules governing Aiel warrior societies were complex, and in some ways their members felt as closely bound to society as to clan. For instance, members of the same society would not fight each other, even if their clans were in blood feud. Some men would not marry a woman too closely related to a member of their own society, just as if that made her their own close bloodkin. The ways of Far Dareis Mai, the Maidens of the Spear, Rand did not even want to think about. "I need to know what Couladin intends," he told them. Couladin was a bull with a bee in his ear. He might charge in any direction. Rand hesitated. Would it violate honor to send people to join their societies among the Shido? He did not need to describe what he meant any further. To a man, they stiffened where they lay, even Ruach, eyes cold enough to banish the heat from the room. To spy in that manner. Erim twisted his mouth around spy, as if the word tasted foul, would be like spying on your own sept. No one of honor would do such a thing. Rand refrained from asking whether they might find someone with a slightly less prickly honor. The Aiel's sense of humor was a strange thing, often cruel, but about some matters they had none at all. To change the subject, he asked, "Is there any word from across the Dragon Wall?" He knew the answer. That sort of news spread quickly, even among as many Aiel as were gathered around Rhuidean. "None worth the telling," Ruach replied. "With the troubles among the tree-killers, few peddlers come into the threefold land." That was the Aiel name for the waste, a punishment for their sin, a testing ground for their courage, an anvil to shape them. Tree-killers was what they called Caerhinin. The dragon banner still flies over the Stone of Tyr. Tyrants have moved north into Caerhien, as you ordered, to distribute food among the tree-killers. Nothing more. "You should have let the tree-killers starve," Bile muttered, and Jeren closed his mouth with a snap. Rand suspected he had been about to say much the same. "Tree-killers are fit for nothing except to be killed or sold as animals in Shara," Erim said grimly. Those were two of the things Aiel did to those who came into the waste uninvited. Only gleemen, peddlers and tinkers had safe passage, though Aiel avoided the tinkers as if they carried fever. Shara was the name of the lands beyond the waste. Not even the Aiel knew much about them. From the corner of his eye, Rand saw two women standing expectantly just inside the tall, arched doorway. Someone had hung strings of coloured beads there, red and blue, to replace the missing doors. One of the women was Moiraine. For a moment he considered making them wait. Moiraine had that irritatingly commanding look on her face, clearly expecting them to break off everything for her. Only there was really nothing left to discuss, and he could tell from the men's eyes that they did not want to make conversation, not so soon after speaking of the bleakness and the Shaido. Sighing, he stood, and the clan chiefs imitated him. All except Han were as tall as he, or taller. Where Rand had grown up, Han would have been considered of average height or better. Among Aiel he was accounted short. "You know what must be done. Bring in the rest of the clans, and keep an eye on the Shaido." He paused a moment, then added, "It will end well for the Aiel as I can manage." "The prophecy said you would break us," Han said sourly, "and you have made a good beginning, but we will follow you." "Till shade is gone," he recited, "till water is gone, into the shadow with teeth bared, screaming defiance with the last breath to spit in Sightblinder's eye on the last day." Sightblinder was one of the Aiel names for the Dark One. There was nothing for Rand except to make the proper response. Once he had not known it. "By my honor and the light, my life will be a dagger for Sightblinder's heart." "Until the last day," the Aiel finished, "to Sheol Ghul itself." The harper played on pacifically. The chiefs filed out past the two women, eyeing Moiraine respectfully. There was nothing of fear in them. Rand wished he could be as sure of himself. Moiraine had too many plans for him, too many ways of pulling strings he did not know she had tied to him. The two women came in as soon as the chiefs were gone, Moiraine as cool and elegant as ever. A small, pretty woman, with or without those Aes Sedai features he could never put an age to, she had abandoned the damp, cooling cloth for her temples. In its place, a small blue stone hung suspended on her forehead from a fine golden chain in her dark hair. It would not have mattered if she had kept it. Nothing could diminish her queenly carriage. She usually seemed to own a foot more height than she actually had, and her eyes were all confidence and command. The other woman was taller, though still short of his shoulder, and young, not ageless. Egwene, whom he had grown up with. Now, except for her big dark eyes, she could almost have passed as an Aiel woman, and not only for her tanned face and hands. She wore a full Aiel skirt of brown wool and a loose white blouse of a plant fibre called algode. Algode was softer than even the finest, woven wool. It would do very well for trade, if he ever convinced the Aiel. A grey shawl hung around Egwene's shoulders, and a folded grey scarf made a wide band to hold back the dark hair that fell below her shoulders. Unlike most Aiel women, she wore only one bracelet, ivory carved into a circle of flames, and a single necklace of gold and ivory beads. And one more thing, a great serpent ring on her left hand. Egwene had been studying with some of the Aiel wise ones, exactly what, Rand did not know, though he more than suspected something to do with dreams. Egwene and the Aiel women were close-mouthed. But she had studied in the White Tower too. She was one of the accepted, on the way to becoming Aes Sedai, and passing herself off, here and in Tyr at least, as full Aes Sedai already. Sometimes he teased her about that. She did not take his japes very well, though. "The wagons will be ready to leave for Tar Valon soon," Moiraine said. Her voice was musical, crystalline. "Send a strong guard," Rand said, "or Kaderi may not take them where you want." He turned for the windows again, wanting to look out and think about Kaderi. "You've not needed me to hold your hand or give you permission before." Abruptly, something seemed to strike him across the shoulders, for all the world like a thick hickory stick. Only the slight feel of goosebumps on his skin, not likely in this heat, told him that one of the women had channeled. Spinning back to face them, he reached out to Saidin, filled himself with the one power. The power felt like life itself swelling inside him, as if he were 10 times, 100 times as alive. The Dark One's taint filled him too, death and corruption, like maggots crawling in his mouth. It was a torrent that threatened to sweep him away, a raging flood he had to fight every moment. He was almost used to it now, and at the same time he would never be used to it. He wanted to hold on to the sweetness of Saidin forever, and he wanted to vomit. And all the while the deluge tried to scour him to the bone and burn his bones to ash. The taint would drive him mad eventually, if the power did not kill him first. It was a race between the two. Madness had been the fate of every man who had channeled since the breaking of the world began, since that day when Luz Therin Telamon, the dragon, and his 100 companions had sealed up the Dark One's prison at Sheol Ghul. The last backblast from that ceiling had tainted the male half of the true source, and men who could channel, madmen who could channel, had torn the world apart. He filled himself with the power, and he could not tell which woman had done it. They both looked at him as if butter would not melt in their mouths, each with an eyebrow arched almost identically in slightly amused questioning. Either or both could be embracing the female half of the source right that instant, and he would never know. Of course, a stick across the shoulders was not Moiraine's way. She found other means of chastising, more subtle, usually more painful in the end. Yet even sure that it must have been Egwene, he did nothing. Proof. Thought slid along the outside of the void. He floated within, in emptiness, thought and emotion, even his anger, distant. "I will do nothing without proof. I will not be goaded this time." She was not the Egwene he had grown up with. She had become part of the tower since Moiraine sent her there. Moiraine again, always Moiraine. Sometimes he wished he were rid of Moiraine. Only sometimes. He concentrated on her. "What do you want of me?" His voice sounded flat and cold to his own ears. The power stormed inside him. Egwene had told him that for a woman, touching Sedar, the female half of the source, was an embrace. For a man, always, it was a war without mercy. "And don't mention wagons again, little sister. I usually find out what you mean to do long after it is done." The Aes Sedai frowned at him, and no wonder. She was surely not used to being addressed so, not by any man, even the Dragon Reborn. He had no idea himself where little sister had come from. Sometimes of late, words seemed to pop into his head. A touch of madness, perhaps. Some nights he lay awake till the small hours, worrying about that. Inside the void, it seemed someone else's worry. "We should speak alone." She gave the harper a cool glance. Jassin Natael, as he called himself here, lay half-sprawled on cushions against one of the windowless walls, softly playing the harp perched on his knee, its upper arm carved and gilded to resemble the creatures on Rand's. 4RMs. Dragons, the Aiel called them. Rand had only suspicions where Natael had gotten the thing. He was a dark-haired man who would have been accounted taller than most elsewhere than the Aiel waist in his middle years. His coat and breeches were dark blue silk, suitable for a royal court, elaborately embroidered with thread of gold on collar and cuffs, everything buttoned up or laced despite the heat. The fine clothes were at odds with his gleeman's cloak, spread out beside him. A perfectly sound cloak, but covered completely with hundreds of patches in nearly as many colours, all sewn so as to flutter at the slightest breeze. It signified a country entertainer, a juggler and tumbler, musician, and storyteller who wandered from village to village. Certainly not a man to wear silk. The man had his conceits. He appeared completely immersed in his music. "You can say what you wish in front of Natael," Rand said. "He is Gleeman to the Dragon Reborn, after all. If keeping the matter secret was important enough, she would press it, and he would send Natael away, though he did not like the man to be out of his sight." Egwene sniffed loudly and shifted her shawl on her shoulders. "Your head is swelled up like an overripe melon, Randall Thor." She said it flatly, as a statement of fact. Anger bubbled outside the void. Not at what she had said. She had been in the habit of trying to take him down a rung, even when they were children, usually whether he deserved it or not. But of late it seemed to him she had taken to working with Moiraine, trying to put him off balance so the Aes Sedai could push him where she wanted. When they were younger, before they learned what he was, he and Egwene had thought they would marry one day, and now she sided with Moiraine against him. Face hard, he spoke more roughly than he intended. "Tell me what you want, Moiraine. Tell me here and now, or let it wait until I can find time for you. I'm very busy." That was an outright lie. Most of his time was spent practicing the sword with Leane, or the spears with Rhuidean, or learning to fight with hands and feet from both. But if there was any bullying to be done here today, he would do it. Natael could hear anything, almost anything, so long as Rand knew where he was at all times. Moiraine and Egwene both frowned, but the real Aes Sedai at least seemed to see he would not be budged this time. She glanced at Natael, her mouth tightening. The man still seemed deep in his music, then took a thick wad of grey silk from her pouch. Unfolding it, she laid what it had contained on the table, a disc the size of a man's hand, half dead black, half purest white, the two colours meeting in a sinuous line to form two joined teardrops. That had been the symbol of Aes Sedai before the breaking, but this disc was more. Only 7 like it had ever been made, the seals on the Dark One's prison, or rather, each was a focus for one of those seals. Drawing her belt knife, its hilt wrapped in silver wire, Moiraine scraped delicately at the edge of the disc, and a tiny flake of solid black fell away. Even encased in the void, Rand gasped. The emptiness itself quivered, and for an instant the power threatened to overwhelm him. "Is this a copy? A fake?" "I found this in the square below," Moiraine said. "It is real, though. The one I brought with me from Tyr is the same." She could have been saying she wanted pea soup for the midday meal. Egwene, on the other hand, clutched her shawl around her as if cold. Rand felt the stirrings of fright himself, oozing across the surface of the void. It was an effort to let go of Saidin, but he forced himself. If he lost concentration, the power could destroy him where he stood, and he wanted all his attention on the matter at hand. Even so, even with the taint, it was a loss. That flake lying on the table was impossible. Those discs were made of Quendilla heartstone, and nothing made of Quendilla could be broken, not even by the one power. Whatever force was used against it only made it stronger. The making of Heartstone had been lost in the breaking of the world, but whatever had been made of it during the Age of Legends still existed, even the most fragile vase, even if the breaking had sunk it to the bottom of the ocean or buried it beneath a mountain. Of course, 3 of the 7 discs were broken already, but it had taken a good deal more than a knife. Come to think of it, though, he did not know how those 3 really had been broken. If no force short of the Creator could break Heartstone, then that should be that. "How?" he asked, surprised that his voice was still as steady as when the void had surrounded him. "I do not know," Moiraine replied, just as calm outwardly, "but you do see the problem. A fall from the table could break this. If the others, wherever they may be, are like this, 4 men with hammers could break open that hole in the Dark One's prison again. Who can even say how effective one is in this condition?" Rand saw. "I'm not ready yet." He was not sure he ever would be ready, but he surely was not yet. Egwene looked as though she were staring into her own open grave. Rewrapping the disc, Moiraine replaced it in her pouch. "Perhaps I will think of a possibility before I carry this to Tar Valon. If we know why, perhaps something can be done about it." He was caught by the image of the Dark One reaching out from Sheol Ghul once more, eventually breaking free completely. Fires and darkness covered the world in his mind, flames that consumed and gave no light. Blackness, solid as stone, squeezing the air. With that filling his head, what Moiraine had just said took a moment to penetrate. "You intend to go yourself?" He had thought she meant to stick to him like moss to a rock. "Isn't this what you want, eventually?" Moiraine replied quietly. "Eventually I will have to leave you after all. What will be, must be." Rand thought she shivered, but it was so quick it could have been his imagination, and the next instant she was all composure and self-control once more. "You must be ready." The reminder of his doubts came unpleasantly. "We should discuss your plans. You cannot sit here much longer. Even if the Forsaken are not planning to come after you, they are out there, spreading their power. Gathering the Aiel will do no good if you find that everything beyond the spine of the world is in their hands." Chuckling, Rand leaned back against the table. So this was just another ploy. If he was anxious about her leaving, perhaps he would be more willing to listen, more amenable to being guided. She could not lie, of course, not right out. One of the vaunted 3 oaths took care of that, to speak no word that was not true. He had learned that it left a barn width of wriggle room. She would leave him alone eventually. After he was dead, no doubt. "You want to discuss my plans," he said dryly. Pulling a short-stemmed pipe and a leather tabak pouch from his coat pocket, he thumbed the bowl full and briefly touched Sedin to channel a flame dancing above the tabak. "Why? They are my plans." Puffing slowly, he waited, ignoring Egwene's glower. The Aes Sedai's face never changed, but her large, dark eyes seemed to blaze. "What have you done when you refused to be guided by me?" Her voice was as cool as her features, yet the words still seemed to come like whip-cracks. "Wherever you have gone, you have left death, destruction, and war behind you." "Not in Tyr," he said too quickly. And too defensively. He must not let her put him off balance. Determinedly, he took spaced, deliberate puffs at his pipe. "No," she agreed, "not in Tyr. For once you had a nation behind you, a people, and what did you do with it? Bringing justice to Tyr was commendable. Establishing order in Caerhien, feeding the hungry, is laudable. Another time I would praise you for it. She herself was Caerhienin. But it does not help you toward the day you faced Tarmon Gaidan, a single-minded woman, and cold when it came to anything else, even her own land. But should he not be just as single-minded? What would you have me do? Hunt down the Forsaken one by one?" Again he forced himself to draw more slowly on the pipe. It was an effort. "Do you even know where they are?" "Oh, Sammael is in Ilion, you know that. But the rest? What if I go after Sammael as you wish and find 2 or 3 or 4 of them, or all 9? "You could have faced 3 or 4, perhaps all 9 surviving," she said icily. "Had you not left Calendor in Tyr? The truth is, you are running. You do not really have a plan, not a plan to ready you for the last battle. You run from place to place, hoping that in some way everything will come out for the bee-stained, hoping because you do not know what else to do. If you would take my advice, at least you—" He cut her off, gesturing sharply with his pipe, with never a care for the glares the 2 women gave him. "I do have a plan. If they wanted to know, let them know, and he would be burned if he changed a word. First, I mean to put an end to the wars and killing, whether I started them or not. If men have to kill, let them kill Trollocs, not each other. In the Aiel War, 4 clans crossed the Dragon Wall and had their way for better than 2 years. They looted and burned Caerhien, defeated every army sent against them. They could have taken Tar Valon had they wanted. The tower couldn't have stopped them because of your 3 oaths. Not to use the power as a weapon, except against Shadowspawn or Dark Friends, or in defense of their own lives. That was another of the oaths, and the Aiel had not threatened the tower itself. Anger had him in its grip now, running and hoping, was he? 4 clans did that. What will happen when I lead 11 across the spine of the world? It would have to be 11, small hope of bringing in the Shido. By the time the nations even think of uniting, it will be too late. They'll accept my peace, or I'll be buried in the Can Brait. A discordant plunk rose from the harp, and Natael bent over the instrument, shaking his head. In a moment the soothing sounds came again. A melon couldn't be swollen enough for your head, Egwene muttered, folding her arms beneath her breasts. And a stone couldn't be as stubborn. Moiraine is only trying to help you. Why won't you see that? The Aes Sedai smoothed her silk skirts, though they did not need it. Taking the Aiel across the dragon wall might be the worst thing you could possibly do. There was an edge to her voice, anger or frustration. At least he was getting across to her that he was no puppet. By this time, the Amyrlin seat will be approaching the rulers of every nation that still has a ruler, laying the proofs before them that you are the Dragon Reborn. They know the prophecies. They know what you were born to do. Once they are convinced of who and what you are, they will accept you because they must. The last battle is coming, and you are their only hope, humankind's only hope. Rand laughed out loud. It was a bitter laugh. Sticking his pipe between his teeth, he hoisted himself to sit cross-legged atop the table, staring at them. So you and Siuan Sanche still think you know everything there is to know. The light-willing, they did not know near everything about him and would never find out. You're both fools. Show some respect, Egwene growled, but Rand went on over her words. The Tyran High Lords know the prophecies too, and they knew me, once they saw the sword that cannot be touched, clutched in my feist. Half of them expect me to bring them power or glory, or both. The other half would as soon slip a knife in my back and try to forget the Dragon Reborn was ever in Tyr. That is how the nations will greet the Dragon Reborn, unless I quell them first, the same way I did the Tyrens. Do you know why I left Kalandor in Tyr? To remind them of me. Every day they know it is there, driven into the heart of the stone, and they know I'll come back for it. That is what holds them to me. That was one reason he had left the sword. That is not a sword behind. He did not like even to think of the other. Be very careful, Moiraine said after a moment. Just that, in a voice all frozen calm. He heard stark warning in the words. Once he had heard her say in much the same tone that she would see him dead before letting the shadow have him. A hard woman. For a long moment she gazed at him, her eyes dark pools that threatened to swallow him. Then she made a perfect curtsy. By your leave, my Lord Dragon, I will see to letting Master Kadere know where I expect him to work tomorrow. No one could have seen or heard the faintest mockery in action or words, but Rand felt it. Anything that might put him off balance, make him more biddable by guilt or shame or uncertainty or whatever, she would try. He stared after her until the clicking beads in the doorway obscured her. There is no need you scowling like that, Randall thought. Egwene's voice was low, her eyes irate. She held on to her shawl as if she wanted to strangle him with it. Lord Dragon, indeed. Whatever you are, you're a rude, ill-mannered lout. You deserve more than you got. It would not kill you to be civil. So it was you, he snapped, but to his surprise she half shook her head before catching herself. It had been Moiraine after all. If the Aes Sedai was showing that much temper, something must be wearing at her terribly. Him, no doubt. Perhaps he should apologize. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to be civil. Though he could not see why he was supposed to be mannerly to the Aes Sedai while she tried to lead him on a leash. But if he was thinking of trying to be polite, Egwene was not. If glowing coals were dark brown, they would have been exactly like her eyes. You are a wool-headed fool, Randall thought, and I should never have told Elaine you were good enough for her. You aren't good enough for a weasel. Bring your nose down. I remember you sweating, trying to talk your way out of some trouble Matt had gotten you into. I can remember Nynaeve switching you till you howled, and you needing a cushion to sit on the rest of the day. Not that many years gone, either. I ought to tell Elaine to forget you. If she knew half what you've turned into. He gaped at her as the tirade went on, with her more furious than at any time since first coming through the bead curtain. Then it hit him. That little near shake of her head that she had not meant to give, letting him know it had been Moiraine who struck him with the power. Egwene worked very hard at doing what she was about in proper fashion. Studying with the wise ones, she wore Aiel clothes. She might even be trying to adopt Aiel customs, for all he knew. It would be like her. But she worked hard at being a proper Aes Sedai all the time, even if she was only one of the accepted. Aes Sedai usually kept a rein on their tempers, but they never ever gave anything away that they wanted to hide. Elaida never flashed her temper at me when she was angry with herself. When she gave me the rough side of her tongue, it was because she... His mind froze for an instant. He had never met a woman named Elaida in his life, but he could summon up a face for the name, dimly, a pretty face, skin like cream, golden hair, exactly the shade of Elaine's. This had to be the madness. Remembering an imaginary woman, perhaps one day he would find himself having conversations with people who were not there. Egwene's harangue shut off with a concerned look. "Are you all right, Rand?" The anger was gone from her voice, as if it had never been. "Is something wrong? Should I fetch Moiraine back to—" "No," he said, and just as quickly softened his own tone. "She can't heal." Even an Aes Sedai could not heal madness. None of them could heal any of what ailed him. "Is Elaine well?" "She is well." Despite what Egwene had said, there was a hint of sympathy in her voice. That was all he really expected. Beyond what he had known when Elaine left here, what she was up to was an Aes Sedai concern, and none of his, so Egwene had told him more than once, and Moiraine echoed her. The three wise ones who could dreamwalk, those Egwene was studying with, had been even less informative. They had their own reasons not to be pleased with him. "I had best go too," Egwene went on, settling her shawl over her arms. "You are tired." Frowning slightly, she said, "Rand, what does it mean to be buried in the Can Brait?" He started to ask what under the light she was talking about. Then he remembered using that phrase. "Just something I heard once," he lied. He had no more idea what it meant than where it had come from. "You rest, Rand," she said, sounding 20 years older rather than 2 younger. "Promise me you will. You need it." He nodded. She studied his face for a moment as though searching for the truth, then started for the door. Rand's silver goblet of wine floated up from the carpet and drifted to him. He hastily snatched it out of the air just before Egwene looked back over her shoulder. "Perhaps I shouldn't tell you this," she said. "Elaine didn't give it to me as a message for you, but she said she loves you. Perhaps you know already, but if you don't, you should think about it." With that she was gone, the beads clicking together behind her. Leaping from the table, Rand hurled the goblet away, splashing wine across the floor tiles as he rounded on Jassin Natael in a fury. Seizing Sedin, Rand channeled, wove flows of air that snatched Natael up from the cushions. The gilded harp tumbled to the dark red tiles as the man was pinned against the wall, immobile from neck to ankles and his feet. Half a pace above the floor. "I've warned you. Never channel when anyone else is around. Never." Natael tilted his head in that peculiar way he had, as if trying to look at Rand sideways or watch without being noticed. "If she had seen, she would have thought it was you." There was no apology in his voice, no diffidence, but no challenge either. He seemed to think he was offering a reasonable explanation. "Besides, you looked thirsty." A court bard should look after his lord's needs. That was one of the small conceits he surrounded himself with. If Rand was the Lord Dragon, then he himself must be a court bard, not a simple gleeman. Feeling disgusted with himself as much as angry at the man, Rand unravelled the weave and let him drop. Manhandling him was like picking a fight with a boy of 10. He could not see the shield that constricted the other man's access to Sedin. It was female work, but he knew it was there. Moving a goblet was about the extent of Natael's ability now. Luckily, the shield had been hidden from female eyes too. Natael called the trick inverting. He did not seem able to explain it, though. And if she'd seen my face and was suspicious, I was as startled as if that goblet had flown at me by itself. He stuck his pipe back between his teeth and sent up furious streams of smoke. She still wouldn't suspect. Settling back onto the cushions, the other man took up the harp again, strumming a line of music that had a devious sound. How could anyone suspect? I do not entirely believe the situation myself." If there was even a touch of bitterness in his voice, Rand could not detect it. He was not entirely sure he believed it either, though he had worked hard enough for it. The man in front of him, Jassin Natael, had another name, Asmodean. Idly playing the harp, Asmodean did not look like one of the dreaded Forsaken. He was even moderately handsome. Rand supposed he would be attractive to women. It often seemed strange that evil had left no outward mark. He was one of the Forsaken, and far from trying to kill him, Rand hid what he was from Moiraine and everyone else. He needed a teacher. If what was true for the women Aes Sedai called wilders also held for men, he had only one chance in 4 of surviving the attempt to learn to use the power on his own. That was discounting the madness. His teacher had to be a man. Moiraine and others had told him often enough that a bird could not teach a fish to fly, nor a fish a bird to swim. And his teacher had to be someone experienced, someone who already knew all the things he needed to learn. With Aes Sedai gentling men who could channel as soon as they were found, and fewer were found every year, that left small choices. A man who had simply discovered he could channel would know no more than he did. A false dragon who could channel, if Rand could find one not already caught and gentled, would not be likely to give up his own dreams of glory for another claiming to be the Dragon Reborn. What remained, what Rand had lured to him, was one of the Forsaken. Asmodean plucked random chords as Rand took a seat on a cushion facing him. It was well to remember that the man had not changed, not inside, from the day so long ago when he had pledged his soul to the shadow. What he did now, he did under duress. He had not come to the light. "Do you ever think of turning back, Natael?" He was always careful of the name. One breath of Asmodean, and Moiraine would be sure he had gone over to the shadow. Moiraine and maybe others. Neither he nor Asmodean might survive that. The man's hands froze on the strings, his face utterly blank. "Turn back!" demanded Rahvin. "Any of them would kill me on sight now, if I was lucky. Except Lanfear, perhaps, and you will understand if I don't want to put her to the teasties. Semihaj could make a boulder beg for mercy and thank her for death. And as for the great lord, the Dark One," Rand broke in sharply around his pipe stem. The great lord of the Dark was what Dark Friends called the Dark One. Dark Friends and the Forsaken. Asmodean bowed his head briefly in acquiescence. "When the Dark One breaks free." If his face had been expressionless before, now it was bleak in every line. "Suffice it to say that I will find Semihaj and give myself to her before I'll face the Dark One's punishment for betrayal." "As well you are here to teach me, then." Mournful music began to flow from the harp, speaking of loss and tears. "The March of Death," Asmodean said over the music, "the final movement of the Grand Passions cycle, composed some 300 years before." "The War of Power by," Rand cut him off. "You are not teaching me very well. As well as may be expected under the circumstances. You can grasp Sedin every time you try now and tell one flow from another. You can shield yourself, and the power does what you want it to." He stopped playing and frowned, not looking at Rand. "Do you think Lanfear really intended me to teach you everything? If she had wanted that, she would have contrived to stay close, so she could link us. She wants you to live, lose Therin, but this time she means to be stronger than you." "Don't call me that," Rand snapped, but Asmodean did not seem to hear. "If you planned this between you, trapping me." Rand sensed a surge in Asmodean, as if the Forsaken were testing the shield Lanfear had woven around him. Women who could channel saw a glow surrounding another woman who had embraced Saidar and felt her channeling clearly, but he never saw anything around Asmodean and felt little. If you worked it out together, then you let her outfox you on more levels than one. I've told you I'm not a very good teacher, especially without a link. You did plan it between you, didn't you? He did look at Rand then, sidelong but still intent. "How much do you remember?" "Being lose Therin, I mean." She said you recalled nothing at all, but she could lie to the Dark One himself. This time she spoke the truth. Seating himself on one of the cushions, Rand channeled one of the clan chief's untouched silver goblets to him. Even such a brief touch of Saidin was exhilarating and fouling, and hard to release. He did not want to talk about Luz Therin. He was tired of people thinking he was Luz Therin. The bowl of his pipe had grown hot with all the puffing, so he held it by the stem and gestured with it. "If linking will help you teach me, why don't we link?" Asmodean looked at him as if he had asked why they did not eat rocks, then shook his head. "I continually forget how much you don't know. You and I cannot. Not without a woman to join us. You could ask Moiraine, I suppose, or the girl, Egwene. One of them might be able to reason out the method, so long as you don't mind them finding out who I am." "Don't lie to me, Natael," Rand growled. Well before meeting Natael, he had learned that a man's channeling and a woman's were as different as men and women themselves, but he took little the man said on Troost. "I've heard Egwene and others talk about Aes Sedai, linking their powers. If they can do it, why not you and I?" "Because we can't." Exasperation filled Asmodean's tone. "Ask a philosopher if you want to know why. Why can't dogs fly?" "Perhaps in the grand scheme of the pattern, it's a balance for men being stronger. We cannot link without them, but they can without us. Up to 13 of them can anyway, a small mercy. After that, they need men to make the circle larger." Rand was sure he had caught a lie this time. Moiraine said that in the Age of Legends, men and women had been equally strong in the power, and she could not lie. He said as much, adding, "The 5 powers are equal: earth, fire, air, water, and spirit." Natael strummed a chord for each. "They are equal, true, and it is also true that what a man can do with one, a woman can also, in kind, at least. But that has nothing to do with men being stronger. What Moiraine believes to be truth, she tells as truth, whether or not it is one of 1,000 weaknesses in those fool oaths." He played a bit of something that did indeed sound foolish. "Some women have stronger arms than some men, but in general it is the other way around. The same holds with strength in the power, and in about the same proportion." Rand nodded slowly. It did make a kind of sense. Elaine and Egwene were considered 2 of the strongest women to train in the Tower for 1,000 years or more, but he had tested himself against them once, and later Elaine had confessed that she felt like a kitten seized by a mastiff. Asmodean was not finished. If 2 women link, they do not double their strength. Linking is not as simple as adding together the power of each, but if they are strong enough, they can match a man. And when they take the circle to 13, then you must be wary. 13 women who can barely channel could overpower most men linked. The 13 weakest women in the Tower could overpower you or any man, and barely breathe hard. I came across a saying in Arad Doman: "The more women there are about, the softer a wise man steps." It would not be bad to remember it. Rand shivered, thinking of a time when he had been among many more than 13 Aes Sedai. Of course, most of them had not known who he was, if they had. If Egwene and Moiraine linked Ty-S, he did not want to believe Egwene had gone that far toward the Tower and away from their friendship. Whatever she does with her whole heart, and she's becoming Aes Sedai. So is Elaine. Swallowing half his wine did not completely wash the thought away. "What more can you tell me about the Forsaken?" It was a question he was sure he had asked 100 times, but he always hoped there was a scrap more to dig out. Better than thinking about Moiraine and Egwene linking to GIM. I have told everything I know. Asmodean sighed heavily. "We were hardly close friends at the Beast. Do you believe I am holding back something? I don't know where the others are, if that is what you want. Except Sammael, and you knew he'd taken Ilion for his kingdom before I told you. Graendal was in Arad Doman for a time, but I expect she is gone now. She likes her comforts too well. I suspect Morgase is, or was, in the west somewhere as well, but no one ever finds the spider unless she wants to be found. Rahvin has a queen for one of his pets, but your guess is as good as mine as to what country she rules for him, and that is all I know that might help locate them." Rand had heard all that before. It seemed he had heard all Asmodean had to say of the Forsaken 50 times already, so often that at moments it seemed he had always known what the man was telling him. Some of it he almost wished he had never learned, what Semihaj found amusing, for instance, and some made no sense. Demandred had gone over to the Shadow because he envied Luz Therin Telamon. Rand could not imagine envying someone enough to do anything because of it, and surely not that. Asmodean claimed it had been the thought of immortality, of endless ages of music, that had seduced him. He claimed to have been a noted composer of music before. Senseless. Yet in that mass of often blood-chilling knowledge might lie keys to surviving Tarmon Gaidon. Whatever he told Moiraine, he knew he would have to face them then, if not before. Emptying the goblet, he set it on the floor tiles. Wine would not wash out facts. The bead curtain rattled, and he looked over his shoulder as Shane entered, white-robed and silent. While some began gathering up the food and drink that had been laid out for him and the chiefs, another, a man, carried a large silver tray to the table. On it were covered dishes, a silver cup, and two large green-striped pottery pitchers. One would hold wine, the other water. A Shane woman brought in a gilded lamp, already lit, and set it beside the tray. Through the windows, the sky was beginning to take on the yellow-red of sunset. In the brief time between baking and freezing, the air actually felt comfortable. Rand stood as the Shane departed, but did not follow immediately. "What do you think of my chances when the last battle comes, Natael?" Asmodean hesitated in pulling red and blue striped wool blankets from behind his cushions, and looked up at him, head tilted, in that sideways manner of his. "You found something. W in the square the day we met here." "Forget that," Rand said harshly. "There had been two, not one. I destroyed it in any case." He thought Asmodean's shoulders slumped a trifle. "Then the Dark One will consume you alive. As for me, I intend to open my veins the hour I know he is free, if I get the chance. A quick death is better than what I'll find elsewhere." He tossed the blankets aside and sat staring glumly at nothing. "Better than going mad, certainly. I'm as subject to that as you now. You broke the bonds that protected me." There was no bitterness in his voice, only hopelessness. "What if there was another way to shield against the taint?" Rand demanded. "What if it could be removed somehow? Would you still kill yourself then?" Asmodean's barked laugh was utterly acid. "The shadow take me, you must be beginning to think you really are the bloody creator. We are dead. Both of us. Dead. Are you too blind with pride to see it? Or just too thick-witted, you hopeless shepherd?" Rand refused to be drawn. "Then why not go ahead and end it?" he asked in a tight voice. "I wasn't too blind to see what you and Lanfear were up to. I wasn't too thick-witted to fool her and trap you. If there's no hope, no chance, not the smallest shred, then why are you still alive?" Still not looking at him, Asmodean rubbed the side of his nose. "I once saw a man hanging from a cliff," he said slowly. The brink was crumbling under his fingers, and the only thing near enough to grasp was a tuft of grass, a few long blades with roots barely clinging to the rock. The only chance he had of climbing back up on the cliff, so he grabbed it. His abrupt chuckle held no mirth. He had to know it would pull free. "Did you save him?" Rand asked, but Asmodean did not answer. As Rand started for the doorway, the sounds of the March of Death began again behind him. The strings of beads fell together behind him, and the 5 maidens who had been waiting in the wide, empty hall flowed easily to their feet from where they had been squatting on the pale blue tiles. They were all but one tall for women, though not for Aiel women. Their leader, Adelin, lacked little more than a hand of being able to look him in the eyes. The exception, a fiery redhead named Inala, was no taller than Egwene, and extremely touchy about being so short. Like the clan chiefs, their eyes were all blue or grey or green, and their hair, light brown or yellow or red, was cut short, except for a tail at the nape of the neck. Full quivers balanced the long-bladed knives at their belts, and they wore cased hornbows on their backs. Each carried 3 or 4 short, long-bladed spears and a round, bull-hide buckler. Aiel women who did not want hearth and children had their own warrior society, Far Dareis Mai, the Maidens of the Spear. He acknowledged them with a small bow which made them smile. It was not an Aiel custom, at least not the way he had been taught to do it. "I see you, Adelin," he said. "Where is Joinde?" "I thought she was with you earlier. Has she taken ill?" "I see you, Randall Thor," she replied. Her pale yellow hair seemed paler, framing her sun-dark face, which had a fine white scar across one cheek. In a way she has. She had been talking to herself all day, and not an hour ago she went off to lay a bridal wreath at the feet of Garan of the Girard Gauchien. Some of the others shook their heads. Marrying meant giving up the spear. Tomorrow is his last day as her Gaishine. Joinder is Blackrock Sharad, she added significantly. It was significant. Marriages came frequently with men or women taken Gaishine, but very seldom between clans with blood feud, even blood feud in abeyance. It is an illness that spreads, Ainala said heatedly. Her voice was usually as hot as her hair. 1 or 2 maidens make their bridal wreaths every day since we came to Rhuidean. Rand nodded with what he hoped they took for sympathy. It was his fault. If he told them, he wondered how many would still risk staying near him. All probably honour would hold them, and they had no more fear than the clan chiefs. But at least it was only marriages so far. Even maidens would think marrying better than what some had experienced. Maybe they would. I will be ready to go in a moment, he told them. We will wait with patience, Adelin said. It hardly seemed patience. Standing there, they all appeared poised on the edge of sudden movement. It really did take him only a moment to do what he wanted, weave flows of spirit and fire into a box around the room and tie them so the weave held on its own. Anyone could go in or out, except a man who could channel. For himself or Asmodean, walking through that doorway would be like walking through a wall of solid flame. He had discovered the weave, and that Asmodean, blocked, was too weak to channel through it by accident. No one was likely to question the doings of a gleeman, but if someone did, Jassin Natael had simply chosen to sleep as far from Aiel as he could manage in Rhuidean. That was a choice that Hadnan Kadere's drivers and guards, at least, could sympathize with. And this way Rand knew exactly where the man was of a night. The maidens asked him no questions. He turned away. The maidens followed him, spread out and wary, as if they expected an attack right there. Asmodean was still playing the lament. Arms outstretched to either side, Mat Cauthon walked the wide white coping of the dry fountain, singing to the men who watched him in the fading light. We'll drink the wine till the cup is dry, and kiss the girls so they'll not cry, and toss the dice until we fly to dance with Jack of the Shadows. The air felt cool after the day's heat, and he thought briefly of buttoning up his fine green silk coat with the golden embroidery, but the drink the Aiel called usquai had put a buzz in his head like giant flies, and the thought flitted away. The white stone figures of 3 women stood on a platform in the dusty basin, 20 feet tall and unclothed. Each had been made with one hand upraised, the other holding a huge stone jar tilted over her shoulder for water to pour from, but one was missing her head, an upraised hand, and on another the jar was a shattered ruin. We'll dance all night while the moon runs free, and dandle the lasses upon our knee, and then you'll ride along with me to dance with Jack of the Shadows. A fine song to be singing about death, one of the wagon drivers shouted in a heavy Lugarda accent. Kadere's men kept themselves in a tight knot, apart from the Aielmen around the fountain. They were all tough, hard-faced men, but everyone was sure any Aiel would slit his throat for a wrong glance. They were not far wrong. I heard my old grandmother talk about Jack of the Shadows, the big-eared Lugarda went on. 'Tisn't right to sing about death that way. Mat muzzily considered the song he had been singing, and grimaced. No one had heard Dance with Jack of the Shadows. Since Aldashar fell, in his head he could still hear the defiant song rising as the Golden Lions launched their last futile charge at Artur Hawkwing's encircling army. At least he had not been babbling it in the old tongue. He was not as juicy as he looked by half, but there had indeed been too many cups of usquai. The stuff looked and tasted like brown water, but it hit your head like a mule's kick. Moiraine will pack me off to the tower yet, if I'm not careful. At least it would get me out of the waste and away from Rand. Maybe he was drunker than he thought, if he considered that a fair trade. He shifted to Tinker in the kitchen. Tinker in the kitchen, with a job of work to do. Mistress up above, slipping on a robe of blue. She dances down the staircase, her fancy all so free, crying, "Tinker, oh dear Tinker, won't you mend a pot for me?" Some of Kadere's men joined in the song as he danced back to where he had begun. The Aiel did not among them. Men did not sing except for battle chants or laments for the slain, and neither did maidens except among themselves. 2 Aielmen were squatting on the coping, showing none of the effects of the usquai they had consumed, unless their eyes were the faintest bit glassy. He would be glad to get back where light-coloured eyes were a rarity. Growing up, he had not seen anything but brown or black except on Rand. A few pieces of wood wormholed arms and legs from chairs lay on the broad paving stones in the area left open by the watchers. An empty red pottery crock lay beside the coping, as did another that still held usquai, and a silver cup. The game was to take a drink, then try to hit a target thrown into the air with a knife. None of Kaderi's men and few of the Aiel would dice with him, not when he won as often as he did, and they did not play at cards. Knife-throwing was supposed to be different, especially with usquai added in. He had not won as often as he did with dice, but 6 worked gold cups and 2 bows lay inside the basin beneath him, along with bracelets and necklaces set with rubies or moonstones or sapphires, and scattering of coins as well. His flat-crowned hat and an odd spear with a black haft rested beside his winnings. Some of it was even Aiel made. They were more likely to pay for something with a piece of loot than with a coin. Corman, one of the Aiel on the coping, looked up at him as he cut off singing. A white scar slanted across his nose. "You are nearly as good with knives as you are with dice, Mazrim Cauthon. Shall we call it an end? The light is failing. There's plenty of light." Mat squinted at the sky. Pale shadows covered everything here in the valley of Rhuidean, but the sky was still light enough to see against, at least. My grandmother could make the throw in this. I could make it blindfolded. Genric, the other squatting Aiel, peered around the onlookers. "Are there women here?" Built like a bear, he considered himself a wit. The only time a man talks like that is when there are women to impress. The maidens scattered through the crowd laughed as hard as anyone else, and maybe harder. "You think I can't?" Mat muttered, ripping off the dark scarf he wore around his neck to hide the scar where he had once been hung. "Just you shout now when you throw it up, Corman." Hastily he tied the scarf around his eyes and drew one of his knives from his sleeve. The loudest sound was the watcher's breathing. "Not drunk? I'm juicier than a fiddler's whelp." And yet he suddenly felt his luck, felt that surge the way he did when he knew which spots would show before the dice stopped tumbling. It seemed to clear his head a little. "Throw it," he murmured calmly. "Now," Corman called, and Mat's arm whipped back, then forward. In the stillness, the thunk of steel stabbing wood was as loud as the clatter of the target on the pavement. No one said a word as he pulled the scarf back down around his neck. A piece of a chair arm no bigger than his hand lay in the open space, his blade stuck firmly in the middle. Corman had tried to shave the odds, it appeared. Well, he had never specified the target. He suddenly realized he had not even made a wager. Finally, one of Kaderi's men half shouted, "The Dark One's own luck, that!" "Luck is a horse to ride like any other," Mat said to himself, no matter where it came from. Not that he knew where his luck came from, he only tried to ride it as best he could. As quietly as he had spoken, Genric frowned up at him. "What was that you said, Mazrim Cauthon?" Mat opened his mouth to repeat himself, then closed it again as the words came clear in his mind. "Sene sovia kaba adonde en dovienia," the old tongue. "Nothing," he muttered, "just talking to myself." The onlookers were beginning to drift away. I guess the light really is fading too much to go on. Corman put a foot on the piece of wood to wrench Mat's knife free and brought it back to him. Some time again maybe, Mazrim Cauthon, some day. That was the Aiel way of saying never, when they did not want to say it right out. Mat nodded as he slipped the blade back into one of the sheaths inside his sleeve. It was the same as the time he had rolled 6 sixes 23 times in a row. He could hardly blame them. Being lucky was not all it was made out. He noted with a bit of envy that neither Aiel staggered in the slightest as they joined the departing crowd. Scrubbing a hand through his hair, Mat sat down heavily on the coping. The memories that had once cluttered his head like raisins in a cake now blended with his own. In one part of his mind he knew he had been born in the Two Rivers 20 years before, but he could remember clearly leading the flanking attack that turned the Trollocs at Maihande and dancing in the court of Tarmandoin, and 100 other things, 1,000, mostly battles. He remembered dying more times than he wanted to think of. No seams between lives anymore. He could not tell his memories from the others unless he concentrated. Reaching behind him, he set his wide-brimmed hat on his head and fished the odd spear across his knees. Instead of an ordinary spearhead, it had what looked like a 2-foot sword blade, marked with a pair of ravens. Lan said that that blade had been made with the one power during the War of the Shadow, the War of the Power. The warder claimed it would never need sharpening and never break. Mat thought he would not trust that unless he had to. It might have lasted 3,000 years, but he had little trust of the power. Cursive script ran along the black haft, punctuated at either end with another raven, inlaid in some metal even darker than the wood. In the old tongue, but he could read it now, of course. Thus is our treaty written, thus is agreement made. Thought is the arrow of time, memory never fades. What was asked is given, the price is paid. One way down the wide street, half a mile off, was a square that would have been called large in most cities. The Aiel traders were gone for the night, but their pavilions still stood, made of the same greyish-brown wool used for Aiel tents. Hundreds of traders had come to Rhuidean from every part of the waste, for the biggest fair the Aiel had ever seen, and more arrived every day. The traders had been among the first to actually start living in the city. Mat did not really want to look the other way, toward the great plaza. He could make out the shapes of Dareis wagons, awaiting more loading tomorrow. What appeared to be a twisted redstone door frame had been heaved into one that afternoon. Moiraine had taken particular care to see it lashed firmly in place just as she wanted. He did not know what she knew of it, and he was not about to ask. Better if she forgot he was alive, though small chance of that. But whatever she knew, he was sure he knew more. He had stepped through it, a fool looking for answers. What he had gotten instead was a head full of other men's memories. That, and dead. He tucked the scarf closer around his neck. And 2 other things. A silver fox-head medallion that he wore under his shirt, and the weapon across his knees. Small recompense. He ran his fingers lightly down the script. Memory never fades. They had a sense of humor fit for Aiel, those folk on the other side of that doorway. Can you do that every time? He jerked his head around to stare at the maiden who had just sat down beside him. Tall even for an Aiel, maybe taller than he was. She had hair like spun gold and eyes the color of a clear morning sky. She was older than he, maybe by 10 years, but that had never put him off. Then again she was far Dareis Mai. I am Melindra, she went on, of the Jumai sept. Can you do that every time? She meant the knife-throwing, he realized. She gave her sept, but no clan. Aiel never did that. Unless. She had to be one of the Shaido maidens who had come to join Rand. He did not really understand all this about societies, but as for Shaido, he remembered them trying to stick spears in him too well. Couladin did not like anyone associated with Rand, and what Couladin hated, the Shaido hated. On the other hand, Melindra had come here to Rhuidean, a maiden, but she wore a small smile. Her gaze held an inviting light. Most of the time, he said truthfully, even when he did not feel it, his luck was good. When he did, it was perfect. She chuckled, her smile widening, as if she thought he was boasting. Women seemed to make up their minds whether you were lying without looking at the evidence. On the other hand, if they liked you, they either did not care, or else decided even the most outrageous lie was true. Maidens could be dangerous, whatever their clan. Any woman could, he had learned that on his own. But Melindra's eyes were definitely not just looking at him. Dipping into his winnings, he pulled up a necklace of gold spirals, each centered on a deep blue sapphire, the largest as big as the joint of his thumb. He could remember a time, his own memory, when the smallest of those stones would have made him sweat. "They'll look pretty with your eyes," he said, laying the heavy strand in her hands. He had never seen a maiden wear baubles of any sort, but in his experience every woman liked jewelry. Strangely, they liked flowers nearly as well. He did not understand it, but then he was willing to admit that he understood women less than he did his luck, or what had happened on the other side of that twisted doorway. "Very fine work," she said, holding it up. "I accept your offer." The necklace disappeared into her belt pouch, and she leaned over to push his hat back on his head. "Your eyes are pretty, like dark polished cat's eye." She twisted around to pull her feet up onto the coping and sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, studying him intently. "My spear sisters have told me about you." Mat pulled his hat back into place and watched her warily from under the brim. What had they told her, and what offer? It was only a necklace. The invitation was gone from her eyes. She looked like a cat studying a mouse. That was the trouble with maidens of the spear. Sometimes it was hard to tell whether they wanted to dance with you, kiss you, or kill you. The street was emptying, the shadows deepening, but he recognized Rand slanting across down the way, pipe clenched between his teeth. He was the only man in Rhuidean likely to be walking with a fistful of far Dareis Mai. They're always around him, Mat thought, guarding him like a pack of she-wolves, leaping to do whatever he says. Some men might have envied him that much, at least. Not Mat, not most of the time. If it had been a pack of girls like Isandra now. Excuse me for a moment," he told Melindra hurriedly. Leaning his spear against the low wall around the fountain, he leaped up, already running. His head still buzzed, but not so loudly as before, and he did not stagger. He had no worries about his winnings. The Aiel had very definite views of what was allowed. Taking in a raid was one thing, theft another. Kadere's men had learned to keep their hands in their pockets after one of them had been caught stealing. After a beating that left him striped from shoulders to heels, he had been sent away. The one water bag he had been allowed would not have been nearly enough for him to reach the dragon wall, even if he had had any clothes on. Now Kadere's men would not pick up a copper they found lying in the street. "Rand?" The other man walked on with his encircling escort. "Rand?" Rand was not even 10 paces away, but he did not waver. Some of the maidens looked back, but not Rand. Mat felt cold suddenly, and it had nothing to do with the onset of night. He wet his lips and spoke again, not a shout. "Lose Therin." And Rand turned around. Mat almost wished he had not. For a time they only looked at one another in the twilight. Mat hesitated about going closer. He tried telling himself it was because of the maidens. Adlin had been one of those who taught him a so-called game, Maiden's Kiss, that he was never likely to forget or play again if he had any say in it. And he could feel Enala's gaze, like an auger boring into his skull. Who would have expected a woman to go up like oil thrown on a fire just because you told her she was the prettiest little flower you had ever seen? Rand, now. He and Rand had grown up together. They and Perrin, the blacksmith's apprentice back in Eamon's Field, had hunted together, fished together, tramped through the sandhills to the edge of the mountains of mist, camped under the stars. Rand was his friend. Only now he was the kind of friend who might bash your head in without meaning to. Perrin could be dead because of Rand. He made himself walk to arm's reach of the other man. Rand was nearly a head taller, and in the early evening gloom he seemed taller yet, colder than he had been. "I've been thinking, Rand." Mat wished he did not sound hoarse. He hoped Rand would answer to his right name this time. "I've been away from home a long time." "We both have," Rand said softly. "A long time." Suddenly he gave a laugh, not loud, but almost like the old Rand. "Are you beginning to miss milking your father's cows?" Mat scratched his ear, grinning a bit. Not that exactly. If he never saw the inside of another barn, it would be too soon. "But I was thinking that when Kadere's wagons go, I might go with them." Rand was silent. When he spoke again, the brief flash of mirth was gone. "All the way to Tar Valon." It was Mat's turn to hesitate. "He wouldn't give me away to Moiraine, would he?" "Maybe," he said casually. "I don't know. That's where Moiraine will want me. Maybe I'll find a chance to get back to the Two Rivers. See if everything's all right at home. See if Perrin's alive. See if my sisters are, and Mother and Dar. We all have to do what we must, Mat. Not what we want to very often, what we must." It sounded like an excuse to Mat, as if Rand was asking him to understand. Only he had done what he had to himself a few times. I can't blame Perrin on him, not by himself. Nobody bloody forced me to follow after Rand like some bloody heel-hound. Only that was not true either. He had been forced, just not by Rand. "You won't." "Stop me leaving?" "I don't try to tell you to come or go, Mat," Rand said wearily. "The wheel weaves the pattern, not me, and the wheel weaves as the wheel wheels, for all the world like a bloody Aes Sedai." Half turning to go, Rand added, "Don't trust Cadere, Mat. In some ways he's about as dangerous a man as you ever met. Don't trust him an inch, or you might get your throat slit, and you and I wouldn't be the only ones to regret that." Then he was gone, down the street in the deepening dusk, with the maidens around him like slinking wolves. Mat stared after him. "Trust the merchant? I wouldn't trust Cadere if he was tied in a sack." So Rand did not weave the pattern. He came close. Before ever any of them learned that the prophecies had anything to do with them, they had learned that Rand was Tavern, one of those rare individuals who, instead of being woven willy-nilly into the pattern, forced the pattern to shape itself around them. Mat knew about being Tavern. He was one himself, though not as strong as Rand. Sometimes Rand could affect people's lives, change the course of them just by being in the same town. Perrin was Tavern as well, or maybe had been. Moiraine had thought it was significant. Finding 3 young men who grew up in the same village, all destined to be Tavern, she meant to fit them all into her plans, whatever they were. It was supposed to be a grand thing. All the Tavern Mat had been able to learn about had been men like Arthur Hawkwing, or women like Mazrim Enchevade, whose stories said had founded the Compact of the 10 Nations after the breaking. But none of the stories told what happened when one Tavern was close to another as strong as Rand. It was like being a leaf in a whirlpool. Melindra stopped beside him and handed him his spear and a heavy, coarse-woven sack that clinked. "I put your winnings in this for you." She was taller than he was by a good 2 inches. She glanced after Rand. "I had heard you were near brother to Randall Thor." "In a manner of speaking," he said dryly. "It does not matter," she said dismissively, and concentrated her gaze on him, fists on her hips. "You attracted my interest, Mat Cauthon, before you gave me a regard gift. Not that I will give up the spear for you, of course, but I have had my eye on you for days. You have a smile like a boy about to do mischief." I like that, and those eyes. In the failing light, her grin was slow and wide and warm. "I do like your eyes." Mat tugged his hat straight, though it had not been crooked. From pursuer to pursued, in the blink of an eye. It could happen like that with Aiel women, especially maidens. "Does Daughter of the 9 Moons mean anything to you?" It was a question he asked women sometimes. The wrong answer would send him out of Rhuidean tonight, if he had to try walking out of the waste. "Nothing," she said, "but there are things I like to do by moonlight." Putting an arm around his shoulder, she took off his hat and began to whisper in his ear. In no time at all, he was grinning even more widely than she. With his far Dareis escort, Rand approached the Rhuidean roof of the Maidens. White stairs as wide as the tall building, each step a stride deep, ran up to thick columns 20 paces high, black, seeming in the twilight, but bright blue by day, and fluted in spirals. The outside of the building was a patterned mosaic of glazed tiles, white and blue in spirals that appeared endless to the eye, and a huge window of coloured glass directly above the columns showed a black-haired woman, 15 feet tall in complicated blue robes, right hand upraised, either to bless or command a hailty. Her face was serene and stern at the same time. Whoever she had been, she was surely no Aiel, not with that pale skin and those dark eyes. An Aes Sedai, perhaps. He tapped his pipe out on his boudil and stuffed it into his coat pocket before starting up the steps. Except for Gaishain, men were not allowed beneath a roof of the Maidens, not any man, not in any hold in the waste. A chief or a maiden's bloodkin could die trying, though in fact no Aielman would ever think of it. It was the same for any society. Only members and the Gaishain were allowed inside. The 2 maidens, standing guard at the tall bronze doors, flashed maiden hand-talk at one another, cutting their eyes in his direction as he came through the columns, then shared a small grin. He wished he knew what they had said. Even in as dry a land as the waste, bronze would tarnish with enough time, but Gaishain had polished these doors until they looked new-made. They stood wide open, and the pair of guards made no move to hinder him as he walked through, Adolin and the others on his heels. The wide, white-tiled corridors and great rooms inside were full of maidens, sitting about on bright cushions, talking, tending to weapons, playing cat's cradle, or stones, or thousand flowers, an Aiel game that involved laying out patterns of flat bits of stone carved with what seemed 100 different symbols. Of course, a profusion of Gaishain moved smoothly about their chores, cleaning, serving, mending, seeing to oil lamps that ranged from simple glazed pottery to gilded loot from somewhere to the tall stand lamps that had been found in the city. In most rooms, colourful carpets and bright tapestries covered the floors and walls, in nearly as many patterns and styles as there were carpets and tapestries. The walls and ceilings themselves were detailed mosaics of forests and rivers and skies that had never been seen in the waste. Young or old, the maidens smiled when they saw him, and some nodded familiarly or even patted his shoulder. Others called out, asking how he was, had he eaten, would he like the Gaishain to bring him wine or water. He responded briefly, though with answering smiles. He was well, and neither hungry nor thirsty. He kept walking, not even slowing when he spoke. Slowing would lead inevitably to stopping, and he was not up to that tonight. Dareis had adopted him, after a fashion. Some treated him as a son, others as a brother. Age seemed not to come into it. Women with white in their hair might talk to him as a brother over tea, while maidens no more than a year older than he tried to make sure he wore the proper clothes for the heat. There was no avoiding the mothering, they simply did it, and he could not see how to make them stop, short of using the power against the whole lot of them. He had thought of trying to have another society provide his guards. Siuan Mental, the Stone Dogs perhaps, or Ethan Dor, the Red Shields. Ruach had been a Red Shield before becoming chief only. What reason could he? Possibly give? Not the truth, certainly. Just thinking about explaining that to Ruach and the others made him uncomfortable. Aiel humour being what it was, even sour old Han would likely break his ribs laughing. Any reason at all would probably offend the honour of every last maiden. At least they rarely mothered him except under the roof, where there was no one to see but themselves, and Gaishain, who knew better than to speak of anything that happened there. The maidens, he had once said, carry my honour. Everyone remembered that, and the maidens were as proud of it as if he had given them all thrones. But it had turned out that they carried it in a manner they chose. Adeline and the other four left him to join their friends, but he was hardly alone as he climbed higher in the building, along curving flights of wide white stairs. He had to answer the same questions at practically every step. No, he was not hungry. Yes, he knew he was not used to the heat yet, and no, he had not spent too much time in the sun. He bore it all patiently, but he did heave a sigh of relief when he reached the second story above the huge window. Here there were no maidens and no Gaishain in the broad hallways or on the stairs that led on upward. The bare walls and empty chambers emphasized the absence of people, but after traversing the floors below, he found solitude, a blessing. His bedroom was a windowless chamber near the center of the building, one of the few that was not huge, though its ceiling still reached high enough to make height the room's longest dimension. What it had been meant for originally he had no idea. A mosaic of vines around the small fireplace was the only ornamentation. A servant's room, he would have said, but servants' rooms did not have a door sheathed in bronze, however plain, that he pushed most of the way shut. Gaishain had polished the metal to a dull gleam. A few tasselled cushions lay scattered on the blue floor tiles for sitting, and a thick pallet atop bright layered rugs for sleeping. A simple blue-glazed pitcher of water and a dark green cup sat on the floor near the bed. That was it, except for two three-pronged stand lamps already lit and a pace-high pile of books in one corner. With a tired sigh, he lay down on the pallet, still in his coat and boots. No matter how he shifted, it was not much softer than sleeping on the bare floor. The night's chill was already seeping into the room, but he did not bother to light the dried cow dung on the hearth. He was readier to face the cold than the smell. Rhuidean had tried to show him a simple way to keep the room warm, simple, but something the man did not have enough strength to do himself. The one time Rand had tried it, he had awakened in the middle of the night, gasping for breath, while the edges of the rug smouldered from the heat of the floor. He had not made another attempt. He had chosen this building for his quarters because it was whole and near to the plaza. Its great high ceilings gave a semblance of coolness, even to the hottest part of the day, and its thick walls kept out the worst of the cold at night. It had not been the roof of the maidens then, of course. One morning he simply awakened to find it so. Maidens in every room on the first 2 floors, and their guards on the doors. It had taken him a while to realize that they intended the building for their society's roof in Rhuidean, yet expected him to continue to stay in it. In fact, they were ready to move the roof wherever he went. That was why he had to meet the clan chiefs elsewhere. The best he had been able to manage was to make the maidens agree to stay below the floor where he slept. That had amused them all no end. Even the Kara Khan is not a king, he reminded himself wryly. Twice already he had moved upward as the numbers of maidens increased. Idly he tried to calculate how many more could come in before he was sleeping on the roof. That was better than remembering how he had let Moiraine get under his skin. He had not meant her to learn his plans until the day the Aiel moved. She knew exactly how to manipulate his emotions, how to make him so angry that he said more than he wanted to. I never used to get so angry. Why is it so hard to hold on to my temper? Well, there was nothing she could do to stop him. He did not think there was. He had to remember to be careful around her. His increasing abilities occasionally made him careless toward her, but if he was far stronger, she still knew more than he, even with Asmodean's teaching. In a way, letting Asmodean know his plans was less important than revealing his intentions to the Aes Sedai. To Moiraine, I'm still just a shepherd she can use for the tower's ends, but to Asmodean, I'm the only branch she can hold on to in a flood. Strange to think he could probably trust one of the Forsaken more than he could Moiraine, not that he could trust either very far, Asmodean. If his bonds to the Dark One had shielded him from the taint on Sedin, there had to be another way to do it, or to cleanse it. The trouble was that before they went over to the Shadow, the Forsaken had been among the most powerful Aes Sedai in the Age of Legends, when things the White Tower never dreamed of were commonplace. If Asmodean did not know a way, it probably did not exist. It has to. There has to be something. I'm not going to just sit until I go mad and die. That was plain foolish. Prophecy had made a rendezvous for him at Sheol Ghul. When, he did not know, but afterward, he would not have to worry about going mad any longer. He shivered and thought about unfolding his blankets. The faint sound of soft-soled footsteps in the hall snapped him upright. I told them, if they can't, Toon might. The woman who pushed open the door, her arms full of thick wool blankets, was not anyone he expected. Aviendha paused just inside the room to regard him with cool, blue-green eyes. A more than pretty woman, of an age with him, she had been a maiden until she gave up the spear to become a wise one not very long ago. Her dark, reddish hair still came well short of her shoulders, and hardly needed the folded brown scarf to keep it out of her face. She seemed a bit awkward with her brown shawl, a bit impatient with her full grey skirts. He felt a stab of jealousy at the silver necklace she wore, an elaborate string of intricately worked discs, each different. Who gave her that? She would not have chosen it herself. She did not seem to like jewellery. The only other piece she wore was a wide ivory bracelet, carved in finely detailed roses. He had given her that, and he was not sure she had forgiven him for it yet. It was foolish of him to be jealous in any case. I haven't seen you in 10 days, he said. I thought the wise ones would have tied you to my arm once they found out I'd blocked them out of my dreams. Asmodean had been amused at the first thing he'd wanted to learn, and then frustrated at how long Rand took to learn it. I have my training to do, Randall thought. She would be one of the few wise ones who could channel. That was part of what she was being taught. I'm not one of your wetlander women, to stand about so you can look at me whenever you wish. Despite knowing Egwene, and Elaine for that matter, she had an oddly wrong-headed view of what she called wetlander women, and of wetlanders in general. They are not pleased at what you have done. She meant Amis, Bear, and Moiraine, the 3 wise one dreamwalkers who were teaching her and trying to watch him. Aviendha shook her head ruefully. They were especially not pleased that I had let you know they were walking your dreams. He stared at her. You told them, but you didn't really say anything. I figured it out myself, and I would have eventually, even if you hadn't let a hint slip out. Aviendha, they told me they could speak to people in their dreams. It was only a step from that. Would you have had me dishonor myself further?" Her voice was level enough, but her eyes could have started the fire laid on the hearth. "I will not dishonor myself for you or any man. I gave you the trail to follow, and I will not deny my shame. I should have let you freeze." She threw the blankets right on top of his head. He pulled them off and laid them beside him on the pallet while trying to think of what to say. It was Toe again. The woman was as prickly as a thorn bush. Supposedly she had been given the task of teaching him Aiel customs, but he knew her true job, to spy on him for the Wise Ones. Whatever dishonor was attached to spying among Aiel, apparently it did not extend to the Wise Ones. They knew he knew, but for some reason it did not seem to concern them, and as long as they were willing to let matters remain as they were, so was he. For one thing, Aviendha was not a very good spy. She almost never tried to find anything out, and her own temper got in the way of making him angry or guilty, the way Moiraine did. For another, she was actually pleasant company sometimes, when she forgot to keep her thorns out. At least he knew who it was that Amos and the others had set to watch him. If it was not she, it would be someone else, and he would be constantly wondering who. Besides, she was never wary around him. Mat, Egwene, even Moiraine sometimes looked at him with eyes that saw the Dragon Reborn, or at least the danger of a man who could channel. The clan chiefs and the Wise Ones saw he who comes with the dawn, the man prophesied to break the isle like dried twigs. If they did not fear him, they still sometimes treated him like a red adder they had to live with. Whatever Aviendha saw, it never stopped her being scathing whenever she chose, which was most of the time. An odd sort of comfort, but compared to the rest, it was a comfort nonetheless. He had missed her. He had even picked flowers from some of the spiny plants around Rhuidean, bloodying his fingers until he realized he could use the power, and sent them to her 6 times. The maidens had carried the blossoms themselves instead of sending Gaishane. She had never acknowledged them, of course. "Thank you," he said finally, touching the blankets. They seemed a safe enough subject. "I suppose you can't have too many in the nights here. Inala asked me to bring them to you when she found out I was here to see you." Her lips twitched in the beginnings of an amused smile. "A number of the Spear Sisters were worried that you might not be warm enough. I am to see that you light your fire tonight. You didn't last night." Rand felt his cheeks colouring. She knew. Well, she would, wouldn't she? The bloody maidens may not tell her everything anymore, but they don't bother to keep anything from her either. "Why did you want to see me?" To his surprise, she folded her arms beneath her breasts and paced the short length of the room twice before stopping to glare at him. "This was not a regard gift," she said accusingly, shaking the bracelet at him. "You admitted as much." True, though he thought she might have put a knife in his ribs had he not conceded it, it was simply a fool gift from a man who did not know or care what the Spear Sisters might think. "Well, this has no meaning either." She pulled something from her pouch and tossed it onto the pallet beside him. "It cancels debt between us." Rand picked up what she had thrown and turned it over in his hands. A belt buckle in the shape of a dragon, ornately made in good steel and inlaid with gold. "Thank you, it's beautiful. Aviendha, there is no debt to cancel." "If you will not take it against my debt," she said firmly, "then throw it away. I will find something else to repay you. It is only a trinket. Hardly a trinket. You must have had this made." "Do not think that means anything," Randor thought. "When I gave up the spear, my spears, my knife." Unconsciously her hand brushed her belt, where that long-bladed knife used to hang. "Even the points of my arrows were taken from me and handed to a smith to make. Simple things to give away. Most I gave to friends, but the Wise Ones had me name the 3 men and 3 women I most hate, and I was told to give each of them a gift made from my weapons, with my own hands. Bear says it teaches humility." Straight-backed and glaring, biting off each word, she looked and sounded anything but humble. "So you will not think that means anything?" "It means nothing," he said, nodding sadly. Not that he wanted it to mean anything really, but it would have been pleasing to think she might be beginning to see him as a friend. It was plain foolish to feel jealousy over her. I wonder who gave it to her. "Aviendha? Was I one of those you hate so much?" "Yes, Randor Thor." She suddenly sounded hoarse. For a moment she turned her face away, eyes shut and quivering. "I hate you with all of my heart. I do." And I always will." He did not bother to ask why. Once he had asked her why she disliked him and practically had his nose snapped off. She had not told him, though. But this was more than a dislike, she sometimes seemed to forget. "If you really hate me," he said reluctantly, "I will ask the wise ones to send someone else to teach me." "No! But if you... No!" If anything, her denial was even more fierce this time. She planted her fists on her hips and lectured as if she meant to drive every word home in his heart. "Even if the wise ones allowed me to stop, I have obligation and duty to my near sister Elaine to watch you for her. You belong to her, Randall Thor, to her and no other woman. Remember that." He felt like throwing up his hands. At least this time she was not describing to him how Elaine looked without any clothes. Some Aiel customs took even more getting used to than others. He sometimes wondered if she and Elaine had agreed on this watching between them. He could not believe it, but then again, even women who were not Aiel were odd as often as not. More than that, he wondered who Aviendha was supposed to be protecting him from. Except for the maidens and the wise ones, Aiel women seemed to look at him half as prophecy made flesh, and thus not really flesh at all, and half as a blood snake loose among children. The wise ones were nearly as bad as Moiraine when it came to trying to make him do what they wanted, and the maidens he did not want to think about. The whole thing made him furious. "Now, you listen to me. I kissed Elaine a few times, and I think she enjoyed it as much as I did, but I am not promised to anyone. I'm not even sure she wants that much from me anymore." In the space of a few hours, she had written him 2 letters. One called him the dearest light of her heart, before going on to make his ears burn, while the other named him a cold-hearted wretch she never wanted to see. Again and then proceeded to rip him up one side and down the other better than Aviendha ever had. Women were definitely odd. I don't have time to think about women anyway. The only thing on my mind is uniting the Aiel, even the Shaido if I can. "Aye!" He cut off with a groan as the very last woman he could have hoped for swayed into the room in a clatter of jewellery, carrying a silver tray with a blown glass flagon of wine and 2 silver cups. A diaphanous red silk scarf wrapped around Isandra's head did nothing to hide her palely beautiful heart-shaped face. Her long dark hair and dark eyes never belonged to any Aiel. Her full, pouting lips were curved enticingly until she saw Aviendha. Then the smile faded to a sickly thing. Aside from the scarf, she had on a dozen or more necklaces of gold and ivory, some set with pearls or polished gems. As many bracelets weighted each wrist, and even more bunched around her ankles. That was it. She wore not another thing. He made himself keep his eyes strictly on her face, but even so his cheeks felt hot. Aviendha looked like a thunderhead about to spit lightning. Isandra like a woman who had just learned she was to be boiled alive. Rand wished he were in the pit of doom or anywhere but there. Still, he got to his feet. He would have more authority looking down on them than the other way around. "Aviendha," he began, but she ignored him. "Did someone send you with that?" she asked coldly. Isandra opened her mouth, the intended lie plain on her face, then gulped and whispered, "No. You have been warned about this Sorda." A Sorda was a kind of rat, especially sly, according to the Aiel, and good for absolutely nothing. Its flesh was so rank that even cats seldom ate the ones they killed. "Adeline thought the last time would have taught you." Isandra flinched and swayed as if about to faint. Rand gathered himself. "Aviendha, whether she was sent or not doesn't matter. I'm a little thirsty, and if she was kind enough to bring me wine, she should be thanked for it." Aviendha glanced coolly at the 2 cups and raised her eyebrows. He took a deep breath. "She should not be punished just for bringing me something to drink." He was careful not to look at the tray himself. Half the maidens under the roof must have asked if She was taken by the maidens for theft from maidens, Randall Thor. Aviendha's voice was even colder than it had been for the other woman. "You have meddled too much already in the business of Far Dareis Mai, more than you should have been allowed. Not even the Kara Khan can thwart justice. This is no concern of yours." He grimaced and let it go. Whatever the maidens did to her, Isandra certainly had coming, just not for this. She had entered the waste with Hadnan Kadere, but Kadere had not cracked his teeth when the maidens took her for stealing the jewellery that was now all they let her wear. It had been all Rand could do to keep her from being sent off to Shara tethered like a goat, or else dispatched naked toward the dragon wall with one water bag, watching her plead for mercy once she realized what the maidens intended. He had not been able to make himself stay out of it. Once he had killed a woman who meant to kill him, but the memory still burned. He did not think he would ever be able to do it again, even with his life in the balance. A foolish thing, with female forsaken, likely seeking his blood or worse, but there it was. And if he could not kill a woman, how could he stand by and let a woman die, even if she deserved it? That was the rub. In any land west of the Dragon Wall, Isandra would face the gallows or the headsman's block for what he knew about her. About her and Kadere, and probably most of the merchant's men, if not all. They were dark friends. And he could not expose them. Not even they were aware that he knew, if any one of them was revealed as a dark friend. Isandra endured as best she could, because even being a servant and kept naked was better than being tied hand and foot and left for the sun, but none would keep silent once Moiraine had her hands on them. Aes Sedai had no more mercy for dark friends than for anyone else. She would loosen their tongues in short order. And Asmodean had come into the waste with the merchant's wagons, too, just another dark friend so far as Kadere and the others knew, though one with authority. No doubt they thought he had taken service with the Dragon Reborn on orders from some still higher power. To keep his teacher, to keep Moiraine from trying to kill both of them, very probably, Rand had to keep their secret. Luckily, no one questioned why the Aiel kept such a close watch on the merchant and his men. Moiraine thought it was the usual Aiel suspicion of outsiders in the waste, magnified by them being in Rhuidean. She had had to use all of her persuasion to make the Aiel let Kadere and his wagons into the city. The suspicion was there. Ruark and the other chiefs likely would have set guards even if Rand had not asked. And Kadere just seemed happy he did not have a spear through his ribs. Rand had no idea how he was going to resolve the situation, or, if he could, it was a fine mess. In Gleeman's stories, only villains got caught in a cleft stick like this. Once she was sure that he was not going to try to interfere further, Aviendha turned her attention back to the other woman. "You may leave the wine." Isandra half knelt gracefully to set the tray beside his pallet, a peculiar grimace on her face. It took Rand a moment to recognize an attempt to smile at him without letting the Aiel woman see. "And now you will run to the first maiden you can find," Aviendha went on, "and tell her what you have done. Run, Sorda." Moaning and wringing her hands, Isandra ran in a great rattle of jewelry. As soon as she was out of the room, Aviendha rounded on him. "You belong to Elaine. You have no right to try luring any woman, but especially not that one." "Her?" Rand gasped. "You think I—" "Believe me, Aviendha, if she were the last woman on earth, I'd still stay as far from her as I could run." "So you say," she sniffed. "She has been switched 7 times, 7, for trying to sneak to your bed." She would not persist like that without some encouragement. She faces far Dareis Mai justice, and she is no concern of even the Kara Khan. Take that as your lesson for today on our customs, and remember that you belong to my near sister. Without letting him get a word in, she stalked out, wearing such a look that he thought Isandra might not survive if Aviendha caught up to her. Letting out a long breath, he got up long enough to put the tray and its wine in a corner of the room. He was not about to drink anything Isandra brought him. 7 times she's tried to reach me? She must have learned that he interceded for her, no doubt to her way of thinking. If he was willing to do that for a smoky look and a smile, what might he do for more? He shivered at the thought as much as the increasing cold. He would rather have a scorpion in his bed. If the maidens failed to convince her, he might tell her what he knew about her. That should put an end to any schemes. Snuffing the lamps, he crawled onto his pallet in the dark, still booted and fully dressed, and fumbled around until he had pulled all of the blankets over him. Without the fire, he suspected he really would be grateful to Aviendha before morning. Setting the wards of spirit that shielded his dreams from intrusion was almost automatic to him now, but even as he did it, he chuckled to himself. He could have gotten into bed and then put out the lamps, with the power. It was the simple things that he never thought of doing with the power. For a time he lay waiting for his body's heat to warm the inside of the blankets. How the same place could be so hot by day and so cold by night was beyond him. Sticking one hand under his coat, he fingered the half-healed scar on his side. That wound, the one that Moiraine could never completely heal, was what would kill him eventually, he was sure of it. His blood on the rocks of Sheol Ghul. That was what the prophecies said. Not tonight. I won't think of that tonight. I have a little time yet. But if the seals can be shaved with a knife, now do they still hold as strongly? Number, not tonight. The inside of the blankets was becoming a little warmer, and he shifted around, trying and failing to find a comfortable way to lie. I should have washed, he thought drowsily. Egwene was probably in a warm sweat tent right that minute. Half the time he used one, a fistful of maidens tried to come in with him, and nearly rolled on the ground laughing when he insisted on them staying outside. It was bad enough having to undress and dress in the steam. Sleep finally came, and with it safely protected dreams, safe from the wise ones or anyone else. Not protected from his own thoughts, though. 3 women invaded them continually, not Isandra, except in a brief nightmare that nearly woke him. By turns he dreamed of Elaine and Min and Aviendha, by turns and together. Only Elaine had ever looked at him as a man, but all 3 saw him as who he was, not what he was. Aside from the nightmare, they were all pleasant dreams. Standing as close as she could to the small fire in the middle of the tent, Egwene still shivered as she poured water from the generous tea-kettle into a wide, blue-striped bowl. She had lowered the sides of the tent, but cold seeped through the colourful layered ruds covering the ground, and all the fire's heat seemed to rush up and out of the smoke-hole in the middle of the tent roof, leaving only the smell of the burning cow dung. Her teeth wanted to chatter. Already the steam from the water was beginning to fade. She embraced Cedar for a moment and channeled fire to heat it more. Amos or Bear would probably have washed in it cold, though in fact they always took sweat baths. So I'm not as tough as they are. I did not grow up in the waste. I don't have to freeze to death and wash in cold water if I don't want to. She still felt guilty as she lathered her cloths with a piece of lavender-scented soap bought from Hadnan Kader. The wise ones had never asked her to do differently, but it still felt like cheating. Letting go of the true source made her sigh with remorse. Even trembling with cold, she laughed softly at her own foolishness. The wonder of being filled with the power, the wondrous rush of life and awareness, was its own danger. The more you drew on Cedar, the more you wanted to draw, and without self-discipline you eventually drew more than you could handle, and either died or stilled yourself. And that was nothing to laugh at. That's one of your biggest faults, she lectured herself firmly. You always want to do more than you're supposed to. You ought to wash in cold water. That would teach you self-discipline. Only there was so much to learn, and it sometimes seemed a lifetime would be too short to learn it. Her teachers were always so cautious, whether wise ones or Aes Sedai in the tower. It was hard to hold back when she knew that in so many ways she already outstripped them. I can do more than they realize. A blast of freezing air hit her, swirling smoke from the fire about the tent, and a woman's voice said, "If it pleases you." Egwene jumped, yelping shrilly before managing to get out. "Shut that!" She hugged herself to stop from capering. Get in or get out, but shut it. All that effort to be warm, and now she was icy goosebumps from head to toe. The white-robed woman shuffled into the tent on her knees and let the tent flap drop. She kept her eyes downcast, her hands folded meekly. She would have done the same if Egwene had hit her instead of just shouting. "If it pleases you," she said softly, "the wise one, Amy sent me to bring you to the sweat tent." Wishing she could stand on top of the fire, Egwene groaned. The light burned bare and her stubbornness. If not for the white-haired old wise one, they could be in rooms in the city instead of tents on the edge of it. I could have a room with a proper fireplace and a door. She was willing to bet that Rand did not have to put up with people wandering in on him whenever they wanted. Rand-blooded Dragonal Thor snaps his fingers, and the maidens jump like serving girls. I'll wager they found him a real bed instead of a pallet on the ground. She was sure that he got a hot bath every night. The maidens probably hauled buckets of hot water up to his rooms. I'll bet they even found him a proper copper bathtub. Amis and even Moiraine had been amenable to Egwene's suggestion, but Bear had put her foot down, and they acquiesced like Gaishane. Egwene supposed that, with Rand bringing so much change, Bear wanted to hold on to as much of the old ways as she could, but she wished the woman could have chosen something else to be intractable over. There was no thought of refusing. She had promised the Wise Ones to forget that she was Aes Sedai, the easy part, since she was not, and do exactly as she was told. That was the hard part. She had been away from the tower long enough to become her own mistress again. But Amos had told her flatly that dream-walking was dangerous even after you knew what you were about, and far more so until then. If she would not obey in the waking world, they could not trust her to obey in the dream, and they would not take the responsibility. So she did chores right along with Aviendha, accepted chastisement with as good a grace as she could muster, and hopped whenever Amis or Moiraine or Bear said frog. In a manner of speaking, none of them had ever seen a frog. Not that they'll want anything but for me to hand them their tea. No, it would be Aviendha's turn to do that tonight. For a moment she considered donning stockings, but finally just bent to slip on her shoes. Sturdy shoes, suitable for the waist. She rather regretted the silk slippers she had worn in Tyr. "What is your name?" she asked, trying to be companionable. "Cowinde," was the docile reply. Egwene sighed. She kept trying to be friends with the Gaishane, but they never responded. Servants were one thing she had not had a chance to get used to, though of course Gaishane were not precisely servants. You were a maiden. A quick, fierce flash of deep blue eyes told her that her guess was correct, but just as quickly they lowered again. "I am Gaishane. Before and after are not now, and only now exists. What is your sept and plan?" Usually there was no need to ask, not even with Gaishane. "I serve the Wise One Moiraine of the Girard Sept of the Goshen Aiel." Trying to choose between two cloaks, a stout brown woolen and a blue quilted silk she had purchased from Cadere. The merchant had sold everything in his wagons to make room for Moiraine's freight, and at very good prices. Egwene paused to frown at the woman. That was no proper response. She had heard that a form of the bleakness had taken some Gaishane. When their year and a day was done, they simply refused to put off the robe. "When is your time up?" she asked. Cowinde crouched lower, almost huddling over her knees. "I am Gaishane, but when will you be able to return to your sept, to your own hold?" "I am Gaishane," the woman hoarsely told the rugs in front of her face. "If the answer displeases, punish me, but I can give no other." "Don't be silly," Egwene said sharply, "and straighten up. You aren't a toad." The white-robed woman obeyed immediately, and sat there on her heels, submissively awaiting another command. That brief flare of spirit might as well never have been. Egwene took a deep breath. The woman had made her own accommodation with the bleakness. A foolish one, but nothing she could say would change it. Anyway, she was supposed to be on her way to the sweat tent, not talking with Cowinde. Remembering that cold draught, she hesitated. The icy gust had made two large white blossoms, resting in a shallow bowl, curl partway closed. They came from a plant called a segade, a fat, leafless, leathery thing that bristled with spines. She had come on Aviendha, looking at them in her hands that morning. The Aiel woman had given a start when she saw her, then pushed them into Egwene's hands, saying she had picked them for her. She supposed there was enough of the maiden left in Aviendha that she did not want to admit liking flowers. Though, come to think of it, she had seen the occasional maiden wearing a blossom in her hair or on her coat. "You are just trying to put it off, Egwene Alver. Now stop being a silly woolhead. You are being as foolish as Cowinde." "Lead the way," she said, and just had time to swing the woolen cloak around her nakedness before the woman swept open the tent flap for her and for the bone-chilling night. Overhead the stars were crisp points in the darkness, and the three-quarter moon was bright. The Wise One's camp was a cluster of 24 low mounds, not 100 paces from where one of Rhuidean's paved streets ended in hard, cracked clay and stones. Moon shadows turned the city into strange cliffs and crags. Every tent had its flaps down, and the smells of fires and cooking blended to fill the air. The other Wise Ones came here for almost daily gatherings, but they spent nights with their own septs. Several even slept in Rhuidean now. But not Bear. This was as close to the city as Bear had been willing to come. If Rand had not been there, doubtless she would have insisted on making camp in the mountains. Egwene held the cloak tight with both hands and walked as fast as she could. Icy tendrils curled under the cloak's bottom, swept in every time her bare legs kicked a gap open. Cowend had to pull her white robes to her knees in order to keep ahead. Egwene did not need the Gaishain's guidance, but since the woman had been sent to bring her, she would be shamed and maybe offended if not allowed to. Clenching her teeth to keep them from chattering, Egwene wished the woman would run. The sweat tent looked like any other, low and wide, with the flaps lowered all around, except that the smoke hole had been covered. Nearby a fire had burned down to glowing embers, scattered over a few rocks the size of a man's head. There was not enough light to define the much smaller, shadowed mound beside the tent entrance, but she knew it was neatly folded women's clothes. Taking one deep, chilling breath, she hurriedly scuffed off her shoes, let her cloak drop, and all but dove into the tent. An instant of shuddering cold before the flap fell shut behind her, then steamy heat clamped down, squeezing out sweat that covered her in an instant sheen while she was still gasping and shaking. The three wise ones who were teaching her about dream-walking sat sweating unconcernedly, their waist-length hair hanging damply. Bear was talking to Moiraine, whose green-eyed beauty and red-gold hair made a sharp contrast to the older woman's leathery face and long white tresses. Amys was white-haired too, or perhaps it was just so pale a yellow that it seemed white, but she did not look old. She and Moiraine could both channel, not many wise ones could, and she had something of the Aes Sedai look of agelessness about her. Moiraine, seeming slight and small beside the others, also looked unruffled, although sweat rolled down her pale nudity and slicked her dark hair to her scalp, with a regal refusal to acknowledge that she had no clothes. The wise ones were using slim, curved pieces of bronze, called stara, to scrape off sweat and the day's dirt. Aviendha was squatting sweatily beside the big black kettle of hot, sooty rocks in the middle of the tent, carefully using a pair of tongs to move a last stone from a smaller kettle to the larger. That done, she sprinkled water onto the rocks from a gourd, adding to the steam. If she let the steam fall too far, she would be spoken to sharply, at the very least. The next time the wise ones met in the sweat tent, it would be Egwene's turn to tend the rocks. Egwene cautiously sat down cross-legged next to Bear. Instead of layered rugs, there was only rocky ground, unpleasantly hot, lumpy and damp, and realized with a shock that Aviendha had been switched, and recently. When the Aiel woman gingerly took her own place beside Egwene, she did so with a face as stony as the ground, but a face that could not hide her flinch. This was something Egwene did not expect. The wise ones exacted a hard discipline, harder even than the tower, which took some doing, but Aviendha worked at learning to channel with a grim determination. She could not dream-walk, but she surely put as much effort into absorbing every art of a wise one as she could ever have put into learning her weapons as a maiden. Of course, after she confessed to letting Rand know about the wise ones watching his dreams, they had made her spend 3 days digging shoulder-deep holes and filling them in again, but that was one of the few times. Aviendha had ever seemed to put a foot wrong. Amys and the other two had held her up to Egwene so often as a model of meek obedience and proper fortitude that sometimes Egwene wanted to shriek, even if Aviendha was a friend. "You took long enough in coming," Bear said grumpily, while Egwene was still gingerly searching for a comfortable seat. Her voice was thin and reedy, but a reed of iron. She continued to scrape her arms with a starer. "I am sorry," Egwene said. "There, that should be meek enough." Bear sniffed. "You are Aes Sedai beyond the dragon wall, but here you are yet a pupil, and a pupil does not dally. When I send for Aviendha, or send her for something, she runs, even if all I want is a pin. You could do much worse than to pattern yourself after her." Flushing, Egwene tried to make her voice humble. "I will try, Bear." This was the first time a wise one had made the comparison in front of others. She sneaked a glance at Aviendha and was surprised to find her looking thoughtful. Sometimes she wished her near sister were not always such a good example. "The girl will learn, Bear, or she will not," Moiraine said irritably. "Instruct her in promptness later, if she still needs it." No more than 10 or 12 years older than Aviendha, she usually sounded as if she had a burr under her skirts. Maybe she was sitting on a sharp rock. She would not move if she was. She would expect the rock to move. I tell you again, Moiraine Sedai, the Aiel follow he who comes with the dawn, not the White Tower. Obviously, Egwene was meant to pick up what they were talking about as they went on. It may be, Amis said in a level voice, that the Aiel will serve the Aes Sedai again, but that time has not come yet, Moiraine Sedai. Her scraping barely paused as she eyed the Aes Sedai calmly. It would come, Egwene knew, now that Moiraine was aware that some of the Wise Ones could channel. Aes Sedai would be journeying into the Waste to find girls who could be taught, and would almost certainly be trying to take any Wise One with the ability back to the Tower too. Once she had worried about the Wise Ones being browbeaten and dominated, hauled away whenever they wanted. Aes Sedai never let any woman who could channel run free of the Tower for long. She did not worry any more, though the Wise Ones themselves seemed to. Amys and Melaine could match any Aes Sedai will for will, as they showed every day with Moiraine. Bear could very likely make even Siuan Sanch jump through hoops, and Bear could not even channel. For that matter, Bear was not the strongest-willed Wise One. That honour went to an even older woman, Sorelea, of the Jarrah sept of the Shireen Aiel. The Wise One of Shenderhold could channel less than most novices, but she was as likely to send another Wise One on an errand as a Gaishane. And they went. No, there was no reason to distress herself over Wise Ones being bullied. "It is understandable that you wish to spare your lands," Bear put in, "but Randall Thor obviously does not mean to lead us to punish. No one who submits to he who comes with the dawn and the Aiel will be harmed. So that was it. Of course, it is not only sparing lives or lands that concerns me." Moiraine made wiping sweat from her brow with one finger into a queenly gesture, but her voice sounded nearly as tight as Melaine's. "If you allow this, it will be disastrous. Years of planning are coming to fruition, and he means to ruin it all." "Plans of the White Tower," Amis said, so smoothly she might have been agreeing. "Those plans have nothing to do with us. We and the other Wise Ones must consider what is right for the Aiel. We will see that the Aiel do what is best for the Aiel." Egwene wondered what the clan chiefs would say about that. Of course, they frequently complained that the Wise Ones meddled in matters that were not theirs, so perhaps it would not come as a surprise. The chiefs all seemed to be hard-willed, intelligent men, but she believed they had as much chance against the combined Wise Ones as the village council back home did against the women's circle. This time, though, Moiraine was right. "If Rand," she began, but Bear stepped on her firmly. "We will hear what you have to say later, girl. Your knowledge of Randall Thor is valuable, but you will hold your peace and listen until you are bidden to speak. And stop looking sullen, or I will dose you with blue-spine tea." Egwene grimaced. Respect for the Aes Sedai, though respect between equals, included but little for the pupil, even one they believed was Aes Sedai. She kept her tongue still in any case. Bear was capable of sending her to fetch her herb pouches and telling her to brew the incredibly bitter tea herself. It had no purpose at all except to cure sullenness or sulkiness or whatever else a Wise One might find disfavour with, which it did by taste alone. Aviendha gave her a comforting pat on the arm. "You believe it will not be a catastrophe for the Aiel as well." It must have been difficult to sound as cool as a winter stream when you glistened from head to foot with condensed steam and your own sweat, but Moiraine apparently had no difficulty. "It will be the Aiel War all over again. You will kill and burn and loot towns as you did then, until you have turned every man and woman against you." "The fifth is our due, Aes Sedai," Melaine said, throwing her long hair back over her shoulder so she could work a starer across a smooth shoulder. Even heavy and damp with the steam, her hair glistened like silk. "We took no more even from the tree-killers." Her glance at Moiraine was too bland not to be significant. They knew she was Caerhinin. "Your kings and queens take as much in their taxes." "And when the nations turn against you," Moiraine persisted. "In the Aiel War, the nations united turned you back. That can and will happen again, with great loss of life on both sides." "None of us fears death, Aes Sedai," Amis told her, smiling gently as if explaining something to a child. "Life is a dream from which we all must wake before we can dream again. Besides, only 4 clans crossed the Dragon Wall under Janduin. 6 are here already, and you say Rand or Thor means to take all of the clans. The prophecy of Rhuidean says he will break us. The spark in Moraine's green eyes could have been for Moiraine, or because she was not as resigned as she sounded. What does it matter whether it is here or beyond the Dragon Wall? You will lose him, the support of every nation west of the Dragon Wall, Moiraine said. She looked as calm as ever, but an edge in her voice said she was ready to chew rocks. He must have their support. He has the support of the Aiel nation, Bear told her in that fragile, unyielding voice. She emphasized her words by gesturing with the slim metal blade. The clans have never been a nation, but now he makes us one. We will not help you turn him in this, Moiraine Sedai, Amys added just as firmly. You may leave us now, Aes Sedai, if it pleases you, Bear said. We have discussed what you wish to discuss as much as we will tonight. It was politely said, but a dismissal all the same. I will leave you, Moiraine replied, once again all serenity. She sounded as though it were her suggestion, her decision. By this time she was used to the Wise Ones making it clear they were not under the Tower's authority. I have other matters to see to. That much had to be the truth, of course, very likely something concerning Rand. Egwene knew better than to ask. If Moiraine wanted her to know, she would tell her, and if not, she would be handed some slippery bit of Aes Sedai avoidance of a lie, or else be told bluntly that it was none of her business. Moiraine knew that Egwene Sedai of the Green Ajah was a fraud. She tolerated the lie in public, but otherwise she let Egwene know her proper place whenever it suited her. As soon as Moiraine had gone, in a burst of cold air, Amys said, Aviendha, pour the tea. The young Aiel woman gave a startled jerk, and her mouth opened twice before she said faintly, I must brew it yet. With that she scurried out of the tent on all fours. The second blast from outside dimmed the steam. The Wise Ones exchanged looks that were almost as surprised as Aviendha's. And Egwene's, Aviendha always did even the most onerous chores efficiently, if not always with a good grace. Something must be troubling her greatly to make her forget a thing like making tea. The Wise Ones always wanted tea. More steam, girl, Moiraine said. That was her, Egwene realized, with Aviendha gone. Hurriedly splashing more water on the rocks, she channeled to heat the stones further, and the kettle, until she heard stones cracking, and the kettle itself radiated heat like a furnace. The Aiel might be used to leaping from roasting in their own juices to freezing, but she was not. Hot, thick clouds rolled up to fill the tent. Amys nodded approvingly. She and Moiraine could see the glow of Sedar surrounding her, of course, though she herself could not. Moiraine merely went on scraping with her stara. Letting go of the true source, she sat back and leaned close to Bear to whisper, Has Aviendha done something very wrong? She did not know how Aviendha would feel about it, but she saw no reason to embarrass her, even behind her back. Bear had no such compunctions. You mean her stripes, she said in a normal voice. She came to me and said she had lied twice today, though she would not say to whom or about what. It was her own affair, of course, so long as she did not lie to a wise one, but she claimed her honor required that a toe must be met. She asked you to... Egwene gasped, but could not finish. Bear nodded as if it were not very much out of the ordinary at all. I gave her a few extra for troubling me with it. If G was involved, her obligation is not to me. Very likely her so-called lies were nothing anyone but a far Dareis Mai would worry about. Maidens, even former maidens, are sometimes as fussy as men. Amys gave her a flat look that was plain even in the thick steam. Like Aviendha, Amys had been far Dareis Mai before becoming a wise one. Egwene had never met an Aiel who was not fussy about Jito the way she saw it. But this, Aiel were all mad as loons. Apparently Bear had already put the matter out of her mind. There are more lost ones in the threefold land than I can ever remember before, she said to the tent at large. That was what the Aiel had always called the Tinkers, the Tuathan. They flee the troubles beyond the Dragon Wall. The sneer in Moraine's voice was clear. I have heard, Amys said slowly, that some of those who run after the bleakness have gone to the lost ones and asked to be taken in. A long silence followed. They knew now that the Tuatha had the same descent as themselves, that they had broken away before the Aiel crossed the spine of the world into the waste. But if anything, the knowledge had only deepened there. Aversion, He brings change, Moiraine whispered harshly into the steam. I thought you were reconciled to the changes he brings, Egwene said, sympathy welling up in her voice. It must be very hard to have your whole life stood on end. She half expected to be told to hold her tongue again, but no one did. Reconciled, Bear said, as though tasting the word. Better to say we endure them as best we can. He transforms everything. Armis sounded troubled. Rhuidean, the lost ones, the bleakness and telling what should not have been told. The wise ones, all the Aiel for that matter, still had difficulty speaking of that. The maidens cluster about him as though they owe more to him than to their own clans, Bear added. For the first time ever, they have allowed a man beneath the roof of the maidens. For a moment, Amys looked about to say something, but whatever she knew about the inner workings of Dareis Mai, she shared with no one but those who were or had been maidens of the spear. The chiefs no longer listen to us as they did, Moiraine muttered. Oh, they ask our advice as always. They have not become complete fools. But Bael will no longer tell me what he has said to Randall Thor, or Randall Thor to him. He says I must ask Randall Thor, who tells me to ask Bael. The Kara Khan I can do nothing about, but Bael. He has always been a stubborn, infuriating man, yet now he is beyond all bounds. Sometimes I want to thump his head with a stick. Amys and Bear chuckled as if that were a fine joke. Or perhaps they just wanted to laugh to forget the changes for a time. There are only 3 things you can do with a man like that, Bear chortled. Stay away from him, kill him, or marry him. Moiraine stiffened, her sun-dark face going red. For a moment, Egwene thought the golden-haired wise one was about to let fly words hotter than her face. Then a biting gust announced Aviendha's return, carrying a worked silver tray holding a yellow-glazed teapot, delicate cups of golden seafolk porcelain, and a stone jar of honey. She shivered as she poured. No doubt she had not bothered to wrap anything around herself out there, and hurriedly passed around the cups and the honey. She did not fill cups for herself and Egwene until Amys told her she could, of course. More steam, Moiraine said. The chill air seemed to have cooled her temper. Aviendha set down her cup untouched and scrambled for the gourd, plainly trying to make up for her lapse with the tea. Egwene, Amys said, sipping her tea, how would Randall Thor take it if Aviendha asked to sleep in his sleeping chamber? Aviendha froze with the gourd in her hands. In his, Egwene gasped. You cannot ask her to do such a thing. You cannot. Fool girl, Bear muttered. We do not ask her to share his blankets. But will he think that is what she asks? Will he even allow it? Men are strange creatures at the best, and he was not raised among us, so he is stranger still. He certainly would not think any such thing, Egwene spluttered, then more slowly. I don't think he would. But it isn't proper. It just isn't. I ask that you not require this of me, Aviendha said, sounding more humble than Egwene would have believed she could. She was sprinkling water in jerky motion, sending up increasing clouds of steam. I have been learning a great deal the past days, not having to spend time with him. Since you have allowed Egwene and Moiraine Sedai to help me with channeling, I learn even faster. Not that they teach any better than you, of course, she added hastily, but I want very much to learn. You will still learn, Moiraine told her. You will not have to stay every hour with him. As long as you apply yourself, your lessons will not be much slowed. You do not study while you sleep. I cannot, Aviendha mumbled, head down over the water gourd. More loudly and more firmly she added, I will not. Her head came up, and her eyes were blue-green fire. I will not be there when he summons that flip-skirt Isendra to his blankets again. Egwene gaped at her. Isendra? She had seen, and heartily disapproved of, the scandalous way the maidens kept the woman naked. But this, you can't really mean he. Be silent, Bear snapped like a whip. Her blue-eyed stare could have chipped stone. Both of you. You are both young, but even the maidens should know men can be fools, especially when they are not attached to a woman who can guide them. I am glad, Amys said dryly, to see you no longer hold your emotions so tightly, Aviendha. Maidens are as foolish as men when it comes to that. I remember it well, and it embarrasses me still. Letting emotions go. Clouds judgment for a moment, but holding them in clouds it always. Just be sure you do not release them too often, or when it is best to keep control of them. Moiraine leaned forward on her hands, until it seemed the sweat dripping from her face must fall on the hot kettle. "You know your fate, Aviendha. You will be a wise one, of great strength and great authority, and more besides. You already have a strength in you. It saw you through your first test, and it will see you through this." "My honor," Aviendha said hoarsely, then swallowed, unable to go on. She crouched there, huddling around the gourd as if it contained the honor she wanted to protect. "The pattern does not see Gia-to," Bear told her, with only a hint of sympathy, if that. "Only what must and will be. Men and maidens struggle against fate, even when it is clear the pattern weaves on despite their struggles. But you are no longer Far Dareis Mai. You must learn to ride fate. Only by surrendering to the pattern can you begin to have some control over the course of your own life. If you fight, the pattern will still force you, and you will find only misery where you might have found contentment instead." To Egwene, that sounded very much like what she had been taught concerning the One Power. To control Cedar, you first had to surrender to it, fight, and it would come wildly or overwhelm you. Surrender and guide it gently, and it did as you wished. But that did not explain why they wanted Aviendha to do this thing. She asked as much, adding again, "It is not proper." Instead of answering, Ami said, "Will Rand all four refuse to allow her? We cannot force him." Bear and Moiraine were looking at Egwene as intently as Amy's. They were not going to tell her why. It was easier to make a stone talk than to get something out of a wise one against her will. Aviendha was studying her toes in sulky resignation. She knew the wise ones would get what they wanted, one way or another. "I don't know," Egwene said slowly. "I do not know him as well as I used to." She regretted that, but so much had happened, quite aside from her realizing that she did not love him as more than a brother. Her training, in the tower as well as here, had changed things just as much as him being who he had become. If you give him a good reason, perhaps. I think he likes Aviendha. The young Aiel woman heaved a heavy sigh without looking up. "A good reason," Bear snorted. "When I was a girl, any man would have been overjoyed to have a young woman show that much interest in him. He would have gone to pick the flowers for her bridal wreath himself." Aviendha started, and glared at the wise ones with some of her old spirit. "Well, we will find a reason even someone raised in the wetlands can accept." "It is several nights before your agreed meeting in Teleran Riod," Ami said, "with Nynaeve this time." "That one could learn much," Bear put in, "if she were not so stubborn." "Your nights are free until then," Moiraine said. "That is, unless you have been entering Teleran Riod without us." Egwene suspected what was coming. Of course not, she told them. It had only been a little, any more than a little, and they would find out for sure. "Have you succeeded in finding either Nynaeve's or Elaine's dreams?" Amis asked, casually, as if it were nothing. "No, Amis. Finding someone else's dreams was a lot harder than stepping into Teleran Riod, the world of dreams, especially if they were any distance away. It was easier both the closer they were, and the better you knew them. The wise ones still demanded that she not enter Teleran Riod without at least one of them along, but someone else's dream was maybe just as dangerous in its own way. In Teleran Riod, she was in control of herself and of things around her to a large degree. Unless one of the wise ones decided to take over, her command of Teleran Riod was increasing, but she still could not match any of them with their long experience. In another's dream, though, you were a part of that dream. It took all you could muster not to behave as the dreamer wanted, be as their dream took you, and still sometimes it did not work. The wise ones had been very careful when watching Rand's dreams never to enter fully. Even so, they insisted she learn. If they were to teach dream-walking, they meant to teach all that they knew of it. She was not reluctant exactly, but the few times they had let her practice, with themselves and once with Ruach, had been chastening experiences. The wise ones had some considerable mastery over their own dreams, so what had happened there to show her the dangers, they said, had all been their doing, but it had been a shock to learn that Ruach saw her as a little, more than a child like his youngest daughters, and her own control had wavered for one fatal moment. After that she had been little more than a child. She still could not look at the man without remembering being given a doll for studying hard, and being as pleased with the gift as with his approval. Amys had had to come and take her away from happy play with it. Amys knowing was bad enough, but she suspected that Rhuarc remembered some of it too. "You must keep trying," Amys said. "You have the strength to reach them, even as far as they are, and it would do you no harm to learn how they see you." She was not so sure of that herself. Elaine was a friend, but Nynaeve had been Wisdom of Emond's Field for most of her growing up. She suspected Nynaeve's dreams would be worse than Rhuarc's. "Tonight I will sleep away from the tents," Amys went on. "Not far. You should be able to find me easily if you try. If I do not dream of you, we will speak of it in the morning." Egwene suppressed a groan. Amys had guided her to Rhuarc's dreams. She herself had remained only an instant, barely long enough to reveal that Rhuarc still saw her, unchanged, as the young woman he had married, and the Wise Ones had always been in. The same tent before when she tried. "Well," Bear said, rubbing her hands, "we have heard what needed to be heard. The rest of you can remain if you wish, but I feel clean enough to go to my blankets. I am not so young as the rest of you. Young or not, she could probably run any of them into the ground, then carry them the rest of the way." As Bear was getting to her feet, Moiraine spoke, and strangely for her, she was hesitant. I must ask your help, Bear, and you, Amys." The older woman settled back, and both she and Amys looked at Moiraine expectantly. "I, you, would ask you to approach Dorinda for me." The last words came out in a rush. Amys smiled widely, and Bear cackled aloud. Aviendha seemed to understand, too, and be startled, but Egwene was lost. Then Bear laughed. "You always said you did not need a husband and did not want one. I have buried 3, and would not mind another. They are very useful when the night is cold. A woman can change her mind." Moiraine's voice was firm enough, but belied by the deep flush in her cheeks. "I cannot stay away from Bael, and I cannot kill him. If Dorinda will accept me as her sister-wife, I will make my bridal wreath to lay at Bael's feet." "What if he steps on it instead of picking it up?" Bear wanted to know. Amys fell back, laughing and slapping her thighs. Egwene did not think there was much danger of that, not the way Aiel customs ran. If Dorinda decided she wanted Moiraine for sister-wife, Bael would not have much say in the matter. It no longer shocked her precisely that a man could have 2 wives. Not exactly. Different lands mean different customs, she reminded herself firmly. She had never been able to bring herself to ask, but for all she knew, there might be Aiel women with 2 husbands. They were very strange people. "I ask you to act as my first sisters in this. I think that Dorinda likes me well enough." As soon as Moiraine spoke those words, the other women's hilarity changed to something else. They still laughed, but they hugged her and told her how happy they were for her and how well she would do with Bael. Amys and Bear, at least, took Dorinda's acceptance for granted. The 3 of them departed all but arm in arm, still laughing and giggling like girls. Not before telling Egwene and Aviendha to straighten the tent, though. "Egwene, could a woman of your land accept a sister-wife?" Aviendha asked, using a stick to push the cover off the smoke-hole. Egwene wished she had left that duty till last. The heat began to dissipate immediately. "I don't know," she said, quickly gathering the cups and the honey jar. The Ciara went onto the tray, too. "I don't think so. Maybe if it was a close friend," she added hurriedly. There was no point in seeming to denigrate Aiel ways. Aviendha only grunted and began pushing up the side flaps. Teeth chattering as loudly as the rattle of teacups and bronze blades on the tray, Egwene scurried outside. The Wise Ones were dressing unhurriedly, as though this were a balmy night, and they in sleeping chambers in some hold. A white-robed figure, pale in the moonlight, took the tray from her, and she quickly began searching for her cloak and shoes. They were nowhere among the remaining garments on the ground. "I had your things taken to your tent," Bear said, tying the laces of her blouse. "You will not need them yet." Egwene's stomach sank into her feet. Hopping in place, she flapped her arms in a futile effort for warmth. At least they did not tell her to stop. Abruptly, she realized the snowy-robed figure bearing the tray away was too tall for even an Aiel woman. Gritting her teeth, she glared at the Wise Ones, who seemed not to care if she froze to death, jumping up and down. To the Aiel women it might not matter that a man had seen them with no clothes on, at least if he was Ghaishane, but it did to her. In a moment Aviendha joined them and, seeing her leaping about, merely stood there without any effort to find her own garments. She showed no more effect of the cold than the wise ones. "Now," Bear said, settling her shawl on her shoulders, "you, Aviendha, are not only stubborn as a man, you cannot remember a simple task you have done many times. You, Egwene, are just as stubborn, and you still think you can linger in your tent when you are summoned. Let us hope running 50 times around the camp will temper your stubbornness, clear your minds, and remind you of how to answer a summons or do a chore. Off with you." Without a word, Aviendha immediately began loping toward the edge of the camp, easily dodging dark-shrouded tent ropes. Egwene hesitated only a moment before following. The Aiel woman kept her pace down so she could catch up. The night air froze her, and the cracked, stony clay underfoot was just as cold, and tried to catch her toes besides. Aviendha ran with effortless ease. As they reached the last tent and turned southward, Aviendha said, "Do you know why I study so hard?" Neither the cold nor running had made an impression on her voice. Egwene was shivering so hard she could barely speak. "No. Why? Because Bear and the others always point to you and tell me how easily you learn, how you never have to have something explained twice. They say I ought to be more like you." She gave Egwene a sidelong glance, and Egwene found herself sharing a giggle as they ran. "That is part of the reason, the things I am learning to do." Aviendha shook her head, wonderment plain even by moonlight. "And the power itself. I have never felt like that, so alive. I can smell the faintest scent, feel the slightest stir in the air." "It is dangerous to hold on too long or too much," Egwene said. Running did seem to warm her a little, though now and again a shudder ran through her. "I've told you that, and I know the wise ones have too." Aviendha merely sniffed. "Do you think I would stab my own foot with a spear?" For a time they ran in silence. "Did Rand really?" "Ah," Egwene said finally. The cold had nothing to do with her difficulty getting the words out. In fact, she was beginning to sweat again. "I mean to Isendra." She could not make herself say it clearer than that. At last Aviendha said slowly, "I do not think that he did." She sounded angry. "But why would she ignore switchings if he has shown no interest in her? She is a milk-hearted wetlander who waits for men to come to her. I saw how he looked at her, though he tried to hide it. He enjoyed looking at her." Egwene wondered if her friend ever thought of her as a milk-hearted wetlander. Probably not, or they would not be friends. But Aviendha had never learned to worry if what she said might hurt someone. She would probably be surprised to learn that Egwene could even think of being hurt. The way the maidens make her dress, Egwene admitted reluctantly, any man would look. Reminded that she herself was in the open without any clothes, she stumbled and almost fell as she looked around anxiously. The night was empty as far as she could make out. Even the wise ones were already back in their tents, warm in their blankets. She was sweating, but the beads seemed to want to freeze as soon as they appeared. "He belongs to Leane," Aviendha said fiercely. "I admit I don't know your customs fully, but ours are not the same as yours. He is not betrothed to Leane. Why am I defending him? He's the one who ought to be switched." But honesty made her go on. "Even your ailmen have the right to say no if they're asked." "You and she are near sisters, as you and I are," Aviendha protested, slowing a step before picking it up again. "Did you not ask me to look after him for her? Do you not want her to have him?" "Of course I do, if he wants her." That was not exactly true. She wanted Elaine to have what happiness she could, in love with the Dragon Reborn as she was, and she would do everything short of tying Rand hand and foot to see that Elaine got what she wanted. Maybe not far short, at that, if need be. Admitting it was another thing. Aiel women were far more forward than she could ever make herself be. It would not be right otherwise. "He belongs to her," Aviendha said determinedly. Egwene sighed. Aviendha simply did not want to understand any customs but her own. The Aiel woman was still shocked that Elaine would not ask Rand to marry her, that a man could ask that question. "I'm sure the wise ones will listen to reason tomorrow. They can't make you sleep in a man's bedchamber." The other woman looked at her in clear surprise. For a moment her grace left her, and she stubbed a toe on the uneven ground. The mishap brought a few curses that would have made even Dareis' wagon drivers listen with interest and made Bear reach for the blue spine. But She did not stop running. "I do not understand why that upsets you so," she said when the last curse died. "I have slept next to a man many times on raids, even sharing blankets for warmth if the night was very cold, but it disturbs you that I will sleep within 10 feet of him. Is this part of your customs? I have noticed you will not bathe in the sweat tent with men. Do you not trust Randall Thor, or is it me you do not trust?" Her voice had sunk to a concerned whisper by the end. "Of course I trust you," Egwene protested heatedly. "And him, it's just that, she trailed off, uncertain how to go on. Aiel notions of propriety were sometimes stricter than what she'd grown up with, but in other ways they would have had the women's circle back home trying to decide whether to faint or reach for a stout stick. "Aviendha, if your honor is involved somehow—" This was touchy ground. "Surely, if you explain to the wise ones, they will not make you go against your honor." "There is nothing to explain," the other woman said flatly. "I know I don't understand G2SS. Egwene began, and Aviendha laughed. "You say you do not understand Aes Sedai, yet you show that you live by it." Egwene regretted maintaining that lie with her. It had been hard work to get Aviendha to call her simply Egwene, and sometimes she slipped back. But it had to be kept with everyone if it was to hold with anyone. "You are Aes Sedai, and strong enough in the power to overcome Amys and Moiraine together," Aviendha continued. "But you said that you would obey, so you scrub pots when they say scrub pots, and you run when they say run. You may not know Jieto, but you follow it. It was not the same thing at all, of course." She gritted her teeth and did as she was told, because that was the only way to learn dreamwalking, and she wanted to learn everything more than anything else she could imagine. To even think that she could live by this foolish Jieto was simply silly. She did what she had to do, and only when and because she had to. They were coming back to where they had begun. As her foot hit the spot, Egwene said, "That's one," and ran on through the darkness with no one to see but Aviendha, no one to say whether she went back to her tent right then. Aviendha would not have told, but it never occurred to Egwene to stop short of the 50.